Awesome. Because there was a plugin I was paying for that one of the things I did, I was doing the whole going through being like, I'm not using it, get rid of it, I'm not using it, get rid of it, not using it, get rid of it. YouTube has less ads, so you can see why people are pop over there. So, yes and no. Yes and no. And the yes and no about that is if you are sitting on YouTube hitting the skip ad button, yes, you are correct. But otherwise, YouTube's ads can be way worse. You can get literally, I think the longest ad I've heard of was 48 minutes for a single ad on YouTube. And if you're not sitting there at the skip button, like if you're in the middle of doing something where you can't click away, you're listening to 48 minutes of ad. Versus on Twitch, we can't skip ads. So you're locked in at 3 minutes per hour. So it is one of those things. I find, generally speaking, both of them kind of suck for ads. That if ads bother you, whether you're on YouTube or Twitch, you're going to want to get Premium or Twitch Turbo or whatever. I have had both at different points because ads are a nuisance. Anyways, to get on with the actual game, we're going to be picking up where we left off with Satisfactory. So we did do one full playthrough since 1.0 dropped where we completed the whole thing and everything. And for the most part, the base started organized and gradually became more and more. Twitch is 48 minutes of multiple ads. It's 3 minutes an hour. Technically, a person can, at their maximum, set it to, I think it's 21 minutes per hour. The only people I've seen that is there was a phenomena going on Twitch for a while where people were like standing up these channels that are like drop-only channels and then turning the ads up to their absolute max. But that's anyone who's streaming like a normal channel. They're not. Nothing. You think your Twitch is bugging? If you're using an ad blocker on Twitch, be warned. A lot of times that will cause you to see more ads and will cause stuff like Twitch Turbo and subs to sometimes not work. Because Twitch gets confused about trying to tell what's going on because your ad blocker's doing that. That has been a known issue. But where we left off, we did get the coal and the sulfur hooked up over here for making our turbo fuel. Because I haven't done that before, and I wanna. So I'm gonna. There's not a whole lot left to say about that. But, so we're gonna go and figure out what the recipe is for turbo fuel. I actually have a couple things I want to do with this. But yeah, I know very, very genuinely, you get 3 minutes of ads per hour, or pre-rolls. That's what Twitch gets you. If the channels are running pre-rolls and you're switching between channels, yes, technically you could get 48 minutes of ads per, hour of watching if you're switching channels and getting hit with the pre-roll and then just immediately switching. These days, most people run mid-rolls, though, because of those problems with pre-rolls. But it is just one thing to be aware of. But yeah, no, it's 3 minutes per hour. That's just what it is. You'll have people swear up and down. They'll be like, oh my god, I've just watched half an hour of ads in your channel's like, I hate to be the one calling you a liar, but you're what we refer to as a liar. Oh, is my inventory full? Oh, I see. What is in there? Alright, that's actually kind of an annoyance. And all these are basically full. I'm gonna just drop these down here for a moment, knowing I'm gonna have to just pick them up to the other side. I'm basically using a like temporary inventory. So I can pick up those. And this isn't me calling you a liar or whatever. Let's see, you mean you just have bad internet connection because you live in the middle of nowhere? So you think Twitch could... Oh yeah, no, if they're running pre-rolls, then yeah, that can absolutely be a problem if you've got like an unstable connection, because it will see you having left the stream and come back to the stream, which means it's time to run pre-rolls. That's one of the reasons I don't run pre-rolls. So in this channel, you will see 3 minutes per hour. No more, no less. Well, I mean, you might see less, actually, if you're in an area that they don't have that many ads going on, or Twitch Turbo or subbed. But you'll never see more than 3 minutes per hour, with the exception of if I manually run the ads to skip the next segment or whatever, I can do that. But that still averages out to 3 minutes per hour. It just means you might get 6 minutes now, like 6 minutes in a 30-minute window or whatever, followed by an hour and a half of no ads. Would you stop juggling me? You're not even a big threat. You're just a nuisance. But yeah, that's another big reason if you're a content creator to really consider running mid-rolls over pre-rolls. Because at least you can say, this is the exact amount of ads you will see. Because it is a thing with your pre-rolls, if someone disconnects, they get another round of ads. If they accidentally close the tab, they get another round of ads. If people who are coming to raids are not supposed to see ads, but sometimes they do, you have all those problems. With mid-rolls, it's 3 minutes per hour. That's just, there's not more to say. You can set it higher, but like I said, about the only people doing that were people who are trying to abuse stuff. Pre-rolls are a big detriment to me sometimes. Yeah, no, there's, it is a thing that is brought up on the Twitch subreddit probably 5 or 6 times a day. Like, I would genuinely be okay if the Twitch subreddit finally put up a rule and said, hey, here is, like, your master, I want to talk about ads thread, you know, mid-rolls versus pre-rolls thread, and just doing that. Now you know what they are, try to avoid them. Yeah, if you ever join a stream and you are immediately hit with an ad, 9 out of 10 times, they're running pre-rolls. It can technically be they're running mid-rolls, and you just got bad timing to just jump in right as they were happening. But, that's the whole thing. But, there's a lot of people that very understandably are not a fan of ads. Like, pretty much anyone with a pulse. And when you look at it on paper, you go, mid-rolls, you get more ads. Because objectively, it's true. If someone's running pre-rolls, you get the 1 round of ads, assuming your connection holds up and everything goes smoothly. And then you're done for the whole stream. Whereas mid-rolls is 3 minutes per hour. So very, very objectively, from a disruption and total amount of ads, mid-rolls is more. That's just a fact. Mid-rolls is more. But the reality and how a lot of that works is, first of all, when it comes to your viewers, for a fully unreliable statistic that has been me trying to guesstimate based on a number of different things I've had analytics for, my best guesstimate is somewhere in the ballpark of about 70 to 80% of people who watch, you know, are regular viewers of your stream on Twitch will have some way of avoiding ads, whether that's being subscribed to Twitch Turbo, being subscribed to Twitch itself, happening to be a lucky person that's in one of the areas that doesn't really have ads available in its area. Like, whatever they're doing that they really don't see much in the way of ads. So that'll be somewhere in the 78%. I could be off by a pretty decent amount on that, though. So we need 200 motors and a bunch of modular frames. And so with all that, and then we need plastic and wire. Sorry, I'm just trying to juggle my thoughts. But, won't it be subjected? So then you're down to, after that, about 20-30% of your viewers are dealing with getting hit with ads. And of them, you know, how many of those are your regular viewers versus first time? And that's going to be something that's going to vary so wildly between individual channels. Good luck quantifying that in any capacity that holds any merit to anything. Oh wait, I missed the stinger bits. But with all that, when you're sitting there looking through all that, the case that happens for your new viewers popping in, there's 2 ways that can go. One is they can get hit with an ad right at the door. They have no idea if your content's any good, if you're something they're interested in. They're basically paying the cost up front. They're getting hit with an ad. Otherwise, if you're going with mid-rolls, people get to hang out for a little while, see your content, and then go, you know what? I'm enjoying this content. I don't mind sitting through a couple of minutes of ads to see more. And so, while intrinsically when you're looking at it, you're saying, hey, this is more disruptive, therefore, people are probably going to be way less likely to want to engage it, whatever. The actual reality of how it turns out in practice ends up being a lot more, okay, but while all that's true, from the actual experience of the viewer, you have pre-rolls have an extremely hard chilling effect on net new viewers because they're basically paying the cost up front before they know if your content's any good, versus the alternative is they get to have themselves a little bit of a sample of up to 55 minutes-ish before they get hit with an ad. It could be anywhere from literally getting caught with at the beginning to 55 minutes, but they get to have a little sample to see if your content's any good, and then they get hit with the ad. And there'll be some people, if they see any ad, they'll bail. The way I view that personally is it's a viewer I could have never retained because they have unrealistic expectations, so I honestly don't even worry about it. That's a viewer I could have never made happy. So it is just one of those things. But with the pre-roll thing, in my experience, it did tons and tons of tests. It was like 15 plus tests, testing pre-roll versus mid-roll. I had 100% of the time I had a higher viewership with mid-rolls than pre-rolls. But it's a thing that's like this constant argument on the subreddit because people don't like ads and just want to whine about ads. There's some people that have genuine, actual conversations about it, but most of the time it's people just want to whine about ads because they don't like ads. Because you don't know why your area gets so many ad distributors, to be honest. You have dunks, like that single target close area, stuff half hour away or more. Oh yeah, no, it's so one thing that is good or bad depending on how you look at it. So Twitch doesn't do particularly well with targeted ads. They mostly just take into consideration what category you're streaming in, and then geological location, like, are you in Sweden, are you in the US, are you wherever? But that's kind of it. And so it's good news in the fact that it means it's not collecting all the data to be able to funnel the more invasive stuff like you get with like Google and all that, where they start building these really in-depth profiles about you, and it gets really sketchy after a while. But at the same time, it means you're more likely to get ads that you see the ad and you go, this isn't relevant to anything. Alright, so we've got the alternative compact coal. Just trying to think of how we want to do it, because I'm going to box myself in. And this is where I was making the comment before. I wasn't sure if I wanted to put the ports on this side or the other side. I'm kind of wishing I put them on the other side. It's still fine. The thing I'm going to be combining them with is over here anyways. What I could even do, because I want to leave this open so that I can expand this a little bit more, because I do think I might, well, no, because that's already maxed out. That's doing 300 meters cubed with the slugs, and this pipe can handle 300 meters cubed. The only way this upscales is if I go and add another oil well to that, and if I add another oil well, I'm going to give it its own dedicated space. So I think we're good with not needing to mess with that. If I do end up messing with that, then that means I got to move around some factory stuff, and that's just the life we live. So what I think we will do is right around here. I'm going to assume I need at least 2 of these. I'll probably need more, but that's fine. All right. So let's put this on the straightaway there. We can put a splitter here. You've been hoping to get the game. Is it like an RTX? I mean, yeah, that's gonna be overkill. You're basically talking about some of the most modern carts. Where's the conveyor belt? That's a new one. Did I not build it? Yeah, you're talking about some of the most modern things. A lot of these games are actually not GPU locked, they're CPU locked. And if you're unfamiliar with that phrasing, when you're looking at games, if it's going to ultimately require more processing power, that's CPU locked. That's usually games running lots of logic, that kind of stuff, that the main performance limiter is your actual processor, whatever your clock speed is, kind of thing. And this one does have GPU considerations to be made, but I don't believe it's your bigger issue. I could be wrong in that one. I haven't sat down and actually looked it up. I don't know if it's actually lined up or not. Okay, so these will be on the compacted coal. Yeah, so, yeah, but not having, like, no cooling, your CPU is pretty good, too. I mean, the built-in cooling on your GPU should be sufficient for normal use case. Like, don't get me wrong, if you have particularly... Like, if you're in a situation where there's just not good air circulation in the building you're having, obviously that can cause heat problems. If you're in just a hot environment, that can cause heat problems. Like, there's definitely that kind of thing. But, you should be okay. Alright. That's not even a game individual thing. Like, if you're having heat problems, that's usually nothing to do with the game itself that you're running into. That most of the time is, you know, the cooling in your computer is insufficient, the cooling in your environment is insufficient, whatever you want to use for your terminology, but you get the idea. That you have a situation where it's with the tech, because that doesn't mean if it's this game or whatever game, you're gonna run into the same problem if you have insufficient cooling. It'll just overheat. Okay, so I don't know the speed we're bringing this in. I feel like I can run a lot of these. Let's see, what you use is a really thick gaming laptops. Oh, yeah, no, yeah. Gaming laptops are notorious for overheating problems. Yeah, that's, like I said, this game isn't particularly hard on your hardware, but yeah, no, gaming laptops, I've had one of those in the past myself, and they are pretty brutal and all that. Okay, so we've got the compact coal being made, so the next thing I want to do is just check what the recipe is here real fast for the turbo fuel. So the turbo fuel is petroleum in its liquid form and the actual compacted coal. So what's most likely going to be happening here is I'm probably going to retire this thing entirely. Gone. Forget about it. It's dead to me. We're going to get rid of this section of track real fast. And then wherever I put the next thing, we can put it there. Now go and pull that up as well. We'll leave the box there for right now. As long as it's not as bad as Cyberpunk, yeah, this isn't as bad as Cyberpunk. If that's your barrier to entry, then yeah, no, this isn't gonna be as harsh as Cyberpunk. Okay, so drop the containers in there. That's fine. We'll need more containers later, so I'm gonna let that keep running. Yeah, 3060 is recommended. Yeah, so 3060 would put you in the previous generation and on their low to mid end, versus what you were talking about would be previous to current top end. This greatly displeases me that I see a, there you are. There's a dismantle crate there, and I wanted to pick it up before, I think. Alright, so the next thing would be to go here. So this is going to get interesting. So that's making our petroleum, which we're currently feeding into these generators. And that's fine. But we're going to be switching that out to instead feed in other stuff. So I'm just deciding how I want to navigate this. Because what I could see doing... Let's put the refineries here facing that way. I'll have to bring the compacted coal line out and around, which is fine because this isn't going to continue this way, I don't think. These generators will more than likely need to move and all that. So we'll have to figure that out, but that could be later a problem. So the petroleum needs to come in here. So I want enough space to fit a conveyor belt in between there. That should be plenty. Alright, this is going to be a problem eventually. Let's double check our stuff here. So making turbo fuel. So you're going to consume 22.5 fuel per minute. Okay. That should be relatively okay. And 15 compacted coal per minute. 15. Okay, so we are producing 25. So producing 50, so I can actually get a couple of these online. So what's going to need to happen here is I am going to want to use the straight belts. I'm going to snake you all the way past this side. Oh, I'm going to need to go up a little, aren't I? That's fine. So we'll go right here. Get right there, should be good. And there should be no, byproduct they have to worry about here. Alright, so let's see if we can't make that snake over there. Gotta go? Okay. You have a good one. Thanks for hanging out. Alright. Cool, it does fit. I was a little worried there for a moment. Okay, so this should now be able to make turbo fuel once I give it power, which I can do by doing that. So it's now got power. The next thing I need to do is to try and rectify some of this. I don't know how fast this is going to fill up, but I could see that we could literally disconnect that section of pipe there for the time being. No. What I want to do is I want to start moving these generators off of the turbo fuel, or off of the regular fuel, maybe switch them over to the turbo fuel. I'm just trying to figure out how I'm running these pipes because this is kind of getting bunched in here pretty badly. Oh, let's figure this out. So you're producing right now 50 compacted, and you're consuming 20 or 15. So 50, that means I can build 3 of these before I would have insufficient compacted coal for managing it. So just get all that hooked up. And temporarily we're running at an absolute deficit on our petroleum. We can deal with that in a minute, though. I think what's going to happen is these generators are going to move. Is I think how I'm going to handle this. Right now I'm going to get it all wired up to start making the turbo fuel, and then the generators are just going to go away. Like, I'll still be using generators. They're just going to go away from here. I'll take them where the turbo fuel is available easier. Alright, and we've got turbo fuel and turbo fuel. Okay. So minor adjustment to this so I can very easily put the pipe underneath it. So I just bumped it up, so now I can just run a pipe right underneath this whole thing, and that'll be a-okay. So grab our pipe. And the T. Oh, it won't let me put it. It's too close to clearance. All right, 1 second. We can fix that. It's really not the answer I was hoping for. I made it too snug. It's a fixable problem. I'm just trying to not make it the hassle of a fix. All right, it's the hassle of the fix. So this needs to move. I just got to give myself more space. We can fix dealing with that production line in a minute. Okay, so in this case... Now I can go right up along the length here and not have to worry. Cool. And now I should be able to put those T's in and get the turbo fuel set up, and then I need to go and get the assembler on the other side there, and however that's going to work. Alright, so we got you and you. Alright, so. Can I sneak you in over here? Yeah, I can. So train will just run right through the middle here. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so it's gonna be a little weird. You know, I think that'll end up looking okay. Now, this does put a pretty hard limit on what I can do with this spot, but I think that'll be okay. So put that there instead. Get rid of this. Get rid of that. Get rid of the stilt. It's completely unnecessary. Get rid of this and this. Plug you in directly. Did I put the... Oh, that one's not set up correctly. So I'll need to grab you, turn you this way. Because the problem was I just had the splitter rotate the wrong direction. That'll be fine. It'll be covered up so we won't see it, and if we run out, that just makes me even more motivated to fix it. Alright, compacted. Okay, so we're back in business. So we're back to making 50. I'm not as happy about that layout. I do think that's going to need to move around in the long run. First, I want to get back in working order, and then we can worry about, is it nice? So that's coal and sulfur and sulfur. I should be able to just drop those in the boxes over here. Because I don't need those on my person. So very clearly we're not using that nearly as fast. I'm very quickly noticing that I think for what we're dealing with here, I'm probably going to need to make a lot more production over here, which I hadn't really anticipated, but I'm not against. Let's plan for this to need a lot more space. So I'm going to bring this all the way... Alright, so that's where it's going to make... Let's put an industrial container right here that the train snakes around. Let me move over here. Oh, that's not a whole lot of room, is there? Okay, so the train should snake around that where it doesn't clip, so that'd be kind of cool for having it just go directly into the factory. So that's good news. We got the compacted coal going in here. And the good news, it does look like that is filling up slowly, which it should, because we're producing 50 of that and consuming 45 of it per minute. We are making this, and it is now going into the giant bladder thing here. So we are producing our turbo fuel. So the next thing I'm going to need to do is get our good packager friend back here. So production, packager. We're not going to do anything too fancy with it just yet. We're just going to have that go right in there. This is a temporary thing to get the turbo fuel set up. Then we're going to go for the rocket fuel. Because, of course, we're going to go for the rocket fuel. Not sure I want to address this. Okay, so this still has that fuel in there. So what I'm probably going to do, because we're probably not going to use any more of that fuel, let me make an awesome sink and we're just going to get rid of it. Because we're producing the turbo fuel now, I don't really see a reason to keep it around. Because, like, it seems like one is just the better version of the other. That's a temporary wire, so that's fine. So for just a moment, say, hey, why not you just shove that in there? All right. Doesn't matter if we don't hook it up. I'll hook it up in a minute. We'll just leave it doing its thing for right now till we get that emptied out farther. Yeah, getting those tickets. Cool. So with that, we've got all that sorted out. Meanwhile, I need to get the power over here, and I didn't leave myself an extra line, so we're just going to go like this. Get rid of that line. Grab you. Put a pole there. And there. And there. Okay, so with that, we should now be producing the turbo fuel. Oh, is the turbo fuel not getting in here? Come on, don't make me add a head lift. Or fuel pump or whatever. Yeah, so you're basically full there. Yeah, so that is emptying fine. Yeah, no, it's just taking a little work. There's a little bit of a head lift there. What we can do to help this out is there's a one-way valve there. And there. And that should help a little bit. Because then it shouldn't be able to backflow. So in this pipe, as it empties out into this, we shouldn't have to worry about it. As long as these don't shut off, I'm fine. But it does look like they're emptying as fast as it's going in there. So we should be okay. Worst case, I put a pump down here and we're fine. Let's make one change real fast just to spare me burning a bunch of turbo fuel for no reason. We can go here, get rid of that. And grab the whole stack. Drop it in here. That can get awesome synced. And you go there. And with that, we'll have turbo fuel in there. I might need a pump on this. Because it shouldn't be sitting here this long. Pump's not that big of a cost. So I'm gonna put a little dinky pump on here. Okay, there we go. Yeah, so I just need to put a pump on there. And unfortunately had too much head lift. Alright, let's check the MAM. What will I need for the even better fuel? So the next thing I need oxygen containers. Or whatever that is. Empty fluid tank. So let's take a quick look here. They're not going to show you. I'm pretty sure that's aluminum, so I think that's as strong as these are getting for now. What I'm trying to decide is how I want to approach this. Just double check if they got a notification on the YouTube side the chat got disconnected. I want to make sure it was just YouTube being YouTube instead of a wider problem. There it goes. Yeah, so we are getting a bunch of points. I'm just depleting this to get these out of here, then we'll tear down the awesome sink. Alright. Oh yeah, and now we want to go here and change you over to the packaged turbo fuel. Oh, I didn't grab any out, did I? Okay, well that goes up pretty well. Those tanks come with nitrogen processing in 8. Yeah, and that's what I figured, is getting to like nitrogen and aluminum and all that stuff. What I'm trying to do is I just want to get this all done, and it is. So get this all out of the way, because we're not going to use it past that. Okay. So that's producing turbo fuel for the moment. That'll work. Certainly going to want to strain that out and do more with it once we start putting that to other use. But with this, how much turbo fuel am I producing per cycle now? I've got, what, 3 of those going? So I've got 3 of those going. So they're making about 60, just a little under 60 per minute. And you consume about 50 per minute. So what I'm actually down to start messing with is we're going to let this shut down. So you're going to burn off whatever fuel's in you, and then you'll be done ski. And then we'll see what happens when I switch you over to turbo fuel. Because that should still leave enough turbo fuel to keep making these, because this is only 20 per minute. Yeah, so it's 20 per minute, that's making about 60, that's about 50. So that is technically making a little bit more than we can handle. If I want to do more, I've got to get my compacted coal process increase, which I think we can do by a large margin. So that might not be a project that we'll sit here and just work on like perpetually right now, I think we're stable for right now. And I think what we ultimately do in the long term, though, is that I go and expand my turbo fuel production to be far more part of this. All right. So with that, we're now producing, so that's 625 power. That's also 625 power. But you are burning 50 per minute, and you're burning 18 per minute. Okay, so that's just a win. Okay, hang on. That is a major win there. Because we look at the fuel in to out on these, we are ever so slightly at a loss in volume, but then we're taking our power consumption here, from our power consumption being 50 per minute to like not even 20 per minute. So that is going to be a big improvement. So what I'm going to want to do is let's try and move that power generation someplace else. So I think where we put the power generation, just get it out of the way over here, is let's put it on the other side of the storage there. Now that we've tested and said, hey, I like what I see. I can put it over here, and we should have plenty of space for it. That way it'll also open up the area so I'm not quite as mashed in there real tight. Alright, so let's start the process of moving all of this over, reducing our petroleum consumption. What? Why are you... There we go. I was like, why is it not going with that? Okay. So we can start over here. Because it'll also mean, when it comes to the power lines, I could be way... Or, sorry, when it comes to power lines with the fluid lines, I could do a lot more with those. Okay, so you're going to get disconnected for a moment. We're going to grab you. I'm just going to run it straight like this for just a second. Grab the T. Cool. And we'll grab the T back here. We can get you hooked up. Hey Voyager, how's it going? And we can drop these in, crank you up, grab the power connector, and let's put a power connector over here just to service these things. You know what? I don't want the train to go through it. I know it doesn't matter. I just don't want the train to go through it. It's not needed. We've got space. Let's make this look nicer. So we can scooch that right under here. And then over. Well, that's almost what I want. Again, this does not matter on a real level, but at the same time. Okay, cool. Yeah, so just snaked right under there. We're just making this factory nicer than our last one. Our last one is pretty cursed. So honestly with that, let's get rid of this valve. I've got the valve over here. That means once it goes into this reservoir, we don't have to worry about backtracking or anything like that. Oh, hey, that needs to be fixed. Cool. So I've got you set up. This pipe needs to go away. But with that dealt with, I'm going to go over here where we have our petroleum, because what's going to happen to you is this first petroleum plant, it's gone now. Opening up some space, because with that, I'll be able to add, because I've got the coal going through the middle here, and we're feeding this way, I can literally add more of the, more of these on the other side there to make more turbo fuel and pass it through. And that should work fine. So I'll be able to, at 22.5 per minute on those, I would be able to add, so we're running 300 through that system right now. A lot of them, it doesn't matter. More than one. Alright, well, let's continue moving these over here. Are you not? Okay, you are running. Okay. And go here, put the slugs in, crank you up, give it a power connection. And then I'll go over here and tear down one of these. I'm gonna actually tear down the one that's over here though, because my intent is gonna be to get more of these there. Let's see, how much better is turbo fuel than standard fuel for power? So it produces the same amount of power, but if we compare, this is going to burn 50 standard fuel to produce, like at max, to produce 625 watts. But if we go over to one of these running the turbo fuel, it's producing the same wattage, but is only burning a little under, it's about a third as much per minute. So basically I'm taking an extra step or two in the process of producing it, but then the fuel just goes much farther. I am consuming a bit more power in the process of making it, but I think that's fine. Okay, so I'm going to need to do something about the charcoal. I think ultimately the charcoal line just has to go someplace else. Now, like I said, in hindsight, maybe I should... Well, is that oil right there? That's oil right there, isn't it? Okay, so I probably don't want to go over there yet. In hindsight, I probably wanted to give myself a bit more space for the charcoal. Or not charcoal, the compact coal. I'm trying to see if there's a good way I can move, reorient whatever the compact coal to increase the productivity of it. Like, and all this will go away. Like, I'm wondering if there's... You know what I bet you I can do? I move the compact coal over here. And then it'll give me player room to have the line there, go over this way, and have a line there, go over that way. Oh, no, wait, it's going to go down the middle. Okay, so literally I can put the compact coal to go out this way, and just have it go the other way up the line as we replace these. I think that would work fine. We'll leave what we've already got in place for right now, and then as we switch stuff over, I can worry about that. In the interim, this all feels like it needs to move. So let's grab your conveyor belt, grab you, and you, and you. We can go to organization, storage. I just want to shift it over enough to give myself a little bit more room to work. All of this will ultimately need to be moved elsewhere. We don't have any containers on me, which is fine. And that's all fine. That's well within the tolerances. Okay. We're getting really caught up in this turbo fuel thing, which may not actually be my best use of time. But hear me out. I don't really care. How bad are you going to look with me trying to shove that in there? Yeah, so you're not going to go in there with the railway there. That's fine. I kind of anticipated that, but where can I fit you? All right, so you're gonna be a huge hassle. I understand. I was really hoping to sneak that in just under. But it does not appear to be so. If I can get that to clip just a little bit, that would be nice. But it doesn't look like it's going to cooperate. Yeah, it's ever so slightly sitting on that, so it's making it slightly raised. It's fine. I'm not happy about it, but it's fine. So we can grab you. Oh, you're not lined up right. Because then that'll get our 4 generators over here. I should go right through the middle of the pole, wouldn't I? We can just shift that over a little bit. Okay. So now I just need another one of the T's. And that'll put all 4 generators over here. And same deal, I'm going to put a new power pole over here. And crank these up, tear down our other 2. What do you mean, no power? You're still building up the fuel. Alright, we'll let that run for a minute. That's fine. Okay, so... yeah, so the production's not keeping up, which I had already anticipated was going to be a problem. But that's where I'm trying to be a little bit quick here. Because if we get this set up right, I can turn around and shove these on this side. I have no idea how I'm going to aim these to not be all over the place. What are you blocking? Okay. Alright. But the plan is going to be to expand this out more, and that should help. I could honestly probably fit another one right here. And then once we get all this set up, I will definitely want to get the next row going. Because this will be good, because this will be taking all of that petroleum, and then we'll be gradually turning it into something else. That's a bit more cost effective. Oh, you're not working either way? That's not right. The same distance away, it should be fine. There we go. I was like, you're the same distance. If one works, they should all work. And now I can go turbo fuel. We can grab the T's. Okay, so the problem is now I'm using more than I'm producing of the compact coal. Oh, I still have a generator way over here, don't I? That's fine. I'm gonna need to move all of this containerization, packagization. We're gonna get all of that out of here. So for the moment, I'm gonna go ahead and starve it on plastic. So that way it finishes what it's doing, and we can deal with that. Because then I can go over here on this side, and I can add more of these on this side. So the compact coal needs to be dealt with. And that's also going to be me moving all of this packagization stuff out of here. And I can just move that over into this area. Because then I can go and put, you know, my compact coal production over here, have it split out. And then, you know, I could just go off of my existing infrastructure here. Is any of this not in use at all anymore? You're not in use. The rest all seems fine. Okay, cool. So we're good all on that. So. I changed my mind. Don't even wait for that to finish. Grab you. Chuck you in here. Pull that up. Pull that up. You are mostly full, unfortunately. And you're doing your best, which is kind of rough. Okay. Can I make you fit anywhere here? Alright, I just need to move the packaging stuff. I just got to get that over with. I'm delaying it. It's just going to cause me grief. Let's move it. Let's be done. Because then I can reroute the belt long enough to get it over here and deal with that on the next part. So for right now, the way I'm going to approach this is... Let's grab your storage and drop you way over here. And grab you. And put you way over here. Pull that up. Shove you all the way over here. Just empty that box out real fast. Get rid of this pump and all this because it's not needed anymore. Okay, we can go and grab our production packager, put that over here. And we'll need a pump here. Yeah, so I'm just trying to move this real back up here real quick. Because that'll help us a lot so far as getting the turbo fuel packaged into this area, fed into this machine. You're complaining about no power? What's going on that I got no power? You have power. You have power. Oh, you have no power because I connected the pump, not you. That's fine. Alright, so, for the time being, though, I don't want to have that way over there, so we're going to turn this over this way. and then feed that in there. And temporarily, I'm going to connect those. Actually, I'm going to change my mind on that. Temporarily, I'm going to go here and going to click the whole stack. I'm going to drop it in, because it'll take a while to run on the belts in a minute anyways. Versus the throughput I have for my entire backpack is much faster. But basically, I'm trying to move all of this junk over here to give me room to make more compacted coal, to add more of the other stuff, and get ourselves in order. So we've got all of that, so that's all hooked up now. I'm not going to worry much about making the containers for just a minute, because we've got tons of those in a backlog. And more importantly, I need to get my compacted coal where I can scale it up more. So I've got this over here. That's probably as far as I want to run that stuff this way to give myself more room to work. So we're going to have the compacted coal go here. I'm going to need a decent number of these. We'll start with that. Oh, you're not even in the right place. I'm leaving myself enough space to drop it down. Okay. Because I'm going to connect these. Alright. And these will get their own dedicated power pole. They have exactly enough for one of these power poles. Because I need to make sure I'm making enough turbo fuel, or it doesn't matter if it's better or anything like that. I'll still run out. Okay, so with that, we're going to start producing this here. And this is going to cause a couple of problems. Namely, that all these conveyor belts in the middle here are going the wrong way. Don't get rid of that. Let's clean up all of this. So I might have problems here because I am tearing up literally all of the existing infrastructure real fast. Which is what it is. Alright. So let's try and be quick about this. The input's over here. We definitely don't want to go over that way. So my plan is going to be... Let's bring this up the way we have been. All the way over to around here. So, there. Yeah, that should be high enough. We'll have a middle spot here. Let's see what we can make happen. Yeah, so you don't have anything set up. That should be okay. So you're going to be the middle rung. Move that power pole in a minute. Actually, power pole's fine. Okay, so I've got the sulfur set up to the new location. And now I need to grab the coal. Pretty straightforward plan. Just follow the same route we just did. Tie it up to the top bar. And now I gotta connect all the splitters, turn all that stuff, and then rerun the part that is making the turbo fuel. Cool, cool. So boom and boom. just like this. We're going to massively increase the turbo fuel production. Okay, so your compacted coal, compacted coal, compacted coal. All right. Now's where things are gonna get a little tricky. We do have a set of stilts there already, so that's good news. I can just slap you across. Okay, so that's about as snug as I can get it. So merger going out that way. Can I make that work? I can. That one I'm just going to plug in directly because there's not another way it can work. Alright, so we're getting everything all hooked up as fast as we can to try and get everything back in line before everything grinds to a halt. Okay, so we've got 5 of the compacteds going now. Now I just need to get the splitters up here. Now at least get what I already had back online. And then from there, if I need more, I can just put some on the other side here. And as long as we don't exceed the petroleum production, which we shouldn't be able to really with this without major ordeal, we should be good then. Should have one more right there. Cool. So we should be back in business and then a little bit more. So we are producing, we've got what, 5 of these? So we're now producing 125 compacted coal per minute. And that's feeding into these, which are each consuming 15 compacted coal per minute. So it's 5 and 5. I can't. No, sorry, that's 4. So that's consuming 60 there, versus like I just said, we're making 25. So we're making 125. Literally, if I double this, we should be fine. I mostly care about lining up this part, because that'll be the harder part to fight with. Alright, we've got you. That's honestly close enough to just get away with. Okay, so we've got another 4 of these coming online, so that's good news as well. They are going to need power. Yeah, the amount of up you get out of these turbo fuel is pretty absurd. And turbo fuel, and turbo fuel, and turbo fuel, and turbo fuel. Cool. I should also check real fast what it takes to make the liquid biomass. So the liquid biomass is just solid biomass and water. And if I turned it back into a solid, then we could use in the biomass generators. I'm not going to bother with that. Okay, so now's the challenging part of this. So let's go ahead and pick up this. This is going to be one of those things I won't be able to expand very easily. But I need to get the turbo fuel pipe from this side over to the other side. And that's petroleum. That's the turbo fuel there. And I haven't really left myself room to work on this way. Is there a gap in between here? Nope. So my other option is to go out and around. I mean, the other option is I just get a pump and I just push it over the top, but I don't want to do that. So I'm going to go out and around and I'm going to meet over here. It'll be a roundabout way, but that shouldn't be a problem. So we can grab the pipe. We'll start on this end, and I need to come up about that far. Actually, gonna run it past all of these first. Then I'm gonna turn it there. Another reason I want to do it that way is just it'll save me resources, and then down the road if I need to reroute it, they're already kind of compact. No, you're not right. I really should just be putting these little endpoints. I found those much easier to make it go the direction I want when I'm using the endpoints. Okay, and then we've got that there. And now I just need to put an RT here. And with that, just gotta put a couple T's over here, and that should all be hooked up. And I haven't done it all the math about the petroleum in versus out kind of thing. I might still be not where it needs to be, but that is what it is. Okay, so all of those should be online and doing their thing. So they're all consuming 22.5 fuel per minute. And I've got 8 of them. So we are pulling in like 180 meters cubed of petroleum. Something like that. Which we are producing way more than that. Which does mean my plastic production is going to get worse. So that is a problem. I mean, I can make even more turbo fuel, but that's going to be a tricky thing to make happen. Because to make more, I'm going to need even more compacted coal. This could be a good use case for slugs, since I'm kind of limited on room, and I just need this to go faster. So I could pop in here and say, hey, what if instead you produce just a little bit more than that? Because it's not like I can't make duplicates of these later and all that. So effectively, it's like I built 2.5 more of those. Yeah, it kind of puts a limit on this area. Because I'm already using these for an output of the blue stuff. But I could also speed these up as well if need be. Put a couple slugs in here to expand it. The big concern I have right now is I am producing a very large volume of petroleum. And while I am using a lot of it, I'm not using all of it. And so what's going to end up happening is as this fills up and there's nowhere for it to go, these will turn on and off, which means the blue, the polymer resin, will eventually Sorry, these will turn off, but we just won't be getting enough polymer resin. I'm already not getting enough polymer resin, but that's a whole separate concern. So it definitely feels like I probably want to set up, whenever I do my next area of oil, set it up to directly make the plastic and the rubber, and have the heavy residue be the byproduct to deal with. But nevertheless, these are all going absolutely swimmingly. They're going really fast. This is probably filling up. Not really. I actually have no idea my consumption versus output right now. So we're consuming 18 times 4. That's 72 and some change. And you're producing... Oh, these things are producing... Oh yeah, so we're making way more turbo fuel than we're consuming. Because it seems to be like one of those two turbo fuel refineries is making almost the exact same amount these generators are consuming per minute. So assuming those refineries run pretty constantly, yeah, it's literally 1-to-1. So I'm literally got 4 more of those than I need to power these. That's fine. That gives me the excess to run all this. Once we start getting ourselves an excess of turbo fuel, I could see tossing up 2 more power plants on this grid and still having a minor surplus. Okay, so I've I've put a lot of time into getting all that hooked up and whatnot, so we've got our turbo fuel online, and that's good news. All right. Yes, some things I've also been debating. So, like, I know I've been playing just Satisfactory a lot lately. One of the things I'm debating adding into the schedule of some kind is I could see adding the, like, trading card game shop simulator, whatever it's called. That one, I'm not sure if that'll be more than, like, 2 or so streams would be my guess. It feels like it'll be like Supermarket Simulator, where I'll start it. You know, you'll get that little bit of time out of it and whatnot, and it'll be a really good time, but, you know, it's not a huge game, it's early access, all that stuff. If Dredge goes on sale, I want to check out Dredge for the first time and go through all of Dredge. We got all the stuff coming out in October that I want to check out. We got stuff coming out in November I want to check out. But, you know, I gotta wait for those things to happen. I've been kind of sitting on RimWorld right now because we played a ton of it. And I'm kind of sort of waiting for, like, the hot potato or whatever to bring some life back into the category, because RimWorld does get the RimWorld does kind of go through ebbs and flows, and it's kind of in the ebb right now where its numbers are way down because, you know, people started to burn out on it. We got the hot potato, we got we got the DLC and everything going on. So it'll probably be like the next time they have like a major something happen, will be a resurgent in interest in RimWorld. That's normal. That happens with every game. Oh, I'm not gonna carry all of this on me. The card game gets grindy around level 40. It sells out. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. A lot of Tycoon games have that kind of a problem, where they start out really good, but there is some point that progression starts to stall, which is fine as long as there's something worth doing. But that's the difference between, like, are you pressing shift to go faster on the zip line? No, because I don't want to hold shift the whole time. I know it's faster, but I don't want to sit here and just hold my pinky key down on, like, the shift key for, like, 2-3 minutes at a time again and again. Especially in a game that's been good enough to be like, yeah, you can just toggle on run. It's weird that all those things aren't the same thing. Like, you toggle on run, it just doesn't universally apply. Where? There we go. Get myself turned around in my own factory. Why would you stack that way? That's why wanting to stream looks slower while ziplining for you. Yeah, no, it's just one of those things that there's a certain point where you get kind of tired of saying, like, just holding your finger on a button consistently. It's like where a lot of games started adding the auto walk feature. You know, games like World of Warcraft where you had to walk across the entire map. And then they finally were like, oh yeah, this map's really big. Maybe we should have a dedicated button for when you have to walk across a really large space that, you know, the player doesn't have to sit there and just hold their finger on there and slowly kill their hand. Because we definitely had lots of that in games in the past. Alright, so we're going to check out our versatile frames. We need to grab another stack of cable, and that'll get us our industrial manufacturing. And I think, I can't remember if that opens up both of these ones up here on the top or just one of the two of them. I think it's just one of them. But the industrial manufacturing, once I get that, then it's time to start setting up a whole bunch of new production lines. So that's the whole thing. And that's where I kept getting distracted by, well, let's do the turbo fuel, and let's do the this, and let's do the this, and let's do this. And it's kind of getting, okay, you're full. Your storage is absolutely full. This is a good problem to have. Give all. Cool. Let's drop that off and see how close we are to being done with the versatile frames. We can definitely make some massive progress with the turbo fuel. Also trying to think of what other games people have been really going for, interested in, that kind of stuff. Like I said, I know I've heard a bunch of people talking about the trading card game, and that's one I don't mind because, like, relatively inexpensive, so, you know, taking a chance on a game that may or may not... Okay, well that's full. May or may not go anywhere on the channel. You know, there's little expense, there's little risk. Frostpunk 2, I think I'm gonna wait for it to go on sale. I know I've said that a couple times, because I kept going back and forth, but, like, it doesn't seem to be holding on Twitch very long. Like, the numbers are just free fall. Which, again, is not reflective of whether or not it's a good game. That's just the nature of content creation versus, like, Steam sales. These two numbers do not necessarily correlate. Hey, Harry Paulzak, how's it going? Congratulations on your 50 stream streak, catching the last 50 streams without missing a single one, so thank you so much for that. Continued viewership and all that. Means a lot. But since I wasn't able to get a hold of a key, you know, it's 45 bucks. I'll just wait. Alright, so got all that sorted out. Let's go grab the cable. I've also been debating what games I might want to revisit as well. Because, like, it's weird. At one hand, we have tons of new games coming out. But, like, on the content creation side, it's been hard to figure out what games I want to put my time into. And on the other hand, there's always games I played way in the past that people just really want to see me play again at some point. Like, I had a couple people bring up Big Ambitions. That one I'm waiting for them to have an actual big update, though. They haven't had a major update since I last played, so I don't see a reason to revisit that right now. Like, that's a game I thoroughly enjoy. But, it is a game that, like, they do a bunch of little updates, and then they have their big update, and it takes a while between them. Kind of like Project Zomboid has that whole thing, where, you know, you get your one massive update, they'll do a couple of quality life fixes, that kind of thing, and then you just gotta wait for the next massive update to happen. And sometimes it'll be a year or 2 years between them. Big Ambitions isn't that bad. But, it is what it is. And honestly, I don't disagree with that. I think it's totally fine, the pacing that Project Zomboid does its updates. But, it is one of those things that people are like, oh, well, I'll play when the update comes out. It's really easy to get yourself really kind of in the, well, come on, man, get to it. But Project Zomboid's always been, it's done when it's done, and for me personally, I much prefer that approach to game development than, you know, we're on a schedule, crank it out. This is not where I need to be with that. I need to be at this. You did play Big Ambitions not long ago, if you remember correctly. It's been a while. Let me look.
Milestone reached. Manufacturers can receive up to 4 inputs for the production of complex parts, such as computers and heavy modular frames, but most importantly the 2 new project parts. The modular engine and adaptive control unit are essential for the development of Phase 3 of Project Assembly. You are making good progress. The future is starting to look bright.
It would have been about April. Just looking at it, it would have been around April. So, you know, with it being September, it's not been a huge amount of time, but it's been half a year. Like, I'm not feeling like the itch that, like, I gotta play it or whatever like that. Nothing like that. But I did have people bring it up, so it's like, okay. But like I said, those kind of games, I do tend to find waiting for them to have a major update is when to do stuff. Alright, so we've got that. We can now make the industrial manufacturing, whatever this building is called. So let's take a quick little peeky peek. So we can finally get the SAM fluctuators automated. Well, that long ago? Yeah. Time is a whole thing. Okay. So we got a lot of things I need to start producing. Alright, so for the modular engines, that should be relatively easy to set up. Not convenient to set up, because all 3 of the products required to build that are at different locations, which kind of sucks. But not too bad. We are making the smart frames, or smart plating over there. And the motors are, I think, up there. And then we have... the rubber is... honestly, still back where all our oil production is. So, that becomes an interesting curiosity about where I want to build that. And then also the cable, but the cable is like way over here. Because the motors have enough complexity in their setup, it is worth me just grabbing the motors where I'm producing them. It might also be worth my time. Well, no, we probably don't need a dedicated motor production area, I don't think. Well, regardless, let's get our next milestone selected. Because it'd be good to get those online, and then the last thing on the right is going to take multiple phases to get that all sorted out. Meanwhile, it's been a little while since I've done this, so let's go 1, and... plop down another energy bank. Please cooperate. There we go. Because every once in a while I'm doing that. Or just slap down another whole energy bank. Because that's literally all I'm doing is just over time I'm going to keep building out the energy bank more and more and more. So I do have some copper here. And well, with this much copper, that I probably want to leave to something that's going to need to consume a lot of copper. I don't actually want to ping that. Oh, right, I was going to check on this and get our next milestone selected, so we're at least progressing that. I think we're almost done with our milestones for Phase 2, though. We're down to our last 1 or 2. So you got the railway signaling. Honestly, I never did much with that. Avoid train collisions and bottlenecks. As our advanced signals are especially useful for bidirectional railways in complex intersections that function similar to block signals, but rather than occupying entire blocks, trains can reserve a specific area that allows them to fully pass through. Signals are directional. We got better pipelines and all that, and I'll select that. Okay. April's like last week. Yeah, no, that's the, like, Hard Space Shipbreaker would have been probably, like, February. Which I don't see a reason to go back to Hard Space. We've done it, like, 3 times on the stream and beaten it the whole way through, and we got, like, right up to the end on a hardcore permadeath version of, Hard Space, and I died within, like, single-digit missions of the end of the game. because I had thought I had hit the air regulator to depressurize the room, and I had actually hit the air lock control panel. And then I popped open the hall, and, well, it was still a pressurized space. So, you know, we died. Alright, so, back to where we were trying to figure things out. Okay, so I have a couple things to build. I need to make the modular engines. The trick with that is the rubber's in one place, the motors are in another place, and the smart plates are in a third place. So none of these are in the same area. So no matter which way I'm going, it's going to have to go through the whole area. That's fine. I do think this will be a 3-stop train because I'll pick up all 3. Well, I'll pick up from 2 and drop off at the 3rd. I just haven't decided where I want to take it. Because it's got to go all the way to the oil over that way, and it's got to go all the way to my motors up there. My concern is, let's go double check on what our motor production situation is. And it could even be a 4-stopper, where I go and I grab all the resources and then drop them at a stop. Hey, excuse you. I put concrete here.
Take a sip. What's the worst?
Okay. Yeah, I enjoy Big Ambitions. That's those games I'm wondering what'll happen with it. Like, because it's a good game, and there's a lot of it. It's got some big ambitions. It's got a lot of progress on there, but it's also those games that seems to be flying under the radar, and that's always a dangerous thing for a game, because it is a very real problem in game development that, unfortunately, the reality is marketing is one of your most important spends. It's kind of one of those things, you can have the most amazing game ever, but if you didn't market it at all, you'll have a completely unsuccessful product. Whereas you could have a fairly mediocre game that's at least enjoyable, and have a good marketing spend, and be incredibly profitable. And it's just kind of the reality of it, is that marketing is in many ways, honestly, becoming more important than the actual game development itself, as long as your game is good enough. Like, as long as your game's good enough to be enjoyable. If you do have a game that's just objectively bad, then the marketing won't carry you through. But you can get away with a lot if your marketing's good. So this is where our motors are at. So right... Okay, we have no stators getting in here. I don't like where this is going. We have no stators here. And those are, well, individual singular is running. So it looks like stators are a problem. And considering we're about to start eating way more motors for production, we're gonna need to expand this out more. We'll go for 3 of those. Alright, so I see what it's doing here. And I also thought about, like, we did a bunch of stuff in The Sims previously. That, you know, people enjoyed me doing, like, silly challenges in The Sims and all that. I've been kind of demotivated from messing around with The Sims at all, considering, like, they basically had their announcement that they're just not going to be doing more, like, they're not making a new version of The Sims anytime soon. And it really did feel like with that one that EA/Maxis was sitting there waiting to see how the Paradox competitor for The Sims was going to do, and Paradox just axed it. That they're just like, yep, not going to make a new game, it's fine. No need to put effort into competing. We are by ourselves. Which there are some competitors coming in here, but, you know, competitors coming for that space. But so far, no one's really done much. They've kind of just accepted The Sims dominates that market and just have wholly left it at what it is. So this will be our stators. Oh, you know what's another thing I should do? Let's go run down here. I've got 4 hard drives. I was saving those for researching like the ionized fuel and whatever. So let's put like 1 or 2 hard drives aside that I know I'm going to need for those unlocks. And let's just start unlocking more of our alternative recipes. Because there's a good chance that might save us a lot of pain. Like get a better recipe for like the modular frames or whatever, because those heavy frames can be pretty costly. Alright, sorry about that. Yeah, no, it's been a weird space with games right now, that there's so much coming out, and at the same time, as a content creator, trying to decide what I want to do with that has been tricky. Like, there's definitely times where it's like, oh my god, there's so many games, I just don't even know what to do. And then there's definitely times where it's the exact reverse, where it's just, you know, absolute famine for new games. You're just trying to go back in the vault and see what you've got. Yeah, so you require a hard drive and you require... So I need 2 more hard drives to be stored. But I got 4. So let's go ahead and grab the 2. Drop those in here. This is for unlocking those research later. In the meantime, I might as well scan that. Oh yeah, we have a hard drive box over there that needs just rubber. So we can get that one open. How far away are you? Oh, you're way the heck out there. Never mind, I won't deal with that right now. We'll wait till I'm like, yeah, let's grab more hard drives. Okay. So we got our stators expanded. More than likely that's going to, you know, more than likely that's going to be one of those things that I will need to then expand the cable production, and I will need to expand the wire production, and then that'll become a whole thing, and I'll probably hit a point where it's like, okay, now I think it's time that I take the production that's there, make a dedicated wire production and a dedicated whatever production. Let's actually look. So, what resources do I need to ultimately make this thing? Let's think this through. So if I grab you, so if you make the modular engine, so I need the motors, the rubber, and the smart plates. So, ooh, actually, we can also get the high-speed connectors. That's a big one for us as well. So the rubber is oil. Straightforward. That's fine. Meanwhile, we can go ahead and put this away and get out the assembler. So we have oil is one of the materials. So that is just iron. The rotor plus the reinforced plates, just iron. So we've got oil and iron required to make that. For the motor itself, right, there's the steel. It's the stator that's the booger, because it's steel and copper. All the rest of it is iron. It wouldn't be so bad, but all the rest of it is iron. And then you've got the one thing there that's steel. And then copper as well. So we do have steel. Well, actually, I'm trying to think if I do just make a dedicated stator production. Because you don't use them for, like, you use the stators only almost exclusively just for motors. And motors aren't actually used for that much. It's just the issue of the things you do need them for, they end up being a big problem. Okay, so we did get these online. You are not getting enough wire, which does not surprise me at all. Okay, which means we need to get over to this. That's our cable production. We're doing okay on that from what I saw. These are running at 100% capacity for right now, so I just need more. Eventually, I'm going to need to get the Caterium wire set up, because it's just way, way, way more resource able. Alright. So let's see here. You consume you consume 15 ingots per minute. And I currently have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of them. So 15 per minute, 7, that's 105. The belt can certainly handle more than 105. What about down here? Let's just maximize this for the drill we have. Just do whatever. So I've got a tier 2 drill, and it's running with everything there. And this is actually a tier 2? Yeah, so tier 2 drill. Its market going at full bore. It can produce 105 ore per minute, and we are consuming that 30 per minute on these smelters. I've got 5, so that's 150. So that's maxed out. We're making 150 ingots per minute. So let's get up here and see what we can take from that. So we're at 150 ingots per minute. The ingots are only going into making wire. That's consuming 15. So you have 15, 30. This would be 60 there. That'd be 90 there. That'd be 105. So with that we have 105, 120, 135, and 150. So that is the max I can build after I put that down. If I go to build any more, nothing happens because there's not enough ore to input. We can go wire, drop you off. Yeah, so I get a little bit of a boost. And so I could use things like somber sloops to help this situation out if we want to use them for that. So far, I've used them very sparingly because they're pretty rare and I haven't actually taken the time to really go on a somber sloop hunt of any capacity. Granted, we're starting to get enough mobility. I can probably get around most of the map without too much of an issue. But I think to make the wire better, we're down to unlocking blueprints that we've hit. I mean, other than just standing at a bunch of different locations, which has certainly got arguments to be had there. Make sure these are tier 3 belts. No, you're Mark II. What is Mark II capable of? Is that Mark II or is that Mark III? No, that's Mark III. Mark III is fine. Mark III is 270. So, again, that's beyond the yield. So we've gone and we've stepped up this as much as we can. The output material is a little bit higher than the input on the wires, as I recall. So let's go ahead and upgrade these to make sure it gets where it needs to go as fast as it can. Okay, so we've done what we can with it. We're still not making enough wire. I am hoping that as that catches up, that'll improve. But looks like we're consuming the wire primarily for cable and this. And then the cable, I believe, is over making one of the other later things I'm not too worried about right now. Yeah, so you're definitely filling up. You, on the other hand, oh man, you consume 40 per minute. I missed that part. So 40, 40, 80, 120? Yeah, so 120. So we've got 120 wire per minute being consumed just for the stators. And you're producing 30. Yeah, so 30, 60, that's 90, 120. Okay, so that doesn't look too bad there. What about the cable? Cable's in our 60. So we're definitely consuming wire at a faster rate than we're producing it. And outside of running another copper line, which I don't think there's any more copper nearby, I can't really do much about that. That said, we have scaled up our production of motors and stators Yeah. We have scaled up the production of both those things. Now, what are you producing here? You're producing something I don't need, right? And you're basically almost done. I'm okay with that. I believe those automated wires are going to be going into the AI core thing, and I'll need those at multiple phases from here. So while it is just burning materials at the moment, I think ultimately it'd be fine. But yeah, the motors is kind of a pain point. The good news is, it does look like the stators are catching up. We're still showing us 55% speed of production. But it does look like the stators are slowly catching up where they were missing. And then once those are done, that'll be 50% more of the stators going towards motors. So I think that will improve on its own. I said the Sims lost you with the here's 5 outfits and a couch for $50. Oh yeah, no, the Sims DLC. Like, there's some that add new systems to the game that certainly there's a lot of argument to be made for their merits. And then there's a whole lot of stuff where it's like, here's a t-shirt, it's $25. What else is it? It's a t-shirt. For my Sim. Yes. For $25. Yes. So literally like buying a real-life expensive t-shirt. Yes. And you see nothing wrong with this. Correct. Okay. Alright, so let's go ahead and hit up the MAM. See what blueprint we've unlocked. Because right now my issue I'm waffling on is I need more motors, and the problem is motors require iron, steel, and copper. And there's not a lot of places those are nearby. And so I am kind of going back and forth of going, do I take some copper nodes and make a dedicated place for producing wire and cable, and then train the wire cable where I need it? And thereby taking the copper out of the equation. The steel is far more limited on where I can set it up. And an iron's usually not that hard. Iron we can get around pretty easy. Okay, so we have an alternative. That's an interesting one. I have no idea how good that is. So we can produce a increased rate of iron ingots. I'm not really worried about that. I don't know how good this one is. So it's taking oil and making it into the heavy oil residue and the other things. So instead of getting any of the initial products, we're just getting the byproducts. I think for right now, I'm going to skip that. I'm sure someone will scream and go, that's such a good one. Why'd you skip it? I probably should have taken it. Because I probably should have just taken it. Because these are definitely not better. Okay, well that's fine. Either way, we got that. Alright. I need to stop waffling on this and decide where we're moving what. So again, the modular engine. The rubber is straightforward. I already have the rubber. I just got to go over to where we're producing it, put a train there, grab it, move it on. The smart plate, fairly straightforward. I've got literally a pad right up there, so the train just has to go by there. So those two spots are, pretty much dictated already. I do think, and this alternate pattern still requires the stators. The advantage is, with the oscillators, it does give me way more motors for those stators. So that can help. But then at the same time, it costs an oscillator, which is a bunch of cable, which is by proxy a bunch of wire. I still think this is probably better than the base one. I just don't know if I want to dedicate the time to making it, because I gotta make like 2 or 3 other layers to make that happen. The high-speed controller. Well, let's check the MAM research real fast. There was stuff I can unlock with that high-speed controller, and that might give me some options worth taking, where I could focus on the support things before that. So Caterium, right. With the controllers, I open up geysers, and the geysers would give me an alternate power source, which you'll definitely want to do eventually. We can get the priority power switch, that's nice to have. The power poles are nice to have. So it'd be mostly about that. This We just need to get the stuff there. I'm not worried about that. Power is just not even remotely a problem. These would mean more Mercer spheres and all that. That we could unlock, and I honestly don't care about scannable enemies at all. This is waiting for our next phase. I can get some of that. I forgot about the smokeless gunpowder for making that. I really should set that up. I don't really care about most stuff down here, but the explosive rebar would be potentially nice. I just don't know what the actual requirements for it are. That's late tech. We can probably get these going anytime. Yeah, so we're doing... So there's nothing really there I need. Okay. I need to just pick a spot and do this. Okay. So, we're going to be going for the modular engine. I think the modular engine, we're going to make it over by the steel. I think that's ultimately what I'm choosing to do, because I've already got the steel stuff over there. Sorry, we've already got the motor over there, and we just need to bring the smart plates and the rubber. So I think we put it over here where I've already got the motors handy, because the motors aren't in a really good place for me to put a train. But if I move them to a separate platform next to it, I could drop a platform underneath. I could drop a train underneath that platform. They could potentially do stuff. That would also give me the option to bring the rotors over, because I believe the rotors are literally going to where the motors are. I'll double check this. So with that, I could have a train that has a rotor spot, a motor spot, a rubber spot, and the smart plating spot. Yeah, because it's literally going up here. Yep, it goes up here. It doesn't go anywhere else. Okay, so I think we get ourselves a train station right around here, and then we can transport everything we need. We'll put above this our production for that stuff. And that'll be where we put this, because then if we put a train station here, it'll be a 3-stopper, 3 or 4 stopper, I don't know. It'll have some number of stops, and we can move stuff around. It'll be by where the motors are. I do figure this is going to be one of those things that it's just a matter of time before I'm going to need to make a dedicated place to just be like, no, I need to make more motors. Trying to think. So the big problem that's going to be the limiter on why I can't just go anywhere to set up this is just the steel. Copper's readily available enough, iron's readily available enough. Well, actually, I take that back. The steel and the oil. Let's continue this one. Yeah, all good. Okay. So we do have coal over there. So if I wanted to make a dedicated place for that, we could potentially put over there. But where is the iron relative to that? So I've got the coal over here. If we've got iron over here, then that becomes a potential place to set up steel production. That's nowhere near that. I want it out here. So basically there's coal right by that cave entrance. Because I'm kind of curious if I've got the supplies over there, that maybe I just ship just the rubber up that way and just make an area that literally just produces rotors, motors. Well, no, I mean, it's one of those things that's like, no matter how you go about it, something will end up needing to be replaced and scaled. Okay, that's fine. Let's stop waffling. I mean, I'm not waffling. I mean, I am waffling, but I am actually working on it at the same time. So at least we're not really losing time to it. I'm just doing that thing where I know I've got a major task to do, and I'm trying to bargain with the universe to make that task slightly less of a major task. The universe has heard my answer. It looked me in the eyes, laughed for a couple of minutes, and then said no. Okay, so let's see what we'd even need to do here. So, transportation. We will need a train station. And my intention is for it to go this way. So this will be the end of the train station, where we pull up to. And we will need a bunch of freight here. So, that's the freight car, not the freight station. That's the fluid freight. So freight platform. In no particular order, we've got oil, rotors, smart plates, and then we don't need to transport the motors because the motors are already up there. And then we will put an empty platform for where the other train will be, you know, sitting there doing nothing for a minute. Even though it's unnecessary. Okay, so that is our situation here. We will want to go and put down the train itself. And a freight car. And a freight car. And a freight car. And the other engine, which I'll need to wait till I have more track for. That does mean I will need to have power. I prefer to keep it on the current floor we're on. There we go. That's fine. I can make that work. Cool. Alright, so we've got that going. So now the caveat is I need to get it to the next location with stuff we care about. The rotors and the smart plates are pretty close to next to each other. Rather than run the railway over there first and then sort it out, I'm just going to run all the way down here, get the train station that they're going to go to set up, and then once I get the railway set up for where they're going to, then I'll come back and connect those up, and then I got to make another extension all the way out to our oil. And that's going to take a minute. So there's a lot of back and forth we're dealing with this at the moment. Okay. So we got 8 seconds left on the hard drive, so let's check that out. See if we got any new patterns, that'll be good. And go from there. Alright, so we have tempered Caterium. And we got Caterium wire. So I am going to take the Caterium wire. That is a way that I can get a really high amount of wire. The downside is using Caterium, which is a little bit of a valuable resource, but I think that'd be a good use, because it's 1 to 8, and it produces 120 per minute. So it's not a whole thing. Don't forget you can reroll. Yeah, I know I can reroll, but I've had some real bad luck where I've been rerolling and getting garbage. And, well, let's just reroll. Why not? Compacted steel. So that's a production rate of only 10 per minute. Yes, this is kind of the same thing where I keep re-rolling, and I really should have taken that wire. It's fine. I'm probably not going to do the compacted steel print. I think we already were doing an alternative steel print, if I remember correctly. Yeah, no, we were already doing a pretty good one. That's fine. Like, that's going to happen. I'm going to get a lot of stuff where I'm like, oh, that one's a miss. Okay, so we've got our rotors come from up here, and our smart plates come from right over here. That spot. And I already happen to have this big area right here that's not doing anything. You really... Man, I forgot how expensive you are. So I already have a big area here that we did have a bunch of... Like, before I had a bunch of the newer tech, this is where it was just spaghettied on here. So this should work relatively good for me plopping down a quick train station, because it's already partially built. It's in the middle here. That's one resource, that's the other resource, so we're pretty good location. It really doesn't matter which way this is pointing right now. I'm gonna have it point this way. No. Get rid of that. Tether that over. That pole was completely irrelevant. Going back and forth the way I want to orient this is what's happening. Yeah, it should give me enough room to drop down some stuff. And it lines up with this. Alright, so, freight platform. So, 2 freight platforms there. Because that'll be the rotors and the smart plates. And then the rubber would go here. And then again, even though it's not necessary, I'm going to put the platform for where the other engine goes. Because this is finally the point where we're dictating which containers are going to be what. Okay. And so with that, what's going to happen here for just a minute is it getting to be about the time that my wife gets home. I actually heard her downstairs. So I'm going to take a quick little break. It is my one break for the stream that I usually take about 5 minutes or so to welcome my wife home and, you know, quickly throw something in the oven, that kind of thing. But thank you so much for tuning in. I'll be back here in just a couple minutes. In the meantime, I do hope you enjoy. We'll have a bunch of little clips playing and all that. I'll go ahead and fire off the ad break now since I'll be away anyways, might as well. But then I'll be back after that. But thanks so much for, you know, tuning in, and I'll be back in a little bit. So, catch you in a few.
Left again. Keep going. Keep going into the garage.
It moving. Oh, you are too
find
late.
Some Tupperware or hide behind the truck.
Oh, you're
Either
safe.
one.
It's not hunting anymore.
Oh,
Okay.
oh, Pank got away by like
It's hunting.
nothing.
We're by ourselves.
Yep, and I'm back. But yeah, no, Sidekick's been borking. I really need to go through, like, it's at the point I just need to get rid of Sidekick. It's been such a good add-on for the channel for a long time, but it's just unfortunately one of those things that whenever it hits a new clip now, it just breaks. Like, that's, we figured out that's what happens. Any clip that's been recently added, when it pulls that up, it breaks. And it was fine when, like, it first broke. It's like, okay, it's some new thing. But it's been that way for, like, a couple of months now. Wait, are you not connected? No, you're connected. Can you accept multiple inputs? Huh? Wait, these can accept 2 inputs each? Because it clearly has a wire connected there, like you can see it. And it's got a charge in it. Yeah, 2 per thing? Yeah, no, it's just caught me by surprise that you can actually connect 2 of those things. Which, I mean, is cool. It means I can put them in line of stuff. Alright, so we've got this stop. So I need to do the one more stop on the oil side, and that will be to pick up rubber. Yeah, you can daisy chain them? Yeah, and that's... It just caught me by surprise, like, wait, I can hook these up? I mean, that's cool, because that means I actually could have gone away with those things where I didn't have to have the dedicated power pole. I never looked before. Alright, so we're gonna go back to where our oil is. I gotta set up a train station over there for picking up the rubber. And we'll bring that all over and get that going. This will be our first dedicated use for the plastic or rubber, other than just as a thing to unlock things or build things. This will be the first continuous consumption of it. That is a concern. We set up all our things to produce petroleum to then make the things. You're setting up your fleet of warships? Cool. Are you playing, was it World of Warships or whatever? I think you, no, I thought you liked World of Tanks. Either way, like, I'm not huge into any of those multiplayer combat games or whatever. I used to be a lot more into, like, the competitive games, but, yeah. No, Space Engineers? Gotcha. I used to play a ton of Space Engineers back in the day. Alright. Yes, I'm a little worried about the amount of rubber we'll be able to get out of this. We'll see. Using RDev's fleet command script? Oh yeah, I mean, I'm glad the scripting is so ridiculous you can do in that game. It's just not something, like, I mess with it some, but I never got big into it. The scripting side, I mean. Alright, so this is a little trickier on this end because of this hill right here. Because I can certainly go out over the water. I just want to be a little bit careful. Well, no, we're not going to probably do nuclear power over here. So for right now, I'm going to just build out in the water, and if later I regret it, then I regret it later. You love Hate Space Engineer? You binge it until the bugs infuriate you, and then you quit? Yeah, for me, I like to make the really, really, really over-the-top elaborate ship that the ship was its own self-contained, like, factory and everything. I just really like that whole thing. Hey, Dream, how's it going? Thank you so much for the raid. And don't mind me. Just convincing the bean to get out of my way. But how was your stream today? I believe I saw you're playing more Satisfactory. Okay. How do I want... I probably... No, actually, I don't need more extra space around this, do I? Let's scooch as far to the left as I can before it complains. Alright, we can put it there and I'll put down more foundations. No Satisfactory Day? Oh, right. You were playing the, your title was something that it was like Zoo Tycoon, but my understanding was like sort of a Zoo Tycoon horror-esque game. Yeah, no, I remember that. But for those that don't know, so Everdream, absolutely fantastic content creator. Someone I definitely recommend checking out. Yeah, you know, I caught that earlier. It's just... I'm tired. It was an early start for today because dentist. Alright, let's scoot you over there. You were gaslit into thinking it was Zoo Tycoon? Well, it was Zoo Tycoon. I mean, is it not Zoo Tycoon? I'm under the distinct impression it's Zoo Tycoon. It was a version of Zoo Tycoon for sure. He even clickbaited his own girlfriend. I mean, that's just a thing you do. Just saying. Alright. But yeah, so welcome in, Raiders. Again, for those who haven't checked out Everdream, absolutely fantastic creator. Someone I definitely recommend checking out. Good times over there. Playing a whole bunch of games that are good over there. Been playing a lot of Satisfactory lately. Been playing some, definitely a Zoo Tycoon and not a horror game. But also maybe actually a horror game. But definitely good times over there. For those popping in, I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed. That said, that record has been beaten. But with all that stuff, we are doing some Satisfactory because I've been waffling about what I want to play half the time, and I enjoy this game. We have already done one win of this game since the 1.0 release. But it went from being incredibly organized to absolute spaghetti as I got later and later on and just wanted to, it's time to reclaim the record? No. No, it is not. It'll never be time to reclaim that record. So the record I set was 135,121 zombies killed in one character in one life on harder than Apocalypse difficulty with no mods that change itemization or vehicles. And the person who took it from me is a friend of the channel, and the amount they took it by was not an insignificant amount, is the way I will express it. The amount they took it by was, I think the final count was 999 or something. It was like 995,000 or something like this. It was ridiculous. It is the kind of, this is the forever record. If you had planned on getting a record in this game, it's too bad. There's no more records happening in Project Zomboid for that particular thing. It has been thoroughly locked in, because that is literally over a year of playing Project Zomboid almost exclusively as a full-time content creator amount of time to get that record. And it's just like, nope. Nope. That's yours. You've earned it. You've got it. You get to keep it. I have no interest in playing that much Project Zomboid. Hate to raid and run, but we went 30 minutes over, so we gotta go. Oh, that's all good. Thank you so much for the raid. I do appreciate it. But yeah, for those popping in, I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I do play a pretty wide range of games. I play a lot of like RimWorld. I've played lots of Project Zomboid in the past. I played a decent number of like slice of life games. So your Stardew Valleys, your Coral Islands, all that. Play a lot of like stuff like Settlement Builders and all that. You'll find a lot of the games that if I play them a lot, I'll end up doing a bunch of challenge runs. And usually the type of challenge runs I like to do is it's not like the 500% naked brutality, no pause, like the really extreme ones. I like to come up with more kind of just weird challenges. So like for RimWorld, I did what I referred to as the pollution challenge, where I would set it up to literally the max pollution the game would support. and then have rules that I'm not allowed to just drop pod the pollution off or walk it off the map or choose xenotypes or whatever that are immune to it. I just have to get people who don't like it and deal with it, like, on my map. And that was a fun one. I've done a bunch of stuff with Anomaly. I actually really enjoy the Anomaly DLC. I know Anomaly is one of the more, not controversial, one of the DLC that people are a lot more mixed feeling about. But, you know, I really like it. I like it mostly because it forces me to play RimWorld in a very different way. Whereas the other DLC, while they definitely add a lot more replayability than Anomaly did, you still kind of play RimWorld the same way you've always played RimWorld. You know, you're still gonna set up your basic defenses the way you've always set them up. Maybe you have to consider a new threat, but otherwise, it's kind of you still approach it the same way, and maybe there's a couple of new units you gotta worry about. But with Anomaly, it was just one of those things that, you know, it used to be the conventional wisdom that you wanted lots of doors so you could use them for kiting and all that kind of stuff, or to give your way, you know, self different ways to get in and out for like siege raids and whatever. And then with stuff like Revenants, having more doors just gave it more opportunities for ways it could duck out and you could lose track of it faster. And so I found to just build my bases entirely different after Anomaly. But we've done a bunch of different challenge runs. So this is actually my second factory we've been building after 1.0 came out. We've already done a victory. Yeah, Penner says, Anomaly is funny. The reason people love it is the same reason that people aren't as big of fans of it. Oh, no, exactly. There's a lot of people who are like, this has made me play the game in a way, like, this isn't my RimWorld. Like, that's the way I will phrase it. That's a stance a lot of people have. And it's totally a fair stance. It is a departure from what RimWorld has thrown at us threats up until that point. But at the same time, that's why I like it. It can get dull when all the enemies are kind of the same. Because you look at RimWorld right now without Anomaly, and you compare like the Neanderthals to the baseliner. It's like, well, it's just a baseliner that, you know, can take more hits to the face and not care. If I bring this back a little bit, it won't do the whole swell up thing, will it? Not nearly as much. Then there's the Impids, which are awful. Because they're super squishy, but if they get over to you, it's just a bad day because everything catches fire. Wifey. Thank you. You enjoy your pizza. But yeah. And this isn't me being like poo-poo on RimWorld. I absolutely adore RimWorld. It's more just the whole... That's why I like Anomaly. But at the same time, I also know for a lot of people, the problem with Anomalies, they just don't like the horror theme. Which, again, also totally fair. I'm actually not big on horror in general. It's just not my go-to. It was just kind of nice with Anomaly to have something a bit different. I do wonder what they'll do next. And my only ask is it involves reworking caravanning. Whatever it is, I just wanted to involve reworking caravanning. Because that is routinely, if you're like, okay, you have to list all the features of RimWorld from, like, the ones that, you know, these are, like, the all-star best features to, like, the features that, if you were forced to cut a feature from the game, what would it be? Caravanning is, like, quite often on that list of being like, you know, if I had to get rid of something, you know, this would be on that pile of maybe it doesn't stay. Alright. So I wasn't really aiming to have that weird bend over there, but I think because I'm trying to do a weird diagonal, it's going to have it. That's fine. I'm mostly trying to avoid, when we did our first factory with trains, it was following the ground, and so you'd ride on the train and just be going like this everywhere you went. And it was honestly pushing the edge of, like, motion sickness inducing. So you literally never caravan before drop pods. You try to make all the caravans one way. one way back. Yeah, I mean the biggest problem RimWorld has with caravanning is the larger your caravan group gets, the more you have to do to make it work at all. Like not even well, like literally at all, because there's definitely a line in the sand from where it goes from working great to suddenly it just does not function. And especially, like, you start getting to caravans of, like, 15, 16 people, like, if you're trying to move a colony for, you're doing, like, Ship to the Stars or whatever. And you go, okay, well, let's get these 20 people to try and walk off the map. And you go, you know what, let's just see how well it works. And you say, okay, go walk off the map. And then you sit back and wait. And then, you know, an in-game week has gone by, all your people are now completely raging out because they haven't been taking care of their needs well. No one's doing half the stuff they need to do to keep the colony functional, but they're also not leaving. And it's just kind of one of those things, I'm like, hey man, literally I've just asked you to leave. And it's taking you a solid week because you're just struggling because of the way the mechanics developed. It is one of those things, is like the Band-Aid fix. I almost feel like once you start caravanning off the map, and I know people could cheese it, but hey, it's RimWorld. What would it be if we couldn't cheese it? I almost feels like it should just suppress half their needs to just help them get off the map successfully. And like I said, I know people would absolutely abuse and cheese it or whatever you want to say. But at the same time, hear me out. I don't actually care. Did you make my RimWorld skills seem inadequate? You can't make your pawns happy enough? There's tricks to do that. One of the big things for keeping your pawns happy is just genuinely getting them a good break room. Because if you have the break room where it's the rec room / dining room all in one, it counts as a bunch of different bonuses. It's actually one of the things that makes the things like dehumanized or whatever, actually really hard to take advantage of. Is because, well, sure, now they're not complaining about their various, like their various social negatives and all that because they're dehumanized. At the same token, they're also not getting all the bonuses. And once you start getting a base that's not half on fire, all those bonuses will, for the most part, outweigh pretty much all the negatives you're gonna see. With the exception of, like, you know, a loved one has died or whatever, that becomes a real problem to juggle. Alright, so let's go over here and start bringing this railway back. Gonna bring it forward. It's gonna raise it up a little bit more first, but meh. And we can go here to the platforms. And the reason I'm putting all these platforms down is I've just found personally that using the platforms is a great way to get the railways to sit in a way that doesn't look terrible. Because otherwise they just bob up and down along the ground, and it becomes its own form of spaghetti versus being able to run these smoothly. It's probably more mod territory, but I would honestly love to see them almost give you, like, a stand you can build the railways on. Oh, that's gonna wiggle. Try to minimize the wiggle. But like have it stand that you could adjust the elevation. So instead of using like how high are you relative to the ground, have the elevation be how high are you relative to the world in general, like the world grid. That way you can have like a nice flat setup. Alright, and now we just gotta run this all the way home, and this will be the first of the 2 segments of this railway locked in. So that's good news. Okay. So we can pick up the concrete here again. And then I just gotta get this over to where my steel production is. Because all of this is going for, in that complete phase 3 thing, we're making the second thing. The issue is, it needed stuff from steel, it needed stuff from copper, it needed stuff from iron, it needs stuff from oil. And unfortunately, I don't have any of those things anywhere remotely close to each other. So, with that said, You shouldn't be able to do that one. Oh, it's because I'm staring at it. And so what I'm doing is I'm building a train that's going to pick up each of the goods and then bring it to the respective next location. So this whole train is just dedicated to having a place where you make those twin engine, whatever they're called. Why? Okay. I see what happened. Actually, I turned off the filter at some point. Okay, we can just run right along here. Alright, so the next train station's up there. I'm gonna go from that side to here, because this is an easier spot to, like, you have achieved the state of food. Nice. Alright, so we go up to where my steel production is, where that mark of train is there. Like I said, it's really easy for me to spot that train station, whereas the one up there is a little trickier. But the good news is we've been trying to avoid conveyor spaghetti as much as possible, like going across maps. Like, that is one of my exceptions. That is actually one of the things that's going to go on the train, so I can get rid of the entire long span of conveyor belt going across the whole map. But my intention is to literally have it so that we just have the trains here and there going back and forth, and no conveyor spaghetti going on. We did that with our first one, that it was the joke that you went to the upper floors of my factory and it all looked incredibly clean and nice and organized, and everything was in kind of this nice little grid. And then you went to the basement and it was a nightmarish disaster of interweaving conveyor belts that seemed to have no rhyme or reason to any of them. And the rhyme or reason was I was completely out of F's to give. That's just the reality of it. There's not much more to say about it. I was like, look, man, I just need this to work. I don't need to put the time in to make it nice. We'll go here, we'll go 3, 2, 1, 2, 3, and send it. Plus, there's something fun about sky trains. Who in their right mind would not want a sky train? Like, could you imagine disliking a train, or potentially even worse, being indifferent about trains? That's just sad. Alright. So I've got that lined up, so let's just pop down here to this side. And we're right now it ramps down, we're going to ramp up. Who would want a water train, though? I mean, I could go for a water train. It'd be impractical. But I could go for a submarine train. Imagine hating fun. Okay, so you can go here. I'm trying to make it merge in there for just, you know what, that'll be fine. It's fine, I'll pick it up. I was trying to avoid doing that, but that's fine. Because what to put that there, and it's going to make this ramp up immediately. And figure out about roughly where they meet, and then we can just run the train track. Because I need to make this... Why are you now giving me an attitude about this? There we go. Alright, because we can go ahead and get this all set up on this end. And then we just got to get these two to meet. And then with that, I just need to put the engine on the other side. This is going to be higher than it needs to be, but that's fine. That's not how that works. Don't do that. Yeah, so you got a little shimmy here at the end again. But that's okay. Alright, so now I can grab the railroad track from here, run it over that way, and once that's connected, I believe I still need to put the engine on the other side. And then we just need to give the train the instructions to stop at all its stops. And then after that, it'll be a matter of going to each of the stops and being like, okay, there's the rubber, plug it into this thing. Okay, here's the rotors, plug it into that thing. You know, getting the conveyor belts to the train station where they need to be, and yada, yada, yada. There'll be a little bit of that to work on. That's fine. Okay. And we're getting pretty close. Part of me keeps going, oh man, this is it's taking me so long to do this. And then the other thing is like, you know what? I remember how long it took me to run the conveyor belts that went across the entire map on my last save. Those full map conveyor belts were a pretty substantial undertaking. And on top of that, while this does have a material cost, it's honestly relatively low. Because like you see when I put this down, so this entire segment I'm putting down now, it'll cost only 8 of each type of steel. So when I look at this thing here, that's 8 steel tube and 8 steel bars for that whole section I just put down. By equivalent, putting down a proper conveyor belt, it would have been around the area of like 23, 25 of the material the belt was made out of, as well as a little bit of concrete and a little bit of like a couple iron rods and a couple other different materials here and there. So is there a high-speed rail? I mean, there's what you see here. There isn't like some rail that is, you know, something that, like, this thing gets up to, I can't remember if it's in miles per hour kilometers, it gets up to like 200 something on, like, if it has like no major elevation changes you have to deal with. So this will get up to probably 135, 200, so that would put this in the area of a high-speed rail. I mean, like an upgrade rail? No, I don't believe there is. I honestly wish there was some progression thing you could do with the rails. I'm not sure what they do because it's already really fast. Like once it gets going, like maybe give it better acceleration. So not more top speed, but more get to the top speed. I could definitely see some room for that kind of a thing. Because capacity-wise on it, genuinely the thing already has so much capacity, I don't think it would even be that big of a consideration either. Faster transfer rate? I could see that being something that you could configure, like either configure or you have like an in and an out stop that instead of being 2 and 2, it's 4. So that would double the capacity of its ability to transfer stuff. The catch being, you know, it can only transfer one way, but you're gonna do that anyways. Alright. Yeah, so it's got a little wiggle in it, that's fine. The train itself is over here. I don't mind... Oh, there's probably a mod for that. No, there's absolutely, but I'm talking base game. Mods aren't real. Mods are alternate universe play. So, like, mods are the version of Final Fantasy VII where Aerith doesn't die. It's not real. It's pretend. It's make-believe. It's non-canon. Do it for the fun. Let's see. Can you do train station logic? Like Factorio? I know you can do some stuff with signaling. I very much doubt it has even remotely as much depth as Factorio, because Factorio's train station depth is unique to Factorio and how absurd it lets you go. And I say that with love for Factorio, because I have certainly done the thing where I have 10 stops with the same name and, you know, 5 or 6 different trains on that circuit where they're all fighting and all that. It's simple block signal. Yeah, that's what I thought it was. It was just a relatively straightforward thing. Okay, so this is all drop-off. Everything here will be drop-off. Nothing is being picked up here. So unload, unload, unload. And otherwise, the other stops are all load. So we can hop out of the train here. Actually, can I do the timetable from here? Yes, I can. Alright, so enter timetable. Alright, so if I'm remembering the order I put the train stations in, which is a big if, I believe I want to stop, stop, stop. We do not stop an hour on the way back. So, and for the record, I didn't set these names. These are the defaults. Honestly, I don't need to change what those say. So, we can go here, and then there, and then save, and then smash the drive button. Station unreachable. Alright, let's try changing the order of operations. So question mark, edit, save changes. So I just had the order, because the middle one has a train station on one side. And so what I want to do is I want to take this to the far end, see where the rubber port, or the rubber lines up, get that hooked up, hop back on the train, and basically I just want to see where everything lines up. Because I'm a little worried I might have 2 of them in the same position, and if that happens, the train's going to have a bad time. Yeah, so right now the train's moving about 150-ish kilometers per hour. When it gets to downhills, it breaks 200 quite often. Okay, so you're going to be rubber going into that. Easy enough. That was weird. And just like that, we've got rubber connected. So the rubber should be the far back freight. Can you explain freedom units? Freedom units aren't real. I don't know what you're talking about. We have the Imperial system. Hey, Snow Squirrel. Yep, no, you probably got brought along with the Ever Raid. I think when you finally get this game, you might have to self-impose a conveyor length limit. There's definitely a balance between that, because there are situations where getting the train where you want it can be a whole thing, and then there's also just the fact that this takes up a lot of space. So the hope here is, okay, good. Good, that's perfect. That's I want to make sure that none of the freight carts were in the same position, because that would have broken a lot of things. Alright, so with this up here, I should have my smart plates. So let's go ahead and we can drop that there. And set the smart plates in on this side, and over here we have our rotors. And the rotors, I've already got this ridiculous nightmarish belt that goes on for all eternity. That's what I want to get rid of. Ooh, you know what? Don't take it... actually do take it from this side. Oh, you go into two places. That actually might work out for me. So you get out of here. You're not needed anymore. I'm going to leave the rest of that in place for the moment. And I'm going to go all the way over here to where we're consuming it, because that puts it relatively in the right path to drop it down for the train anyways. Yeah, I can probably make that work. So I can go here to the splitter. And put you there. Alright. Can I make that play nice? Where's the sweet spot? Oh, the sweet spot's way over here. Okay. Cool. And with that, that should be all the stuff coming into the train. And I want to ride it over that way, get everything right on the last stop, and plus, I'm going to have to run over there anyways, so that's fine. Hey, KG, how's it going? But yeah, so we're going to go ahead and ride the train over here. So the train should have on it now, when it goes through here, rubber, rotors, and motors. And the reason I'm bringing the rotors is so I can feed them into the motor production and not need the monstrous conveyor belt that goes across the entire map anymore. Which will be one of my only 3 belts I did that for, because we've been deliberately avoiding the ridiculously long belts that travel the whole map. The rotors was the only... Rotors was one exception. I couldn't get that where I needed it otherwise. There just wasn't iron where I needed it. And then the other one was I've got a fairly long sulfur and coal line because I needed that for the gunpowder. And then the gunpowder itself. So like that trio. So that'll be good. Yep, so we've got our trains moving around. And that's been a nice change. Gonna mute my mic while we're stuck in the ad break and eat a little bit of my dinner. Alright. And all three are working. Cool, so train is all configured and set up properly. So that's good news. And part of the reason I wanted to wait till this got over here is just so I wouldn't lose track. Because now I can go, and once the train moves, I'll be able to go, okay, this is the one that has the rotors. That's the one that has, you know, whatever the next thing is. I'll be able to look at it real easy and just see what's in there. Because the good news is we got the rotor line right here. So that's our rubber. That's our smart plates. That's our rotors. So literally for the rotor line here, once that runs out, I can just go from this and just smash that right in there. And that'll already be wired up, and I won't have to think about it farther. But the next things that happens, we've got these. So I think my intent here is going to be taking the production of the twin engine, whatever they're called, and putting it directly on top of this. So taking this little platform here, we'll make like a little bit of an extension off of it to go over top of the train station. And going with it from there. Is this lined up with the grid or not? So you're definitely not. You look like you probably are. Okay. Let's bring it down one more. I don't mind that's technically clipping through. It'll just make it look like the train station is mounted into this. Alright. And hey, Very Last Learning, how's it going? Alright, so we can get this all set up here. Because, yeah, that'll give me places I can run these right up along it. And it's technically these aren't lined up with each other. But it's going to be close enough I'm going to be able to finagle it. And unless you look at it closely, you'll miss that they're not lined up. With that said, let's go ahead and go to production, manufacturer. We want to get this in here. Give us enough space to be able to squeeze all of those tracks in. And you're going to be producing the modular engines, which is what I need the motors, the rubber, and the smart plating for. So the motors, I believe, are here. Yes. So the motors are all the way over here. So we need to bring that over. That shouldn't be too hard. We can just go here. We'll put the stilts. I'm going to need to have 3 different levels on those. Because I got 3 ingredients going in. And we can start with this over here. I've also not been watching my industrial stuff to have any clue where it's at. Now the question is, for those ones down there, they're going to be popping in over here, so I'm not sure where I want to bring them in at. I probably could bring them in over here, and that would let me get multiple of the twin engine things. I probably won't need multiple, but just in case, yeah, let's plan for them to start over here and go this way. Which does mean moving them a little bit across down below, but I think that'll be nicer than having them zigzag back and forth. I'm also letting the rotor belt slowly wind its way down. Okay, so we've got our first contestant. Alright, so how do I want to bring them all up here? So you're the rotors going up here. The rotors are taking a different path from everything else. They're going this way. So yeah, that's literally just coming across here. For you two I want to bring up. It's probably literally going to be putting a merge block there and there. See how this works out. Oh, that's the wrong port. Yeah, so you're going there. We can have you go there. Okay, like I said, I'm gonna wait for those rotors to wind down, because then I'm gonna end up pulling up that whole belt. Still, then it doesn't matter, because if any of those overfill, it's fine. It just means when our production line is on the other side, we'll just not be needed there. So I've got you set up. So I can go here to the splitters. And I'll plan for you to be there, and you there, you here. Plug it all in. Cool. You're going to need power. And now you're hooked up. Alright, so now I just gotta bring the motors over, which should be easy enough. It's literally just over to there. So let's go ahead and grab your platform and make it one longer here so I can add the stilts to it without it making looking weird. So we've got the stilt set up. You need to go away. We can switch you over to straight belt. I don't think it'll be able to plug in straight that way easy. Nah. That's fine. We'll have you just go right over here. And then that'll work. And then we can go to the splitter here. Here, I can just move that. Organized dimensional storage. We could just, you know, shift that back a little. There's plenty of space. Just weirdly not letting me know when it's lined up. I found sometimes with these things, sometimes it like lets you lock in place where it's like, oh yeah, you got that lined up perfectly. And then other times it's like, nah man, you're gonna have to eyeball that. Good luck. That's good enough. Okay, so with that, we've got you online. I can leave those stilts and all that. You are now producing my modular engines, so that's good news. And we can go right here and run this across. And the next row. And we just need a storage container. It doesn't even need to be a big one. I'm not going to need many of these things at any given time. Oh, you're backwards. I've done that so many times, I don't even want to joke about it. The number of times I try to slap that down real fast, it's facing the wrong way. Okay, so good news is we are now making the modular engines. It is going to be running at 100% capacity. We are producing 1 per minute. That is not going to fly. Because at 1 per minute, we're talking 10 hours to get that done. So yeah, that's not going to fly. I'm definitely not waiting 10 hours. The math is mathin', but I'm not okay with the way the results are showing up. And 10 hours is slightly over what it would have been. But yeah, so you get the idea. If it's 1 per minute and I need 500, You could do the math. 500 minute. So yeah, that was definitely like no question asked. I need more here. Cool. Okay, and we've now dropped that from 10 hours, give or take, to about 5 hours, give or take. And then we can do that. That's not gonna help too much. I mean, that's fine. What I'm going to need to do is I'm gonna need to go in here. We can actually just drop. You're probably both already full of stuff, aren't you? Yeah. I'm actually. Oh yeah. You know what? I have a bunch of the spare snails. Let's run down here real fast. Set down a constructor, put the somber sloop in there, and start feeding the snails in to get a bunch of the crystal shards. And then we can pop up to there, drop 6 of those in there, because that'll bump them up like 2.5 each, which should cut our time down to a little over 2 hours to completely finish those things. The only downside is there's a real strong chance the material's feeding into it, and I'm very specifically looking at motors, will likely not be producing at a speed to keep up with it. But we definitely don't want to have to sit there and do that. That's the kind of thing that it's easy to overlook that'll get you in trouble. Is be like, okay, we're set up, it's fine. And then you do the numbers, you go, wait a second, we're not fine. That's like I could pull an all-nighter and not get even close to done with it. Okay, so what I want to do here is go production, constructor, plunk you down here. It doesn't matter, this is a temporary thing, so we're going to slap that in there. I will choose to do the power shard, drop in the somber sloop so we get 2 for 1. Grab those. And drop you in, and let it run. So instead of getting 4, I'll get 8, and then the same thing with the other stuff. Meanwhile, let's pop over here into our dump all of our biological waste in here box, and let the whole factory just deal with it. So boom, 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 and boom. Cool. I still need to get the healing stuff set up. I probably should get that set up because I'm also noticing we're getting a backlog on the protein here because all of that's full, and that's going to continue to back up, which is a good problem to have, but nevertheless still a problem. Because yeah, if we pop in here, I can make the bunch of the healing things now. Let's check what I need to even make the healing things. So let's see. Healing stuff here. There's nothing I can make with that. Is it really manufacturer for all of them? I guess it would be. Just for healing stuff. No, I actually can't make it there either. Really? Is it strictly I have to make it myself? I can't automate that? I mean, they're all 2 ingredients except for some of these. Alright. Let's pop over to our alien protein line. Now grab it from here so I can get a full stack of 100. And where is my mycelium line? There you are. Grab a whole lot of that. And so with that, I could probably go over here and grab the berries and nuts and all that and make myself a whole bunch of the healing stuff. So grab you, grab you, grab you. Alright, so we're just looking to make a bunch of healing nonsense. So what do I have the highest number of in here? Where'd you go? Oh, it's the equipment. I keep wanting to do it there, and no matter how much I do it there, it's not the right place. So change your recipe to the yellow slugs. Drop those in. And then meanwhile, so I can make 95 of these. Alright. I think my healing is gonna be in pretty good shape for a while. This will also massively reduce the amount in there. I'm just surprised I wasn't able to make that in the... Let me check again. Did I really miss that? Because it'd be the assembler because it's 2 items. But yeah, no, really, it's just not there. Alright, that's fine. Oh, I'm sorry. Actually, I can make more than 95. I can make exactly 100. So we're gonna knock that out real quick. We're gonna get the slugs over to the R1, and then it's gonna be a matter of trying to get this one over here on the far right, the AI core, whatever it is, adaptive core, whatever they call it. Get that producing. That one's gonna be a little bit more effort because I have to get the heavy modular frames producing. That should actually be relatively easy. What's the difference in the inhaler? There isn't one. Like if you look at them, it'll just call it medical or medicinal inhaler. It's just the ingredients that go into it. So like the one I'm using now is just protein and the nuts. There's also one that's protein, bacon, and the mycelium. There's mycelium and berries. So you just have a various combination of these things. I also feel like, weren't these the ones that we couldn't put in dimensional storage? I thought that was the case, that I wasn't able to put like the nuts and berries and all that in dimensional storage either. Because if I could, that would actually be a good one to just shove that in dimensional storage and then I'd be able to craft that as needed. So they do stack up to 50 a stack. Let's go grab more of the alien protein. That's this one. Yes, I got 50 more. Okay, and then that'll be it for this type of medical thing. We make one of those. And I can make 23 of these ones that use the protein and the mushrooms. Yep, so we're gonna be in pretty good order. I'm hoping I'll be able to put these into dimensional storage, because that'll be a good thing, just be able to carry one stack on me. And then when I go, oh hey, I'm like getting low on heals, I can just yank it out of the void. I've run out of mycelium. And I actually think that was all of our mycelium, wasn't it? Mycelium is, I believe, you. No. It's one of these. Yeah, so I had only 8 left. That's fine. Yeah, it's one either way. Okay, so let's check what I can. Can I put you in dimensional storage? I can. Put you on my hotbar. We'll be able to put 2 stacks of that in there. Alright, well now we're going to start putting the mycelium and fruits and veggies and all that into my own personal storage. Because that means I'll be able to craft those out and about as long as I get the missing ingredients. Cool. Let's switch off that so I don't waste them. Meanwhile, you should be done, so give me my somber sloop. Yeah, so because I used the somber sloop where I should have gotten about 15, 16 of the shards, instead I got 33. So it's super worth doing. The other one I probably want to set up in relatively soon is I've got these things, the SAM fluctuators. if I do start going around hunting for the Mercer spheres so I can get more of my dimensional storage, which I'm going to want to do, when I get to the heavy frames, I'm going to want those on dimensional storage. When I make the computers, those I want on dimensional storage. I make the connectors, those will be on dimensional storage. So I should be able to finish everything in this phase without going for more Mercer spheres. But next phase, I'm gonna need those. There's also the power amplifier, which is neat. Yeah, I'm actually mixed on whether or not I'm actually going to build the power amplifier this time. Because the power amplifier, it takes 1 somber sphere to research, which that's fine. But then it takes another 10 on top of that to build it. And it gives you, I think it's like 10 or 20% free extra power on top of whatever you've already got. The problem is somber spheres are literally a limited quantity. You will never get more on the map. I believe there's exactly 100 or something like that. So it's just kind of one of those things you're like, hey, you can put this here, but just know. Those things. So you're making 2.5 per minute now. And you're making 2.5 per minute now. So that's 5 per minute, so that means 100 minutes. So we got about an hour and some change, and that'll be done, assuming we don't run out of everything, which is something we should assume will actually happen. Yeah, see, 500 megawatts plus 10% grid power after adding 500. Yeah, oh no, it's super powerful. It's just, it's high cost. And in a lot of cases, like for example, I'd rather put it on something else to make it require half as many resources to produce twice as much, well, sorry, require the same amount of resources but twice as much output. Like there's definitely a juggle to be had there. Like, don't get me wrong, absolutely if you need extra, like an extra oomph in your power, tossing one of those down is a big win. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. And I built it the last time. Like I don't regret building it or anything like that. But then when you get to the stuff where it's like, okay, but can I make the particle accelerator and shove this in there, which granted makes it take 3,000 megawatts of power. Also provides a forbidden candy lick. Yeah. Right. So let's pop down here and let's look at the things we need to make. So assembler. How's the Satisfactory going? It's going good. So we're making all that. So we have the AI limiter, the circuit board. Oh, I actually had the other. Okay, so I'm not as unhappy about skipping the wiring. Like where I mentioned earlier, is like, oh man, I skipped that wiring. I'm probably gonna regret that. We actually did have the other recipe as well, so that's not too bad. Now, granted, the one we gave up has a much higher throughput, but it's also more costly. So the AI limiter, we need that. We want the circuit board as well. We're gonna need that for the computers. So let's see here for the manufacturing building would be next. And then we have the high-speed connector. We have the heavy frame. Boo. I believe... No, actually, our encased steel is nearby. But the screws are not, and I don't have the steel screw recipe on this save. Okay, so it's copper, copper, and oil. Caterium copper. So we have copper, caterium, and oil needed for computers. And... yeah, so it's copper, caterium, and oil are required to make the circuit boards and the computers and all that. No steel. So that's a little tricky, because my caterium is over there, my oil is way out there, and then my copper sheets are down here. So I'm debating where I want to set this up. I do have spare copper down there as well that I could potentially put into making more cable with and leaving my existing supply alone. So what I could do is set up a second train that goes from the caterium over to the copper and down towards the oil, which does mean I'll have two trains kind of taking the similar route to the oil, which is fine by me. And then we can put over in this general area the production for computers. So that'll be dragging the Caterium. Oh, we don't have drones yet. Drones is later tech. We got to get to phase 3 or 4 before we get drones. So it'll be trains. All right. Yeah, so that's going to be what's going to need to happen. Is going to need to get the Caterium, run it over there towards the copper, and then go over there towards the plastic. And then with the 3 of those, we should be able to make stuff happen. Are you friend doggo, or you scared doggo? You're friend doggo. Thanks for the steel, friend. How far is the rubber from where we're at now? Oh, wait, it's way out there. I was like, oh, that's not that far. Oh, wait, never mind, that is real far. That's fine. Trains are overrated, carrying everything on foot is peak technology. Well, the big thing we're doing in this one was my first factory. I did the thing that most people end up doing, which is where you just run a conveyor belt across the ground in between your areas. And I did that all except for like 2 or 3 particularly long runs where the conveyor belts were just so obnoxiously expensive. And even then, a lot of times I ran them anyways. This run I'm trying to go out of my way to not spaghetti. And so the way I'm working around that is with trains. Ow. That's okay. I didn't want those shins. Alright, so let's think about this. So the Caterium wire is the primary Caterium product. I believe the only things you use Caterium for is wire, like the Caterium quick wire, and then you can also use it as a secondary ingredient for, I believe, regular wire. I'm probably forgetting something that's like a tertiary use. Spaghetti's inevitable? On the contrary, we are getting rid of our spaghetti. That's like kind of the whole thing about, like, I mean, I guess you could consider the railways themselves a form of spaghetti, but we are keeping the spaghetti minimal. Let's go one farther out. Like right now, I only have 2 conveyors that are going for anything else. Quickwire is used, well, yeah, no, the quickwire is used for a lot of things. That I agree. But the Caterium ingots is what I was referring to. But like I said, I think the Caterium ingots are only used for quick wire and as an alternate recipe for regular wire. So transportation, train station. Well, this will be this end of the train station. Let's turn you around. We have a freight platform here. And that's to pick up the Caterium wire. We will have an empty platform because it have another spot on that train that isn't going to be used here. And then this will be for the other engine. Alright. So we just plug you in. There's the Caterium wire. So that's already configured in the regards to there. It is loaded and all that. So our next stop is basically over there where we're seeing that going. That's where I need to be going now. So we're gonna go ahead and grab this. That's popping out there. And start running. Because this one's not going exactly the same spot. There's that copper sheet we're producing over there. We're going over to the copper sheet. And then from the copper sheet, we're going to be going over to where the plastic is. which is really close to where the rubber pickup is, so we are going to have two trains basically taking, not parallel, because honestly I'm not going to be able to pull it off. Not without... I could pull it off, but it would be tearing apart one rail, and then, you know, running the two at the same time. So, like, having the middle all parallel just until the end, and then, you know, correcting where I need to on the end. I don't care that much, but we'll get there. So we're gonna sneak under this, or are we gonna be just a little too close? That's okay, because this is gonna have to drop down soon anyway, so if it is one of these things and I'm not gonna sneak under it, I'm down to adjust it. Because that over there is the copper sheet production, which is where I think we're gonna go and set the computer production to be at. Because there's also more copper right down there that I could very realistically see building a spot over here for just producing a bunch. Ooh, is the train gonna squeeze under there? Because the train squeezed under there, that would be a really awesome thing. It's okay. We can adjust if necessary. I can have it do like a little dip or something. Let's find out. I believe I could find out by just doing this, by just going and... It'll go right on under. That's what I cared about. Okay. So. All wrong, start again. Ah, man. Alright, time to close the save and start a new save. Got my train lines not quite lined up. There's just no recovering from this. Okay. Oh, you know what I just remembered? We got the better copper sheet pattern. Like, we were making these earlier, but we got a much better one. So if I pull this up, we got the alternate one. So it takes half as much copper and then some water, but water's basically infinite. So that is a much higher yield copper sheet thing. For right now, I'm gonna leave this alone. But the moment we start bottlenecking on our copper sheet, instead of just like we did last time, which is just more and more and more and more copper sheet production, we're gonna change that to just what I need it to be. Okay, so I'm trying to think of how I want to do this. Perfectionist mentality just hits like that? Yeah. Alright. So, I want to give myself enough space that if I need to expand here, I don't regret building the train station here. So I'm going to skip like 2 tiles, and then I'm going to build the train station. Yeah, so 2 tiles. Okay, so I need 1 more tile for the train station itself to accommodate. Alright, so with this we will have... I don't remember what order I put it in. So it'll be the cart this side will be the one that has the load on it. Right. Okay. It doesn't matter. It's gonna be ping-ponging and back and forth in the middle spots of one. So literally this station doesn't matter. I can face it however I want. That's fine. Giving myself accidental extra space is fine. Alright, so now we need to go here. And the reason I dropped down here was so I could start building the ramp up. Okay, first, 1 more tile out, and then the ramp up. I'm getting ahead of the upload speed. Yeah, so it's gonna be a little close. Meanwhile, we can go production. We can continue working this while the more stuff uploads. Okay. I'm gonna need concrete for that too. That's fine. So what we can do is we can run over to the other part of this train, like the other train station. We can run the track over here and then delete the platform behind it. And then go from there. This is gonna be one of those ones that has the tight turn at the end. That's fine. I'm gonna like this whole, like, zigzagging back and forth railroad tracks that go over and under each other. I think they'll be really nice later on to see the trains moving around. That'll be the really interesting thing later on, is when we, if we do expand to, like, the other side of the map to grab resources for stuff, just how we're going to accommodate moving it. Like, I think for the computers, for example, as an end product, that I feel like we can just drone. The production speed on them is not particularly fast, so just having a drone carry it from one place to the other should be fine. But some of this earlier stuff, like quick wire and copper sheet and rubber and plastic, those I feel like are going to be high enough volume that I really am going to want to be taking advantage as best I can of high volume transportation. All right. I need to be better about holding control for the snap to grid on the trains, too. I wish that was toggleable, as opposed to, you push and hold it. I wish you could just toggle saying, hey, please just snap everything, until I tell you otherwise. Like, almost like a build mode thing. Alright. Naito's trains is not cheap. Those are going to be pushing probably on average like 60, 70, 80 megawatt to have the train running, which is like having 4 or 5 decent mid-game machines running as well. I'm okay with that, but it is a consideration that, you know, yeah, we are going to be burning a lot of power in just the transportation aspect, not even in production. Right, let's go back here and start pulling this up. Because I need the concrete and all that for building more of my station down here. And I'm not sure exactly how I want to approach the oil side, because I need to take it to the left of where we've got the existing rubber track, so it's gonna have to go under or over or whatever to, you know, zigzag past it. One moment. Sorry about that. Yeah, so we're gonna have to zigzag past it, so that's gonna be a little bit of work, but that's fine. I imagine there's someone out there who's taken the time to build, like, giant arches with, like, the big platform that they have, like, 5 or 6 trains running north-south, 5 or 6 trains running east-west. You have, like, those joint points where it goes from, like, the major trainway that might have trains that are, like, 10 cars long or whatever the max is, to then instead having it where, you know, you've got, like, your little sub-train that goes off and drops down, or whatever you have for your local transportation, and just have, like, this giant, like, you know, Roman aqueduct-style design for all your trains. Whereas like mine are just sky bridges that just go, like there's no supports or anything. I could see people taking the time just completely effectively terraform the world and being industrialized. Because you know there's going to be forever players. It's Bits train systems like that? Gotcha. I'm not familiar with It's Bits. That's a new one for me. But that's not unsurprising. Like any time you're jumping between categories, there's going to be people you're unaware of, either because time zones or just different circles or whatever. It's not unless you stay in a category to the point that you start like learning all the movers and shakers and whatnot, that you start getting down to the point that you're like, oh yeah, this player does this and this player does that. As a creator. But as a variety streamer, you know, there's not many game categories I stay in long enough to get that level of familiarity with. Is YouTube videos of it? Pretty cool, worth checking out. I also imagine that's probably also very true as well with a lot of these. A lot of the macro scale projects in some of these games can be real hard to stream. It's kind of hard to hold people's interest on that kind of stuff. So that's where a lot of like edited YouTube content comes into play in a big way. Like that's what I was finding with Shadows of Doubt, is I found Shadows of Doubt pretty difficult to stream in a lot of respects. Then a lot of ways it felt like it was a game that'd be way easier to make like edited YouTube videos on, as opposed to, you know, trying to stream it. Like we did 3 streams of it, I think, 2 or 3 streams of it. Yeah, no, we did 3 because we did 2 recently since it released, and then we did 1 while it was like still early access or whatever. And it's a real fun game, but it is one of those games that just takes a while. And there's not always big and interesting things happening. Because you end up basically getting yourself kind of off track of what's going on, and until you know, correct whatever mistake you've got in your logic to figuring out the case, you're just kind of stuck. All right, so we've got this. We need the freight platform, which I'll face this way. And I'll need a second freight platform, because this is our drop-off location. So configure those. And then this has the third resource right there. And then we can go here and have an empty platform. Is that just to mark where the engine's gonna go, the other engine? Alright, so before I start running that over, let's go back over to our oil location. I want to put down a train station there to figure out where I'm putting it. That'll help me figure out where I'm going. It'll probably also be one of those things, just like last time, where I'll put the train station over there and then run the track back. So we've got this one does already go to our oil area to pick up rubber. In this particular case, I actually need to go over there to pick up the plastic. Apparently I missed a poison cloud thing here. No? You're gonna actually hurt me? Okay, no, it's just a visual glitch. That's fine. Okay. So yeah, so the next one I'm gonna need to take a little bit farther over to the west. So I might have it follow a slightly similar route, but then just take a hard west. Yeah, because that one, it drops at the oil. That track is over to... That's a different train over there. That's the sulfur and all that. Well, that's interesting. So the engines go right through, but the boxes on the freight do collide with the player. Alright, fair enough, I guess. Okay, so there's that train's track. And the plastic is right by it. The problem I have here is... Or sorry, yeah, the rubber's there, and then the plastic is right next to it. The problem I have is right now with this hill in the way, I don't really have a good way to get this over there where I don't have to have, like, one track just go under or over the other one. I mean, I could have it go out that way and around, but then that's going to be very limiting for me as well. And there's not really enough space to put the train here, because that hill, it's got too much of an elevation change. I don't want to put it over there, because the plastic is literally right there. Yeah, that's a plastic box right there. I do think the answer is to put one train track right next to the other. We put the door out that way. I will have to snake one conveyor belt over to this. Oh, you suck, weird little stone, whatever you are. Never mind. Alright, where am I putting this? So, I don't want to build it right here, because if this expands, I'll need more water, and then it's in the way. And then moving that's going to be a pain. I'm honestly thinking I just ramp this up a tile to make that not a problem, and just have like one overlook the other. Because that'll kind of help my problem. Okay, so it needs to be... Yeah, that should be... Because that'll be the correct... Well, actually, this will be slightly longer than I need, but that's fine. Oh, that's still not high enough. Man, you suck, weird metal... Weird stone curve. Okay. So I might be able to get away with the stone curve thing by bringing this back a little. Yeah, so the problem is that's going to clip through there, and it doesn't actually matter, but, you know, we're trying to make this not look like an absolute disaster this time, so it kind of does matter. And we don't want to go over here in case I need to expand the compact coal. That said, with these, with the turbo fuel, I'm probably not going to put anything back here. I'll just put it going that way. I might regret it later, but the alternative is I sit here and I waffle over for like the next half hour to an hour, and no progress is made. It'd be better I just slap it down, it sits there, and then later on we go, oh man, I don't have enough space for whatever. I either make a new dedicated place for whatever the thing is that I don't have the dedicated space for, or the train gets moved. You get the idea. Because this will also be like perfectly in line with that. Alright, so let's go here. So in this case, the train station does need to be facing this way on this one. Because the train station's always on the end, pointing at the way you want the train to arrive, not the way you want the train to leave. Now the real question is, what order the freight goes in. If my memory serves me correct, the freight should be here, and that this should be where the empty, like the other freight cart should be that I'm not filling up here, will be here. And then we'll have the other engine right here. And honestly, so I'm not going to build up here. Honestly, it'd be fun to run the train right through this area I'm flying. Just like right through there. Have it go right over top here. And then, you know, start ramping up on that side. That should be fun. It'll be able to go right over the other train, and that should be good. If I can make it turn that sharp and work, that's potentially a problem. Let's see what we can make happen. So first, one tile to give it a little bit of space to do its thing. We can go... Where are you at? Foundations, the small ramp. Yes, there's not much time to do anything. Yeah, so we'll just have it turn on its way out here. So that's all it's going to do here, is it's going to turn to line up. So grab this ramp. You want to make sure it's high enough to clear the other train and that power pole. Probably one more. That should work. Okay, let's try taking the track here real fast and just see how this works, see if I need to move it. I mean, I wouldn't need to move it, but see if I want to move it. It'll scooch right along the left side here. Okay, we can pick up all this foundation for right now. Okay. Yeah, right on under. Cool. Alright, so our destination is Lund, which is right there, just slightly off left of straight north. Yeah, so it's that angle. That's what I'm trying to do now, so swing it through here. Yeah, and this one I'm not taking nearly as high. I don't actually expect to build much factory in this spot. Maybe I'll regret that later, and when we go to exploit this oil, that'd be a problem. But I imagine I'll put that oil here, this oil over there. If it ends up needing to move, then we move it. Easy as that. But I'm kind of liking the idea of going underneath that arch. All right. Okay, so we need to start curving a little bit more to the left. And pretty soon I'll be out of concrete. We'll run back, we'll start putting down more of the track. And get that all sorted out. It's honestly kind of interesting doing the, having the track go over and under itself in different places. Okay. Let me double check where I'm taking this to, because I see that Lund is right in front of me, which, like I said, is believe my destination. Okay. Yeah, so honestly, if I go around that sideways, that'll be good. So we can have it, like, snake back and forth just above the water line, between this and over there. So it'll be more of a little scenic route or whatever, but it'll be fun. Here's a mod or something that lets you just hang trains underneath the rail. You like that looks at? Oh, like have like a over top rail, so it's the car, yeah, like sci-fi trains, yeah. No, I could go for that. That'd be a fun one. All right. Yeah, so this should be fun. We're going under the arches. We're going through some of this terrain. So this one, instead of being a sky rail, is more following the ground. If it is one of those ones that I'm gonna have to, like, later on, I'll want to put buildings, but the train's in the way, that shouldn't be terrible to resolve. Because I think realistically what will happen in that scenario is I'll have, like, the handful of buildings in the way, and it'll just be taking whatever segment of the track is blocked and going around it. Or over it. The train riders can watch the running productive lines. Yep. Oh, you're trying to turn that way sharper than I want you to. Or not as sharp. There we go. That's a little better. Because it's like going way off to try and like turn around kind of thing. It's like, no, I don't really want that. And this is going to be another one that's going to have a little bit of a waviness to it that isn't going to be really avoidable. On your save, you've not done trains yet? Yeah, no, I haven't done nearly as many trains on my other save. The other save, I only had 2 trains at any point during the run. This is our 4th train we're adding to this run, I think. So one thing I'm learning is get the angle about where I want it, and then just hold control. And that seems to make these straightaways way easier to manage. It looks like I don't even need my mouse to be anywhere near where it's at, just on terrain at the right height and generally in that direction. Alright. So we've got ourselves that much going on. The other 2 stops are already wired up. We just literally got to plug this in and tell the train how to go. And then it'll be a matter of, you know, going to the plastic and saying, oh, plastic, go into this spot. Oh, this other thing, go into that spot, and then pop back out. It does seem like most of my trains are going to the plastic and rubber now, though. Which is fine. And a little bit's going over to steel as well. Because that's 3 different trains going to this area. Okay. Grand Central Station. I like the idea, and I'm not sure how well it would work in this game compared to Factorio. I like the idea of doing, you know, some people when they do their Factorio trains, just because they want to do it this way, they will have like a central location where everything ends up. You know, so it ends up being you have all these trains that drop off iron at this spot, and then you have a completely different set of trains that, you know, pick up the iron from said spot to transport wherever you need it. It's not efficient to do it that way. Like, having the trains handle moving stuff around, that's efficient. But having it, like, effectively have a completely separate from where it's being produced, kind of just storage location, can get really kind of tricky to do in a way where you're just like, right, but hear me out. It'd be easier just have the train go to its ultimately where it needs to drop it off. That's the way I usually ran trains in Factorio. Was my trains, I would have like all of my iron ore stops would be called like iron ore or iron mine, like depending on if it's the input or output kind of thing. I think if he supports on the rail, probably not. They don't really serve a purpose, and setting them up is more of a hassle that I want to deal with. Immersion ruined? I mean, I don't really care about immersion. Let's see, many people do completely federated steps in Factorio, no central hubs, unless you just want to build a large smelter or so. Yeah, and that's the whole idea, is usually what you'll do is you have like, this is the iron mine area, and you'll name your train station Iron Mine, and all of your iron mines will have that. And then what you do is you set up signaling on it for the train station stop itself that says, hey, if I have more than this amount of ore, you know, turn on the train station. And then, you know, the train will go there and grab it. But, you can do a lot with that, because then you have, like, 3, 4, 5 trains running around, and they're just handling all of, like, your iron mine stuff. And then you'll have other ones. And people even go much farther than that, that they'll have entire programming to it, where you can have, like, your generic, I help out wherever I'm needed kind of train. And, you know, like, if you're running behind on your iron, the train will be, you know, it'll jump on your iron stuff. You could do some wild, wild things in Factorio. And I've done some pretty ridiculous and fun things to it, but never to that degree. Like, I've done the whole train hub where I'll have, you know, 8 or 9 different trains responsible for dealing with iron that all go there. And then as needed, we'll leave the hub to go to the relevant spots just based on name, and then the programming of this is low, that's low, whatever. But with the scripting, you can get real wild. Or like, I knew people, there's a concept used in Factorio called building a mall. And the mall is just basically you have a location that you can pop in a couple lines of different materials, and then it will give you every building type in the game. Because in Factorio, a lot of times you do build some of the buildings in advance and put them down, and all that. And so there's just, you build this giant mall to like make everything that you could potentially need, you know, and it goes in phases. So that they have inserters, so you'll sit there and have it make your different tiers of inserters. And you can just run around with your drones when you have them and then just say, put this blueprint down, the drones will smash it down in seconds. In phase plexes, yeah, you mean there's, you can set train maxima per stations with signals and all that. Yep. Yep, absolutely. Like I said, the one I used to do is I'd have my train stations turn on and off based on if they need more materials or if they have more materials. So it's just one of those easy things that once you set that up, you could just ignore stuff from there, or it's just like, yeah, no, it's already managed, it's fine. And then you just set the train and just say, hey, pick up from this one, hey, drop off at this one so far as the name. And it would just go to the nearest one that had the correct name that was available. I believe it went by nearest, I'm not 100% confident in that. Oh, that's too far over. Not far enough. I'll get there. This will be the last one as long as... Okay, so... There we go. That's about right. You must say you've never really built a mall, you just collected... Oh, I see what's happening. So you just collected the stuff you need from the bus such assembly? Yeah, no, that was one of the first designs I did was definitely the bus style factory, where I had this big collection of Alright, before we put that down, can I get rid of you? Yes, I can. So like you have like the big collection of belts that every possible thing you could need would just feed along it up, you know, to wherever the next spot in the process was. That was until I started like really leaning on trains in Factorio. That was the way most of my factories would be bus style. Because just one of those things. And always the fun was with that one. That was another one that you could, you know, people would sit there again, do all their math about, like, okay, if I put this much in here and that much in there, and then we split it out to that much, I could need this much, this much. But that was another factory style that was really easy to go, okay, but hear me out. Instead of doing all that math, what I could do as an alternative is literally just, if I'm not getting enough material, go to that part of the bus and just merge in another belt that I'm making stuff elsewhere and just shove that into the process. And you'd end up doing that with like ore and all that, is you would have, you know, or not ore, but probably ingots. But, you know, you'd sit there and you'd have your ingots or whatever, plates, you know, whatever the material was, and you just shove it into the system and you're like, good enough. I don't need no math. If I don't have enough of something, I add more. Like I still distinctly remember taking all the time. Like, and don't get me wrong, in Factorio I still do belt balancing because that's just easy. You just put a blueprint together. It's like, okay, this splitter goes in, which splits in these two other splitters, which then this middle track goes this other splitter, which then goes back into two splitters. so that when you've gone through it all, every belt has been split equal number of times and, you know, fed into each other equal number of times, so that, like, whatever you put in gets evenly distributed among all of the belts. And you can also do it where it's like, okay, well, I've got 2 inputs and I want them to be evenly distributed between 4 outputs. This game, I haven't bothered with that, because it's really easy to not care and just go, or hear me out, I'm gonna just shove another conveyor belt of goodies into there whenever I'm low. Like, I will say, I find, so Factorio, you can scale your factory up much faster than this. That is one major difference, is you'll take the time to set up your production lines or whatever in Factorio, and then once you've got that, it is just one of those things that you'll take a blueprint of, like, an entire mining assembly and everything, just where it is, and then the next time you hit an ore patch, even though it's, like, really not like designed well, so you have like a bunch of open spaces that aren't needed and all that, you could just go to the next ore patch and go stamp, and then you just attach the power and the railroad track and it's just done. Is it optimal? No. But you don't care, because when it runs out, you're just gonna go to the next ore patch and you're just gonna do it again. Like, you reach a point in the late game where if you start going past, like, the victory condition to where you want to do stuff like launch 1 rocket a minute kind of nonsense, that genuinely you can burn through an entire ore patch in pretty quick speeds, basically as fast as the miners will let you. And because of how many you need to run your factory, it becomes your main game cycle to just run out to the next ore patch, slap down another set of miners, grab the power lines and the railroad track, run it over, and then go seek out the next ore patch. Till you get ahead like half a dozen of them or so. And then, you know, you can actually worry about expanding your factory. That's kind of the soft limit you run into in Factorio when it comes to your gigafactory size, is when the time-consuming part of it is just, to keep everything running, you need so much material that you spend all your time finding the material to then attach it to your factory. And otherwise the factory just burns through material as fast as you can feed it. It's a fun problem to have, but it is kind of the hard limit of the game. Oh, I thought I'd already built the train. That's fine. And then we need 2 freight cars. And then another engine. Okay. So let's go into our menu. So edit the timetable. We've got the 3 stops here. So I don't remember what I did for these stops. So let's try Lund till Breda. We can save the change and turn it on. And it's unhappy about it, which is what I kind of figure is going to happen. And all I need to do with that is edit the timetable and drag Lund down 1. And save changes, and now it should be happy. Alright, so the thing to keep in mind is the far back. Yeah, the far back freight will be where the Caterium lands, and then the front one should be where the next material lands. You think the hard limit is the 2 MIO and 2 MIO map size? We'd had games running long enough, we would deplete the map. Oh yeah, but that's the thing. Factorio, you can have an unlimited map size, infinite map. Like, you can set a limit to it, but it does let you make the map literally span forever. Eventually, you'll start running into your point where you go to open the map and it goes, how much RAM is this using? It's like using 16 gigs of RAM because you're loading the entire absurdly large map. But usually CPU cycles is your hard limit. You'll get to the factory to the size that you start having to be aware of how much processing power is required for different buildings and all that. And going, okay, well if I knock down my drones here a little bit, I can get a little bit more performance out of it. Let's see, you'd like to see how someone laid out the save. It was literally a single resource on the Satisfactory map. You're sure someone's done it? You'd like to see someone who's laid out a save that used literally... every single resource. I misread it. I missed the every word. I was like, how would you do a single resource? Like, I was thinking like one mining drill, like iron drill. I'm like, but that doesn't work. Are you gonna... Oh, you're not connected. You're not gonna do anything is what you're gonna do. I was like, man, you are really not getting much done there, friend. Let's see. No, you can't have unlimited map side. They restricted it to 1 million tiles in every direction from start. Sometime in 0.18 and 0.19, they had desyncs in multiplayer that occurred otherwise. Well, I guess I should ask, is that a limitation of multiplayer? Or is that just a limitation they've set game-wide? Because that's news to me. Like, I've never tried to go out that far, but I mean, I've made, like, the Gigafactory that was able to launch a rocket a minute, and that's kind of where I stopped as far as, like, my roof. Let's see, you make my room... Okay, let's see, a transport tunnel that is healthy coral reef would be awesome. Yeah, no, it'd be cool if you could do glass tunnels. This isn't the kind of game you do that. I did that in Minecraft as one of the things I did way back in the day. And I mean, for mega base, it's actually not that much. People have built railways that go a little all the way. Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing that makes me curious, if that's a limitation for like if you're doing multiplayer or like they just put it on literally every map. Now granted, 1 million tiles in every direction. So like in the center, 1 million that way, 1 million that way, 1 million that way, 1 million that way. That is a big freaking map. Like, I would have even guessed it was unlimited until, like, some memory issue happens. Because that's, I don't know about nowadays, that used to be what was true of Minecraft, is you would, it was an unlimited world, but there was sort of a limit there. You go out there and, like, the world generation would start falling apart because the numbers were just getting too big, and it would mess with the RNG around it. And then you'd open up your save, and you'd be like, how am I using 16 gigabytes of memory or whatever? And that's even with like chunk loading and unloading and all that, that your map file would get so big it would start having problems. That's a thing that Tomb ran into. Tomb literally for like the last 10 years, she has had Minecraft saves where her whole thing is she would just flatten the land out. It's just what she does is like just an idle thing to do while she's watching shows. And she's bricked a good couple of saves because the map file got so big that the game final was like, nah, man. They'd load up the map and the whole thing would start chugging at super hard. She wouldn't be doing like redstone shenanigans. She's literally just leveling it. I don't think she's crafted 90% of the equipment in the game. Okay, so train should be arriving relatively soon. Because I want to ride it back to the middle point and just make sure it's actually working. And all of this is to just get the next piece of the puzzle put together. This is to get the AI limiter as well as the control boards made. And then I believe with all that I'll be able to make the computers, which is good news. I'll be able to make all 3 of those in one spot. But that doesn't take care of the heavy frame. Let's see, the maximum size of the map is square 2 million miles at each side, a total of 4 trillion tiles in Factorial. Yep. Well, it used to be unlimited, probably until unsigned integer rolls over your RAM and your RAM explodes, whatever happens first. Yeah, no, that's the thing. Any game that has unlimited, there will still be a technical limit of some kind. Whether it's the file gets so large that when you're trying to load the file up, you just run to RAM situations, or like there will be, unsigned integers, these kind of things where like just the data types people are using start having problems. Or they'll end up having to depend on, different number types that are less precise, and so as you get farther and farther out and it has to start dropping decimal points to make it work, things get weird. There are maps that federate across several servers. You don't know if those mods might be able to break that limit. I'm sure if you really wanted to, you could break the limit. It would be one, like, you might have to get into code you're not supposed to be modding based on the thing, but there'd definitely be ways you could just remove the limit until things broke. Even with, like, unsigned integer kind of things, there's usually workarounds for that, too, where you can be like, okay, where would the unsigned integer problem come in? Alright, well, now we kind of encapsulate the whole map in this, like, ID, and then it has its XY, and then you start, like, the next map, and all it needs to know is its relative position to the art chunk. But then the issue with that is running the simulation on the other parts of the map. You have to fudge a whole lot of numbers and not actually load the things in. Otherwise, you have problems. Isn't Minecraft class is unlimited just because it's stupidly large? Well, I feel like with Minecraft, if I remember correctly, it wasn't even that it does have an actual like limit kind of thing. It's just one of those things that like you start getting to the point that the game engine itself starts chugging and your system won't run right because of it. There's a lot of games run that. Even Project Zomboid has that kind of thing, that as you explore more and more of the map, your save file gets bigger and bigger, and the amount of RAM it has to use to run the game gets higher and higher. That's actually one of the big limiters on the runs, like the big marathon runs that me and Lamprey and a bunch of others were doing, is you do start getting to the point that the game takes forever to load, and it starts getting real punchy at times, performance-wise, because you've done so much to the map. Heck yeah. So that's all wired up correctly. Alright. So, now that we spent the last, I don't want to think about how long getting all that wired up, we can take a quick peek. That's not what I need to be taking a quick peek at. We will need the assembler. Oh yeah, it has many servers, like 256. Those are some mods that simulate the underground, other planets, inside buildings, so on. Yeah, no, there's definitely lots of things you can kind of finagle your way around those limitations. So first of all, we have the AI limiter. We have the circuit boards. I'll need to be making both of those. Let's see, would a chunk reset function help with that, or would it eventually cause it to screw up anyways? Right, you could do a chunk reset. That probably would help because it would make the items stop existing in that area. Because that's ultimately the thing that grows more and more. Is when you start the game, yes, it's going to have stuff in all the cabinets and all that, but it does that programmatically. Until you actually go into the cabinet and mess with it, like start looking at it, it's not something loaded in your save. But as you start dropping junk on the ground, now that's in the save, and then you drop the next thing on the ground, and that's in the save, and you get the idea of where that's going. That you do start building that more and more. Okay. Yeah, so we'll have everything here. I'll have to bring in the cable, which now we're just going to produce locally, because if I'm not mistaken, we got the copper wire for the copper node for that, but there's more copper nodes right over there. Yeah, so we got this one I'm exploiting, and I've got two right there. That I think is close enough I'm not going to train it over. That is a close line. But I can make that into cable and bring that over. So, now the big question is, where do I want to build all this? So I'm going to keep that area open for way more copper sheet. I could go out here. So let's do a quick experiment. Because there are boundaries to the map that when you go out too far, it starts hurting you really bad, and you die really fast and you escape the bounds. I just want to make sure the boundary to the west isn't close. So we're going to go out here, try swimming like, you know, a good chunk out here. Oh, let's not go out far enough that this becomes cursed. What? Okay. All right, we've returned to the map. All right, so I've decided, even though we weren't taking damage from escaping the limit, I think I know where our limit is. That there, the edge of the terrain, that's our limit. We don't go past the edge of the existing terrain, because I started noticing I was swimming out there and the camera was getting all wild. Ooh, that's not really that. That's not really that far, is that? Ooh, that's... Yeah, that's not far. Probably 4 or 5 tiles or so is about as far as we get to that point. That's still doable. I could put stuff over there. I hadn't anticipated that being that close of an edge. Like I said, there's an actual boundary where when you get there, it will just straight up, you'll just start watching your life go tick, 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 tick. Like, you'll die in a couple of seconds. Let's try it this way. I basically want to see if I got enough room to put, like, the AI limiters and all that. Yeah, we've got, like, this. If this is 20 tiles, that's fine. I keep hitting all the wrong buttons, don't mind me. Yeah, so we can just put it over here. So what I'm thinking we'll do is we'll put the AI limiter production over here, as well as the control circuit production over here. We'll also want to do the computers and all that, but that I'm gonna try and figure out where we're doing that. That's gonna take a little bit of tinkering. Because the AI limiter is copper sheet and Caterium wire. So that's nice and easy. I don't really need a lot of that for a while, but I do need that producing. Then we got the control circuits. Those are a pain. No, the circuit board next, then is like the control circuits. And the control circuits is where things go from everything's been fine to what have I done? What is this madness? Why is everything terrible? Alright, so we'll go here. You're so tempted to start again to avoid the spaghetti, having belts running across the grassland dirt, too much effort to clean up. I do need to go back, so we have the AI limiter, so that's the copper sheet and quick wire. That should be fairly easy to set up. Wait, are you even plugged in? You're not even plugged in, how are you working? Alright, so... I do know we're going to need to expand our copper sheet production. There's a very good chance that copper sheet production is going to move downstairs because I do have the copper sheet recipe that takes water to make way more sheets for way less copper, which would be really good for our purposes, but that's going to take a little bit of work. So 3 of those should be high enough to get that over the track and not look bad. Actually, you'll end up moving that assembler. Okay, so for you, how will you look if I put you at that height? That's gonna just bisect the train. All right, so that's not high enough. You're not quite lined up. Let's pretend that is lined up, because that'll hide it. Alright, so let's see. That should be plenty high enough to go over the top of the train. Yup. Alright. And I've got to get those over there. So right now I'm moving the quick wire. So how do I want to get it all the way up there? Oh, I know what I can do. I didn't build these yet. Because we can move it over here, we can drop it back down. You start by putting it here and running all 3 lines over top of the train. Which would be another interesting thing to run the train past anyways. Because running the train past that, you're just going to kind of see, like... You know, you're going to see the stuff up there. So my thought is, we'll start over here. And then over there. And we can go here. And here. Oh, right. There we go. Let's make that nicer. Cool. So now I've got them all popping over top here in a fairly nice organized manner. You are obviously way too close. But now I need to get this dropped down as much as possible so it's actually accessible in a meaningful capacity. So I'm hoping is we'll be able to drop that down to this level. Excellent. And just like that, we have it on the other side of the train without being horrible. Cool. So, more than likely I'll have to add more on there. But let's get our first assemblers. We can pop that up. We want it to be just past this point. So I can go here. And you're going to be my AI limiters. Right now, I'll just build the one. You are not lined up right. Cool. So for this one, I need the copper sheet and the deuterium wire. We got the limiter set, and we can pass power through, and that is configured. And that's what I'm going to want a dimensional storage for, because the dimensional storage, I can use those for making the smart splitters. And while I don't make many of those, I don't have to run back and get a new AI limiter every time I want one. Okay, we'll drop you back here. Run you to the other side of this. Bring you over here. So you can go production, organization, storage. Alright, so AI limiters are online. And then there's dimensional storage. Let's see, why 3 lines if you need 2 for the AI limiter? Because we're going to be building other stuff over here as well. And they're going to be kind of shared in what they need. So what we can do here is we'll go production, assembler. Because the next thing I need to do is do the circuit boards. Then go over here to construction. Turn you around. And you can be circuit boards, which this is the plastic in that. Actually, get rid of that. Grab you. Drop you over here. And just like that, we've got the circuit boards online. Now, obviously, none of these are producing in a meaningful quantity, but we are producing them now. That's usually the way I approach almost all these things is, step 1, get a non-zero amount of stuff in production. Step 2, take it from a non-zero amount to something that's actually usable. Meanwhile, real fast, before we work on the next thing, let's go and put down a crafting bench. Because I noticed from my dimensional storage, I'm getting low on these, and we only recently got the ability to be able to make these from the manufacturing thing, but none of the materials are nearby each other. The sand is way off by itself, so I'll eventually want to automate that, but I can't do so conveniently right now. I am looking forward to running the train into the quartz cave. I think they'll be both challenging and interesting when we do that. Okay, so we've got the control circuit boards and all that going on. So the next one would be the manufacturing thing. You are going to need cable, Caterium wire, and the circuit boards. That is not my favorite, but it is what it is. Because this is going to be where I need to involve the cable. Now, there's a couple ways I can go about this. One is I could literally just run off a new line over here, bring the control boards over here, because I'm going to be making the cable down, it's over there somewhere is the copper. So my plan is just to produce a bunch of wire and cable and then track it in over here. But, that's going to be a tricky one to deal with. So my thought is to put on this side, because then I only have to move just the control boards over. And that should help. Alright. Yeah, I can see the copper right there. Yeah, so this is where we're going to make the control boards, whatever they're called. We'll worry about that in a minute. For right now, I want to pop over here. And there should be two... Yeah, there's 2 or 3 copper nodes down here. Yeah, there's 2 copper nodes. Let's get those 2 copper nodes online. And have them start producing all of the wire and cable we want. More than likely, it might be in my best well, no, that's probably fine. I was gonna say it might be in my best interest to move the dimensional storage over to these ones. I'm like, you know what? Honestly, I don't draw that much of this stuff into dimensional storage. It probably is fairly irrelevant. Okay, so we can go here, and for right now, we will go miner mark 2. Face that this way. And then face this one this way. Because then I can go right here. There we go. Alright, so. Trying to think of how I want to do this. I feel like I want to go ahead and over here put the cable and all that. That way it's on the other way of the train station and all that, just to make it a little bit more interesting aesthetic to have like the train running through the middle of the base. You know, something that if you tried to, after the base is already set up a train to do that, you're just not going to get what you're looking for. But something that at this stage of the game, where I'm building it around the existing train track, is a very doable thing. Alright. Let's continue to build out this platform a little bit more. This actually doesn't serve any purpose. Let's get rid of it. There. Make that river still show. Okay. Let's make you all line up. Because there's the rail station. We do have a little bit of stuff here. So I do want to get enough of a ramp up so it's not... We're not getting weird placement because we're sitting on top of things. So in hindsight, I should absolutely just go, hey, pick this all back up. I know I just put it down, but I changed my mind. Because then all I'll do is I'll basically put the same thing down, but like one tile higher. Oh, not you. There we go. You can get that sweet spot. All I need is to get one of those in there. We could just... There we go. So if we get just one of those started, then it should be easy from there. Yeah, don't mind if we clip a little bit in that spot, that'll be okay. Because then what I can do is I can put all the smelters over here and that'll be fine. And I'm not too worried about running through those power poles. I'll probably need to move them all around anyways when I go to add all the smelters in here, and then I'm not going to want this to all go through the middle of my base and whatever. Let's actually move that now. Where's your power pole? Okay, so you can be attached there. You're connected to that part of the base. So you can grab you. And you're connected there. Which means you no longer serve a purpose. And you no longer serve a purpose. That's a lie. You are actually still connected over on this side. That's fine. There we go. Okay, so the plan is to put our smelters up here. And so we can go production, smelters. Yeah, so if I put the... Let's put the smelters facing this way. That'll give us plenty of space. Okay, so how fast are you producing? Are you going to saturate this belt? 120, so 240. That's nowhere going to be near saturating the belt. We'll definitely need to scale that. You know what? I already know I'm going to need to scale it up. So we crank that all the way up. That should be 360 on that belt. No, that's not right. What do you be at? I'll have to wait till it runs. Then I'll update. Okay. We'll definitely need to scale this up a lot of times and by a lot. Right now, I want to get it online, and then we're going to worry about going, okay, but I need like 1,000 times what it's here. And copper, 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 and copper. How am I doing at time? Okay, we're doing plenty good. So we will go to production, and for right now, I will use just a regular store. No, let's just go for the big one. I already know I'm going to need the big one soon enough, because we will run into problems where the belt itself becomes our bottleneck. And the best thing to do to get around that is to have, like, the big storage so I can shove 2 conveyor belts into it, and have 2 conveyor belts coming out of it, so effectively doubling what I can get through that one spot. Are you not set? Oh, no, you're already full. Right. Okay, so now let's see what these say they're going to produce. So you're telling me you're going to produce 300 each, so that's 600 on the belt. And the belt can currently handle 480. So right now, they're going to do a lot of idling because that belt physically can't handle it. And at 480 and these burning at 30 per minute, we can put a heck of a lot of these on here. I'm not going to worry about that right now. Step 1, get everything working. Then we can worry about going, but wait, there's more. Okay. I'm going to go with the same thing about tearing up all this flooring and just leaving it at the elevated height, even though it's not really necessary. Just so the floor is consistent. Okay. That'll be good, because that's putting this area that we've had foundations on forever and putting it to use. Alright, and I believe we only needed the cable over there, if I remember correctly. So I'm going to try something a little bit weird with this. We're going to have this rotate. So the next step is here, is going to be... We'll leave a little bit of space just in case I need to do anything else with that. Nope. We can do this. Bring this all the way over here. Get all you lined up. One thing I also need to do soon is check on our power. Because I haven't looked at that in a long time. And while we were definitely massively overproducing before, it is those things that you can just stop paying attention for a period of time and then be like, I'm good, I have all the power. And then you look at your power and you go, oh wait, I had all the power, and now I am woefully inadequate in my power. How are we doing? Let's just check a poll, because now I'm getting nervous about it. Oh, we're so past okay. Yeah, so, well actually, it's interesting. So, I am currently producing, or I'm capable of producing 4,300. I'm also capable of consuming almost 5,000, but we're only consuming about 1,800. And a lot of that is because I've been building all these areas where I go, okay, here's what you need to do to produce obnoxiously more than I can handle. And it ends up being not that big a problem because I don't have nearly what I need to make that happen. Alright, and so the plan is basically the same as the other one. And this is the reason I'm thinking about trying it this way, is I'm going to have this weird, like, box shape for this area, that the idea is I can keep growing in all directions and still feed the system. It'll be, like, if it expands a lot, it'll get weird. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. If it expands, like, a lot, it'll start getting really weird and funky. You know, and then I'll probably regret it and decide to move stuff to a different location and pretend we never did it. But, you know, that's later me's concern. For right now, we're going to go here and go to production, or organization, the big storage, put the big storage down here. Plug that in. Get our merger block over here. Okay, we've got the wire now. And I'm going to do... not quite the same thing, but we are going to no, actually, we'll do the same thing. We'll rotate again. So I'm going to need production. I'm going to need more platform out here. Okay. And I know I don't need to be building it this wide. I'm keeping it as like a rectangle because I can. It's still funny that we're at the phase that I do have a second limestone mine making concrete just for assembling, I can't remember what. Oh, is the industrial concrete or the industrial steel. Let's see, that mode coming where you disconnect the power grid somewhere and have no idea where. That's unfortunate. That's a bad time. Why would you do that to yourself? Alright, and now for the cable. Okay, we can grab you. Oh, not you, because you don't have a spare spot. Grab you. And plunk you down up here. And set you all to cable. To expand my cable production. And then we can go out here to, where are you at? Organization, large storage. Same exact thing we've been doing. This time we're not doing it in a rotation because when you do 4 rotations you get a square, which means my buildings will be expanding into themselves, and that's not going to exactly work out the way I want it. But with this, we can now have the ability to expand our production of wire and cable and all of that tremendously, which is good because that's going to be where the computers are at, and as we get the computers up, they're going to absolutely obliterate our supplies. Alright. Let's bring this over here real quick. It's kind of pushing the edge of not running stuff between buildings, but we'll see. Well, not that we have a rule against running stuff between buildings, but kind of pushing the edge of what, like, spaghetti kind of thing. Realistically, I'll end up putting something there, and then it will mask it, and it'll look fine. Alright, because we got all that stuff going on, we're going to be building our control circuits up here, which is why I need that cable, because that's going to be a requirement for those control circuits. Honestly, what I could do is build you out here, bring you over here. We can put this spot here. Put that for a moment. Okay. So this one's going to be a little bit of a weird one, because I am just going to run it straight along. We're going to get rid of any supports or anything we have here, and it will drop it down to that point. This feels like it's on the edge of being like, okay, but is it actually adhering to the no spaghetti? But they're so close. Like, putting a train between these two buildings would just feel awkward. And down the road, maybe I end up needing to run a train between buildings or whatever, but that's fine. Okay. And we'll clean these up, and we'll have the conveyor going over there. I'll have a stand or two I'll need to watch out for, but that's fine. Yeah, it's not too bad. There we go. So that brings our cable up here, so I should be able to get the control circuits going. And the plan for me is to put them on this side. The cable being way over here is not the most convenient, but I'm going to choose to just pretend it is. And then it'll be fine. If we pretend it's okay, then it's okay. That's just the rules. Okay, so now we can go here to the high-speed connectors. So what we can do here is put you there, your 2 tiles over. Grab all this up. And that should be enough to handle anything we've got going in there. So we can go here and say splitter, splitter, splitter. Plug it in. Plug it in. Plug it in. You're set to your high-speed connectors. Let's get you your own dedicated power line. And here will be another one of these ones that we're going to want to go to production. Put down a storage. Plug that in and immediately put dimensional storage next to it, because I'm going to want those for a lot of things. Okay, so we've got the cable going in, but now I need to get the other 2. And that's going to be the trick, because the other 2 are over here. Now, those are merge blocks going that way. Which does create a little... Oh, actually, no, I don't bring the... Wait, what do I need to bring across? What am I missing? You need the circuit boards and the quick wire. Right. So, what I could probably do here is a little sneaky kind of stuff. We can grab you, bring it over just a little bit, bring that up only 2. And we can bring these over here to hook up. And with that, the quick wire is hooked up. So then the big concern is that the control circuits are over here. And I need to go that high to get over top of the railway without it looking weird. But I also have that stilt over there. So I think what we'll do is right here next to this. I believe I need 4 stilts to get high enough where it won't clip with the train. And we can go here. So I need to bring that out. Put down a splitter. Oh, right. That's an input. 1 second. We can make that still work. So we'll have you go out past here. That doesn't want to attach that point. Let me rotate it. I want the arrow facing me. Alright. I can still make this work. What I'll do is I'll put this here. And that here. Just run it straight over. It's not going to stay that way. Now I can set the splitter here, which will weirdly and awkwardly not want to lock it in place to point at that, so that's fine. It'll be slightly cursed. Now I can pull up this side, jam that in here, pull up this side, and this, and that, and put this here. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So now I've got that run over here, and let's see, can you get all the way up there? Yes, you can. That takes it over top of our train. And I don't think we're going to be able to drop it that sharp, are we? Yes, we can. And then finally, that makes it so our control circuits are all hooked up, and that is another one thing. Why did you say? No idea why you didn't follow? Oh no, it happens. A lot of times, like, you can just forget. It's one of the reasons why people will feel weird about, asking people, being like, hey, if you're enjoying your content, make sure you drop a follow. Like, it can feel weird to do that, but it's also one of those things, hear me out, you should absolutely do, because people just legitimately forget. Like, as a very normal and regular thing. So, it is just a friendly reminder. Alright, so we've got that snaking across. So that brings up the next thing in the long queue of things I need to do, which is the computers itself. So, let's see here. That's going to be another manufacturing thing. And computer is the cable, the plastic, and the circuit boards. So the good news is, literally sitting right next to here is what I need. Let me double check that. Was it just the the lower circuit boards, not the control circuit? Ah, it's just the lower ones. Okay, so interestingly enough, I have almost all the same requirements for the computer, with the exception of also needing plastic. Which should be a pretty easy to accommodate thing, considering we're bringing the plastic in already. It's right there. So I probably can literally just go like this. We can put splitters on. Oh no, the cable's there. You know what? Let's make bad choices, chat. All right. May have fallen asleep realizing you're still watching. Fairly speaking, yeah. That absolutely happens. It's one of those things as a creator, the first time someone tells you that, it's a real mixed feelings kind of thing. But so it's like, oh yeah, man, I totally fell asleep to you. And part of you's like, am I really that not entertaining? You're like, oh no, that's actually a really good thing. That's kind of the idea. It's fine. Don't sweat it. There we go, and that lined up perfectly for me. I was hoping it'd work out that way. And so we've got all that running. So we've got this wall of conveyor belts going across here. So my plan here is now I can go onto this side, and we can make our computers over here. And we get all the ingredients we need, that we just don't take the Caterium wire, and instead we take the plastic. And now you've got computer production. Those situations, like, you can't help but laugh and panic at the same time. Yeah. Yeah. Let's see. In Factorio, when redesigning, you're taking out an old wooden power pole, and suddenly 80% of your base is without power. Yeah, the only big advantage with Factorio is just because it puts, like, the icons all over your map that's like, yo, your power just took a dive. It makes it a little bit easier to diagnose where the power problem is, just because it does narrow it down a bit. Alright. And so your computers. So we've got the circuit boards, the cable, and the plastic. So this is the cable line. Smash that on in. You are the circuit board line. Smash that on in. And then you are the plastic line. So we can literally just shove that on the top there, and hopefully that mashes up. If not, well, that'll be what it is. It did not. In case anyone was keeping notes, it did not just smash it on in. But that's an easy problem to solve. I'm gonna just grab you and smash it on in there. And there. What? Why for you not do thing? Alright, let's try that again, because I should be... Yeah, so I'm clicking on the splitter itself. Alright, we'll try this as well. Clicking on the splitter itself. Yeah, so it's going... Alright, let's adjust this real fast. Oh, you know what it might have done? The splitter's probably facing the wrong way. There we go. So you are going to the splitter. Without question, that is attached to the splitter. Grab you. I think you're going to splitter. It's so hard to tell. That's definitely going to the splitter. I'm clicking on the splitter. I don't understand. All right, let's pick this up. I wanna pick up the bracket here. Can't see it anyways. There you are. So that way we can establish it is absolutely, without question, not the bracket. Grab you. Again, we are clicking on the splitter. There is no bracket for it to latch onto now. You seem to be content. Okay, so I guess it was still latching onto the bracket for some reason. But that's fine. Because with that, this is all hooked up. Yeah, and I think it was still attaching to the bracket regardless. Which, you know, whatever. But it was creating confusion there. Okay, we can go here. Alright, so next up, logistics, industrial storage. So we're running out of space here, but the good news is I don't need this spot. I just need enough room for the industrial storage to be here. So we can bring that back. Jam then here, and a dimensional storage. Actually, one second. I don't need one that big. I'm trying to be better about with some of these ones. The last time I had a lot of expensive goods I was putting like the absolute biggest containers for. And that's not the end of the world, but there was just a number of times I had these giant containers of materials that were gobbling up everything I needed in the factory. Okay, so the good news is we are now producing computers, we're producing all of these things, and that's the positive of it. The negative of it is, when it comes to the circuit boards, we're just not making even remotely enough of them. And so the circuit boards are over here. And that just requires plastic and copper sheets. We are going to run into problems with the copper sheets very quickly. I've accepted and acknowledged that. But it is fine for right now. We do have a better pattern for that. Okay, so that quick wires for the AI limiters. I'm not worried about making more of those right now, so that's fine. Okay. So we're increasing the number of productions we got there. All right. So let's run back over here because we are going through a lot of copper sheets pretty quickly, and I know we're not producing that many. I mean, we're actually doing okay so far. This is going to scale out of control pretty quickly. That is the big concern, is this will eventually really scale out of control in a big way. The copper ingots were absolutely fine. We're not even putting a dent in it. So the big thing is, if I want to go and change the copper sheet production here to the better one, let's do some comparison real fast. Production, refinery. Just plunk you down. I don't actually need to hook you up. So if we choose the copper sheet alternate, so 22.5 or 22.5, it's a 1-to-1 ratio on the copper sheet, and water is basically free. It's just power. Meanwhile, this is a 2-to-1 in the bad, and so we're getting 10 copper sheets per cycle versus 22.5. So very clearly the refinery is going to way outproduce it. The downside is it does need water, and the water is down there. And the problem is if I have to pump the water up here, we're going to waste a lot of power getting the head lift and all that. But we can make that happen, because of one water pump can get up to 300 meters cubed. So at 22 point whatever per one of those, you know, one of those can power over 10 buildings, producing copper sheets. At, again, basically a little bit over double without any extra goodies. Cool. For the moment though, it looks like everything's fine. When we scale up, that's going to be a thing, and that's what I'm going to absolutely want to... Like, when I go to the point where I'm like, I really need to expand my copper sheet production, when I hit that point, that's what you need to worry. So we got 15... circuit boards per minute happening, because that seems to be the thing we're short on. Let's run over here. I'm willing to bet we're taking like 30. So we got 15 we're producing. You're consuming only 3.75, so that's not much. And you're consuming 10. So honestly, I believe we're producing more than we're consuming. Let's take another check at that. Then the next thing to do is what the adaptive core is going to require. Oh no, so you're 7.5. Yeah, so it's 15 between the two of them. Yeah, no, we're fine. We're fine. We're actually producing enough. We're not making the other things at any meaningful capacity, but we are producing them. Alright. One thing, let's see our next manufactured good. So the adaptive unit is more circuit boards, the heavy frames, the computers, and that. So the only one I'm not making right now is the heavy modular frames. Everything else here, other than that, which I'm not producing because we haven't had a need for it. So the heavy modular frames, that's going to be over by the steel, because 3 of those things I'm producing there, and then there's just the screws. I don't have spare iron over by the steel production. I don't think it's also worth training in screws or iron right now. but that is something I might need to deal with later. So first step's going to be getting over here. What'll be really good is if I can get the steel to screw pattern, that solves our problem. Maybe while that produces its stuff, let's take a slight detour. Let me grab some more fuel because we're getting kind of low. Let's grab ourselves a detour. I know I've already got a hard drive over here I've been ignoring. But let's go ahead and take a quick peek real fast, see if I can't snag a hard drive or two while we've got all this better equipment. And just see if we can get ourselves either a better pattern for the heavy modular frames or a better pattern for, you know, the components that go into it. Because very genuinely, if I get the steel to screws pattern, that makes it all super easy. Whereas if I don't, you know, then it's still what it is. Trying to remember if I've been up here or not. The answer is no. Well, not since I've unlocked more stuff. Because the idea is to just run across here and everything and just grab what we can.
This is a shrine to windows and weaving.
Okay. But keep doing this. Because in there somewhere's, I believe, a Mercer Sphere. The weird hitbox things that happen when you destroy stuff is just a whole problem. There we go.
Be appropriate. Time for a new melody.
Yes, actually, this might be a strange question, but it could give me invaluable insight. What, according to you, is the shape of our universe?
It is a donut within a void within a donut within a void within a donut within the shallows, which is a ball of string wrapped around itself to contain infinite deep within the inside-out string, with windows and doors and a limitless body subdividing to the one resonance.
I should have waited with this question.
I love that response where it's just like, yep, in too deep on that one. Yeah, no, it's one of those things that's like, it's not really a game-breaking bug in the sense like you can't get around it. It's as well as what you see and you go, oh, okay. Alright, sorry about that. Yeah, so basically we're watching for hard drives, and I'm generally heading in the direction where you see that thing that's marked rubber. That was a hard drive we found way early on. That was like, you need rubber for this. And I'm like, well, I don't have the forbidden rubber technology. So... Snaps. Alright. I am gonna have to worry about up here. We're gonna start running into like radioactive enemies and all that. And that's a thing we just can't handle yet. Alright, so let's see here. No signs of shipwrecks up here. We got another power slug and our spitter over there. And I do know we have the object scanner. I haven't actually unlocked the hard drive part of it, which I really need to. I don't care about killing stuff just to kill stuff. Did you grab that? Okay. It's all these things I grab now, if I just happen to see them as we go by, will save me dealing with them later anyways, so... it's fine. Yeah, it's still a pretty steep climb for us. May have been a mistake doing this during, like, the nighttime where it's much darker. It makes the slugs easier to find, but the slugs aren't the thing I'm the most worried about. Slugs are nice and all. Oh, wait. Ah, well, I mean, I've already aggroed them. Okay, there is a wreck there. I saw the modular frames and I'm like, but where's the main thing? Okay. I also forgot I need to get the smokeless gunpowder made. Because like I said, I made the, like I said earlier during stream, I mean, I made the last time I played, we made the rifle, and the rifle's good, like good. It was just kind of one of those things that it didn't feel good to use to me. Like it felt, I don't know, it was just not as fun as the rebar gun. So this time I want to go out of my way to get the explosive rebar rounds and use those instead. Alright, well, I need to grab myself some more booms. There we go, and just like that I got 50 more on me. Is turbo better than biofuel? Don't know. I'm under the impression that biofuel burns longer, turbo burns stronger. So you get way more up with turbo faster, but you know, if you're trying to like just hover or move slowly, it's less cooperative with you. Okay, you just needed rotors, that's easy peasy. So there's a hard drive. And I will just do like we've been doing before. I will slap one of those down where the hard drive was. That way in the future when I'm like looking at the map and being like, do I have that hard drive across the canyon there? I can just take a quick peek and be like, nah, I already got that one. Okay. And then we've got a purple one up there. This might be the tallest spire on the map. We're way above everything else. I do remember there was an achievement I saw that was for going on the highest cliff on the map. that I don't have. And I'm feeling like this might be the one because this is up there. Yep, this is it. Just got the achievement. Oh, you're uranium, aren't you? You're a bad time? You bad time? Yeah, you're a bad time. You are a very inconvenient uranium node. Like, getting that down to be used, it doesn't matter what you're using to bring it down, is a thing. That is kind of cool being able to just look over your base, though. You can see where I've got all this set up that, you know, we've got our, I think that's our Caterium pad. You can see all the towers that go over to where oil is way out. Actually, you can see it way over there to where the sulfur is and everything. You can see the long train rides over to our steel production and all that. You know, got over here is our gunpowder production. That's cool. But yeah, so that was an achievement to climb here. There's no question about this being the tallest the moment we started climbing. Oh yeah, and there's our SAM. The SAM production. Oh, there's a ship part right down there. Is that one I already have, or is that the one for rubber? So it would be... Yeah, so that's the one we're actually heading towards, is the one I see down there. That's the one that requires rubber. That might be another one way over there, underneath that SAM node. I'm trying to just take a peek while I've got such a ridiculous vantage point. What are you? What am I seeing over there? Is that the manta ray? And thank you for the Gigantify. Here's your reward for climbing Mount Everest. A barrel of sludge. Yeah, no, uranium's a very rare resource and a good one. But the nuclear power plants usually need water. And so there are like cliffs way over on that side of the map that there is the uranium by lakes and all that. This one, the nearest water is the whole way down. So that's much different. Okay, so let's try and... Wait, I got a better idea. Hold, please. This is going to work much better for our use case right now. Because I was clever earlier, and I don't know where it is, but I put my parachute inside... Is it not here? Huh. Well, never mind. I was like, I put my parachute inside there so I could just slap the parachute on because I was just gonna parachute over there using no fuel. But all that stuff I said I was about to do, I'm not gonna do any of it. So don't worry about it. No wrecks down there. No wrecks over there that I'm seeing. There's the search feature. Yeah. No, the problem is I use a Dvorak keyboard, and this... I haven't taken the time to rebind the keys in this because it doesn't just know what to do by default, unfortunately. They make the mistake a lot of game devs do, where they go, the H key does this. The correct way of approaching it is to actually go in and say the key in this position, so like position whatever, number 5 kind of thing, does this, and then that key happens to be H. So I have to go and like correct all the binds, and I just haven't bothered. A lot of games I won't bother taking the time to correct them all, I'll just deal with it. But I probably should, honestly. Okay. Where? Oh, there you are. Cool. So, before I forget, remove it, because we grabbed it. And then slap that down there. Because now I don't need it to be marked for myself anymore. And let's just, as a precaution, have a little go of that. Yeah, that's the one we just grabbed. Yeah, so that's looking promising for having goodies up there. Okay. You wonder what game theory on beneficial relationships of power slugs and angry beasties? I'm not sure there is a beneficial relationship of it. I mean, unless they eat them or something, the beasties. Because the whole idea is that the power slugs just absorb energy from the environment around them and kind of distill it in their bodies. So, outside of maybe like warmth or consuming them as food, it's not a whole lot of opportunity for benefit. So I saw the Mercer Sphere, we definitely want that. Alright.
Attempt number 7,853,206. Are you there?
Orchestral tuning.
Ah, good. I think I understand better now.
Your curves are beautiful.
How inappropriate. Tell me more.
Your mimic tapestry follows the pattern. It swallows temples. It is harmonious.
If I could blush, I would.
I like that. How inappropriate. Tell me more. So yeah, so we started going up there and immediately getting blasted by radiation. My assumption is there's one of the radiation hogs up there. Alright. It's like, I'm nowhere near that. Yeah, you can keep your purple slug. It's yours. You can have it. It's your purple slug. I don't want it. Your purple slug is toxic. Get past that poison. Got like a little oasis area. There's a purple slug at the top of that spire. Meanwhile, before I forget, because I could be doing this whole time, is, hey, look at that hard drive. Oh, and there's another ship down there. I figured there had to be ones in this oasis. I was just having problems picking them out with the little chunks of coral and everything. They're definitely way easier to grab with the really good fuel for your jetpack. Nicely done, buddy. We got the gas grenades. I haven't gotten those before. Alright, and another hard drive secured. So we can go ahead and pop up here and mark that one. and literally gave us back the resources we used to claim it. Got a Mercer Sphere over there. I can probably just grab that and ignore you. Okay. So we're doing pretty good. We're back up to 9 Mercer Spheres. It'd be good if I could get a decent number of those. Because if we get a decent number of those, we could potentially upgrade the capacity and all that. And the upload speed of stuff even more. Like right now, it's not worth it to me because I need them for different resources and all that. And I certainly don't want to burn them on just the convenience of faster versus the utility of being able to access everything. Okay, so I got a bunch of radiation again. Go fast, go fast, go fast. I'm gonna need to kill you. Alright. I'm glad I took the time to make all of those healing things earlier on. Or I could just swoop in and grab you without even having to fight. It's fine. Okay. Oh, another shipwreck down there. In with poison, so let's deal with that. Just the one? Really? Okay. It's another hard drive. Any other good goodies here? Looks like a stator. Computers are always nice. More rubber. More stators. Okay, mark that one as well. Yeah, no, we did not explore nearly as much of the map as I thought we did last time. Be cool, be cool, be cool. Ah, I almost got away with it. Okay. Grab those, grab the slug. And just immediately drop down to stealth to avoid that, because as long as I'm crouching, it's fine. You just can't crouch and rocket at the same time, so I just had to get lined up with this where I didn't think it was going to fall to my death. Okay. Trying to see if we see any obvious hard drives or Mercer spheres or Sunburst loops. Nope, mostly just seeing slugs. But that over-the-top area looks very promising. Nothing back in there that I saw. Imagine there'll be a bunch of goodies up on these. Lots of places to hide stuff. Got Sam, it's got uranium on it. Got a Mercer sphere over there. Okay. Now we can take that over the path arch there, because that looks promising as well. And pretty soon we'll head back towards base. Because I'm collecting a lot of goodies. Kinda hoping, like I said, we'll be able to get something good out of those. Hey, friends, what are you guarding that you're all over here? Ah, purple power slug. Fair enough. Can I just sneak past you and grab it without having to deal with this garbage? The answer is yes. All right. Just trying to get a peek down below before we move on, because there's very easily could be goodies down there. Alright, do we see any hard drives? We got a really good vantage point from up here to make out a lot. Clearly somebody can explode over there. That's a summer sloop. Cool. Oh, we got a wreck over there. Oh, you jerk, you robbed me of my momentum. You suck. I would have made that easily, but when he hit me, I stopped moving forward very fast. That's fine. Okay, first one done. We can get the alternate ingots for steel or alternate things. This ultimately looks like it's not a bad one. Is that coke, though? Yeah, that's... Alright. No, I'm gonna rescan. We already saw that one earlier. Diluted packaged fuel. I remember people talking about that this is a decent one as well, but at this point, that was what we had to go with, and scan the next hard drive. You're good with the rebar gun? Yeah, no, I mean, I've played first-person shooters. Like, if you remember, like, the old Quake and Doom and all those ones, there's a lot of weapons that you just had to, like, lead targets by so much with so many weapons. And it's usually some of the really good weapons that you had to, like, lead your targets by a lot. So the rebar gun is kind of, like, right in that realm of kind of weapon where... Oh yeah, I'm gonna have to fight those ones. It's like you notice like the little wiggle I do when I'm flying. That's just from a long time of playing games that you have stuff shooting at you while you're able to jetpack or fly or whatever. Oh hey, I didn't see you drop down here yet. Alright. Plus, it's giving a lot of stuff for animal protein, for more healing, and more biomass and all that. Okay, so we've got tons of stuff down here.
I have a question.
Sing your song.
Can you explain what a temple is?
A temple is a vessel body, each a knot in our tapestry. Temples are root, vein, and organ. Temples are our shallow bones and our shallow windows.
I think I understand, but how do you maintain them?
The build of blood grows and kills and distributes.
Like fungus in a forest.
Like fungus in a forest.
Okay, so I think that's the radioactive one. Which is unfortunate, because they really suck. Oh, power. Hey, be cool, be cool, be cool. We don't need to do this. Alright. So let's get rid of you real fast. Grab that Mercer sphere. Wait, what? Hey, come on, man. Minding my own business over here. Just take this as a precaution. Okay. So the problem was I needed power to pull the lever on there, because otherwise I was going to run up there and deal with that. A little higher. I'd like you to move forward a little bit. Because we are hitting it with most of these. Oh, I saw him dip down. I had my timing off, though. Are you dead? Okay, so it's dead. So it still will hurt me like absolute hell if I get anywhere near it. But yeah. That's the reason I want to go for the explosive, explosive version of that. Okay, so you need power. That's easy enough to accommodate. We can go boom, biomass, biomass, and biomass, because I believe it said it was 70. Those are 30 each. So I can plunk those down, connect all of these. And now we can struggle with all our buttons. Don't worry about it. Split our stacks into 3. Go 1, 2. I said 2. And then 3. Then plug that in there. And tear it all back down. So the good thing is we actually got some really rare materials on that one. We got the heat sinks, and that's like literally endgame stuff. So I don't need to be carrying that on me. We can drop that here. put you in there for right now. The Noblisk I don't need to be carrying on me, so we can drop that in there. Anything else? We could drop you in here, because you probably will have space. No, you're already full. I'm mostly just trying to clear out inventory space. There's your hard drive, or there's more computers. Aluminum. Control circuits. So we could definitely drop the aluminum control circuits off. Because those are really endgame material. The aluminum, I mean. That's like stage 4. And there's the hog we just killed. So what do you got over here that you're protecting? Okay. Oh, is that the... Oh, I see. I see. Purple slug. There we go. It's just this is the way to get up here. Alright, so we've got this over here. I don't feel like... For a purple slug, I don't feel like tangling with another one of the radioactive ones. It just takes too long to kill them. Do we have a obvious hard drive over here? I've got slug, 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 slug. More slugs. More slugs. Alright, nope. Let's start heading generally, vaguely-ish back in the direction of home. But, you know, going over terrain and whatever. Oh, please tell me I didn't get this wrong. Okay, cool. We're alright. Let's get to one of these arches so I can see if there's anything really nice down below. But yeah, so it's places like this that usually are the way better places for like nuclear power. We got like a big lake there. There's probably going to be a uranium up here somewhere. Okay, so we got a bunch of bits of uranium. Is that a hard drive? I think that is a hard drive. Not seeing any others. Yeah, I think that might be a hard drive way over there. Yeah, because we're going to return with a pretty good pile of hard drives, so that should give us a lot of opportunity. Like I said, I'm kind of hoping we can get the steel to screws recipe. That's actually what started this whole foray, is I just didn't want to deal with what we were dealing with. Oh, is that literally the one I just looted? That's the one I just looted. I did mark in the map, and I looked at it anyways. It's fine. Okay. We do have a hard drive over there and a radioactive enemy. And I think that's a hard drive down there as well. Okay, so just gotta remember, way up on the Poison Hill is another hard drive. I want to grab this one, we'll hop up, and then we'll go over that way. Oh, hey. I've been here before. That's a ladder. Let's see. And did I mark this one? I did. Means I've already been here. Alternative to this, I don't know if that's a good one. I'm gonna take the inventory slots. I like the inventory slots, and I've been skipping them a lot this run. And honestly, getting a bunch of inventory slots is just really nice. I already got you. Yes, I did. I don't care about the enemies down here. Yeah, so the other hard drive is right there. Have I looted that one? Do I have it marked on my map? I do not. I gotta be careful, though. There's a lot of poison right up there, too. Oh, but first, I've got to use the restroom in a big way, and we just hit an ad break, so I'm gonna tuck into this little rock right here, and I'm gonna be right back, so thank you so much for tuning in, but I gotta use the restroom, and I'll be back in just a couple of minutes. I appear to be having trouble getting back out of the hole I'm making. You'll be fine. Just, you know whose problem that is? Not mine. You know whose problem that is? The neighbors. Please tell me I can just dump the dirt, like, anywhere. I may have found my new favorite game. And since there's two sides to that airlock, this shouldn't be really that bad. Well, we've lost. I thought we had depressurized it. So that's the thing that confused me, is we depressurized it, was exposed to the entire opening. Well, and that brings the end of our hard space shipbreaker run. But I could absolutely put myself in a hurt locker with how much spicy I'm into. Like, one of my favorite flavors is habanero. Like, I think I have genuinely somewhere in the area of like 12 or 14 bottles of different types of habanero hot sauce in the house. I don't have a problem, you have a problem. I can quit anytime. B cables are everywhere.
I am so sorry, I have to leave. I'm sorry.
Well, that's that. It's all good. Well, we're down. I mean, that's longer than I expected to make it. I did like... And we're back. Alright. Just had to quickly, like, use the restroom, grab a drink, all that kind of stuff. Okay. So there's a hard drive right up here. There's a bunch of poison up here as well. And the poison hurts like hell. That was apparently good enough. I was about to say that was a terrible shot, but you know. The beauty of using high-yield explosives. You can miss by quite a bit and still hit your target. Ah, not quite. Okay, I'll just have to go up. Oh, wait. What? Where am I getting poisoned from? Is there like a little one right? There we go. Because that poison can do a lot of damage real quickly if you're not careful. Oh, needs 10 power. Or shooting hand grenades. Exactly. That'll be an easy one. I don't even have to do anything special. Just slap you down, plug a cable in, put the fuel in, and open. That's another hard drive. It is one of those things that's kind of fascinating when you go through that game, you start doing the hard drive hunting. If you actually document where you find the hard drives or look at like a map of them or anything like that, there is a lot of hard drives in this game. Okay, that's just a slug up there. That might be a hard drive over there. Let's go over to where those two arches are. It looked like there might have been a hard drive on the far one. And we are vaguely moving our way back home. I am on my way back home. I'm just not taking a direct route. I want to zigzag a little bit to find other goodies. Yes, there is a hard drive on that one. Oh, that's gonna hurt. Okay, we're fine. We're fine. I hadn't realized I was that low on my jetpack. Concrete, reinforced plate, steel beams, not rotors, stators. Just need copper sheet, which I've got. So it's another hard drive. The map is so huge. I always forget how ridiculously large the map is in this game. Alright, so any of our hard drives you can see from up here. There's honestly a lot of times, especially early on when you haven't really explored a lot, that you can make out where another hard drive is by just walking around where you got your previous one. Not always, especially if you're down low, but as you get higher and higher. Can I just sneak past you and steal that? Thank you. Later. Oh, another hard drive. No problem, I can't see where anything is. That's your one that needs power. Where did the enemy go, though? It walked over here. There we go. It fell off the ledge and I couldn't see it anymore. That's the reason I was confused. I'm like, where did you go? You were here. Alright, so you needed 60, so that's 2 biomass. And the reason I'm putting the pull down first is if I plug them in directly to it, they can't get enough power. And then on top of that, it will immediately short out in the first one, and I'll have to go and pull the lever and all that. Versus I take the time to do it that way, I don't have to worry about it. How many hard drives are we up to? 5? And that's not kind of the fact that I've already researched 2 of them. So we got 7 hard drives on this trip. So let's go ahead and go here. Another hard drive. Home is vaguely this way. Grab some of these while we're here. Alright, we'll grab you, and then we can check the MAM and see if we can't find more hard drives. Okay. I'll take another 6 inventory slots. Thanks, game. They're like, no meaningful stuff. Just inventory slots. We know how greedy you are. We know you can't help but say yes. Why would you save up, like, why would you take your you know, gambling for, like, better recipes when you could just have more inventory slots? Alright, I see a Mercer Sphere, so go for that. Oh, there's a hard drive slot as well. I'm gonna go to the Mercer Sphere, because then I can rain rebar down in those with impunity and not have to fight them all in a meaningful way.
Your symphony invades our temples and echoes along our lattices. Why do you weep?
Growth, the future, an idea, and frankly, you.
Is a tapestry woven with hands or with thoughts?
Both are necessary, yet only one can't function without the other.
We see your echo steps, shimmering symphonies that break upon our temples, but your song is alien.
How long ago did you notice me?
There's no long, there are only spheres.
I wonder, was it always about survival, or is there something more, something beyond?
Consume our blood and you will see our threads.
Okay. Pretty soon my inventory is going to be full even with all Satsu Gang. We also should blow those up, so let's not forget that, because those will probably give us some more goodies. You're getting a lot of the encased industrial steel. More power, that's fine. I wonder how many people don't realize you could just do this really quickly, and then, you know, try and take, like, a cable from half across the map and bring it over here. It's got to be in, you know, somewhat decent number, because for a lot of people, this will be their very first game in this genre. Me, I was people, yeah. Hey, Hawk. Let's see. Didn't you say there was one by the double arches? I may have already grabbed that. You think it dawns on people eventually? Yeah, no, it's probably one of those things that you do it once or twice where you ferry it over and you go, man, there's got to be a better way to do this. And then, you know, you come to the realization you can just slap a plug in there and call it a day. All that, it's not even a good slug. Okay, so home is back this way. Yeah, we grabbed the Mercer Sphere. Oh yeah, no, the one I just grabbed is the one below the arches. Because those were the arches there. There was a Mercer Sphere on the arch, so I went up on the arch first to grab the Mercer Sphere. Then I rained the shots down on the enemies nearby the hard drive, and then got the hard drive. Oh, don't die. I'm pushing my luck with this jetpack. Okay. This is why you use biofuel versus turbo fuel? Yeah, and I don't know which one's technically better or anything like that. But I'm already making the turbo fuel, so it's like, meh, it's right here. There, finally. There's a ton of uranium in the water over there. Let's go check on this chunk of land here. My thing is I need to actually stay on the ground long enough for it to regen. It's not even how long it burns. Clearly something there. Nah, it's fine. I don't need to go play in the radiation. Nope. Let's not try and go for all that in one go. Okay, fully recovered. Ha! Took my chances. Are we just completely ignoring the mobs now? I mean, if they're not directly in my way, I'm ignoring them. We don't get enough for killing the mobs. Okay, what is in the middle of that crater? Is it worth going down there for? I don't think so. I think it's probably just a slug. I don't even think it's a good one. I think it's like a blue one. Yeah, no, stopping to fight every monster, I don't care. But, like, if I'm trying to grab something and there happens to be a monster standing on it, if I can get away with it where I just snag it and run. Oh, yeah, to heck with this thing. You can keep it, it's yours. I don't care what it is. That's another one of those that's crude oil. No shipwrecks there. Okay, now we're above where we have our SAM. I saw it's a slug, I'm just gonna keep going. We got coal up here. Trying to see if we see more shipwrecks up on any of these. Okay, shipwreck dead ahead on that ridge. I think that's another shipwreck to the left as well. Yeah, I think there's a shipwreck up there and over there. I'm just gonna go around the poison for a moment. Hey, friendos. Be cool. Oh, hey, if you're just gonna stand down there, I'll just grab this in the meantime. Thank you. Hey, spider. Those are some really late game materials. hard drive. There's some heavy frames, which is good. Alright, so let's quickly mark this one. And I see one that way, so slightly northeast. Okay, so we don't have that one. It is surrounded by radiation stuff, which will be a bit of a hassle. I did see that the MAM finished. It's just gonna be really hard to fit that there. I suspect we're gonna have one of those radioactive hogs up here. But it is a hard drive, and that to me is worth messing with those. Oh, no radioactive hog? That's easy peasy then. Okay. So I didn't see a hog. I do see a lot of uranium, though. And that's gonna hurt us a bunch. Give. 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 Uh-huh. Yep, goodies. Okay, electromagnetic rods I can't do right now, so let's back away from that. I'll mark it on the map, because that's when I don't have the ability to make that. So why the rebar gun, not the rifle? I haven't unlocked the rifle. But also, for me personally, I actually don't like the rifle the way it plays. Like, it's good, for the record. Like, it's better. But for me, I don't know, I don't enjoy it. Let's see, so... Control rods. And we can change that to the crate. We can set it to red. Make it so we can view it at a different distance. And that just means I got another hard drive to check out there. Any other hard drives you haven't done there? You find extra ammo in the rifle isn't as great as the base. Yeah, and I found, like, for me personally, it seemed like the rifle, to make it really that much better, you had to get the ammo upgrades. But I'd much rather just... I'm not going to go all that for a Mercer Sphere right now. But I'd really just rather get the upgrades for the rebar gun and go to town with that. Alright, so I've probably already got that one, I assume? Yeah, so you've already got that one. We're right over our factory now, so that's good news. Oh yeah, that's where we saw there was bauxite for aluminum. There we go. Alright. Man, now my intention is to go and get the explosive ammo for the rebar gun and just use the rebar gun. Because I've heard the explosive ammo for the rebar gun is pretty strong, like just raw damage wise. And if I can control it at anything remotely close to the way I've been able to control the rebar gun, I'll be pretty happy with it. Alright. So, we got ourselves an absolutely absurd amount of hard drives. I'm sitting on, in my inventory, I've got 6. We've scanned 3 while we were out. We got all of this stuff. Our inventory is absolutely 100% full. Some of these like super duper late game tech things are just gonna shove in here because I'm not gonna be able to do anything with them. We actually got enough of the heavy frames to unlock the next level in engineering stuff because of just finding them scattered on the ground kind of thing. Let's wait to make sure there's nothing there. So we got bolted frames. That's nice and all. They alternated this. I'm gonna skip these two. Wet concrete and coated plastic. Wet concrete it is. I don't even know if that's a good idea or not, but we'll do that. So you need the oscillating whatevers and DNA. I could probably make that happen, but I don't care that much. Those are somber sloops. I need a whole lot of those to make it worthwhile. We can actually probably get those circuit boards to unlock almost all these things. Alright, let's see what we got in our stuff here. AI limiter, there's a stack. So let's go ahead and unlock the programmable splitter, just to get it out of her life.
Programmable splitter unlocked. This upgrade to the smart splitter provides additional options to improve conveyor belt logistics.
Okay, and where is our fancy? There's our high-speed connectors. I'm going to grab both stacks of those because got multiple things to unlock with that. So if I grab the Caterium wire, we could just directly unlock geothermal, which I haven't done before. So let's grab the Caterium wire. I keep calling Caterium wire quick wire. So let's just get all of this unlocked. So here's geothermal.
Geothermal generator unlocked. Geysers added to the object scanner.
Have you been
When
finding
life
this
gives
game
you
really
lemons,
good
make
or only
lemonade.
just kind of
When life gives you
satisfactory?
deadly geothermal vents, run directly towards them and build generators. Use potentially lethal natural phenomena for your own benefit. It's the fix-it way.
And thank you, Kosher, for the 101 biddies. I guess the game's satisfactory. Memes going on. In all in all fairness, like I've been playing the crap out of it. All right, there's the Power Pulse Mark IIIs.
Power Pole Mark III unlocked. It has significantly more power connections compared to the previous models.
All right, so I'm noticing the quick wire. We might actually have a problem with that. Let's see, you had to hit enter right as the in-game robots start talking. Oh yeah, I know it happens. With like stream delay and everything that, whether it's a long time or a little time, it's just gonna be a thing. And with this, we've got just about all of the Caterium stuff unlocked. All the stuff I care about.
Priority power switch unlocked. This assists with power grid management by automatically powering down specified connections when a grid failure is imminent. Use it to prioritize power for the most important infrastructure.
Just think if there's anything else you care about unlocking right now. Oh, we could, we had the oscillators here, which we're not making. These are literally just all the oscillators we found laying around. So if I grab some more hard drives, then, or not hard drives, motors, then I can go ahead and unlock the hard drive scanner, which is unreliable and super buggy and really disappointing, actually.
Object scanner magnetic sensitivity increased. It can now detect the signal of any hard drives at crash sites in your region.
Hopefully they fix that bug. For those who don't know what I'm talking about, is only some of the shipwrecks do get detected by the hard drive scanner. Just because. Alright, so we do want some more modular frames. I'm partly doing this also to get as much of this nonsense out of my inventory. So we're just burning materials to try and get that unlocked.
Explorer unlocked. This personnel transport vehicle facilitates rapid traversal of difficult terrain and climbs like a mountain goat that has returned from extinction.
Okay, and we can get more of the explosives. to get that.
Pulse Nobelisk unlocked. This ammunition for the Nobelisk detonator generates a powerful shockwave capable of repelling nearby objects, including the user. Unrelated. Please ensure all your Fix-It liability waivers are up to date.
Okay, so we are scanning the hard drives. The next thing I want to do is check on our engines to see how we're doing on that production. Because those we've had going on, we've got our computers being made and our circuit boards and our AI limiters and yada yada yada. For a lot of these, we could just shove these in here for now. To craft medicines and whatever. I should have dropped by the drop-off point for, is that where my Caterium is? That's where my Caterium. Let's check out our Caterium real fast. Because I did notice the wire wasn't regenerating very quickly. So I can pop up here, and we'll just see if I need to put down more constructors. And if so, but I also want to go and check on the engine, see how we're doing in that regard. See if our engines are doing well. After that, I still need to get the heavy modular frames up, which will be fine. I'm going to be doing those probably over there somewhere. And then with the heavy modular frames up, we'll be able to make the adaptive cores, which is something I've been putting off. The big reason I've been putting those off so far just boils down to, unfortunately, the whole cost of all that. So you've got this going on, you've got the ingots happening. Yeah, so you are just burning through what's here. Yep, okay. So let's check our ratios and see if I can't increase this by a bunch more. So we got our Caterium drill. It's a pure one. I'm just gonna go ahead and drop these in here and crank it up. So as soon as it kicks on, so 600 per minute. It'll literally upgrade all of that. So at 600 per minute, we could run a bit over 10 of these. Yeah, it's a bit over 10 of these, which would mean somewhere in the area of about 150 out. Which we could probably do a bit more than that. Which means I could run about 11 or 12 of these. So basically, I could escalate the crap out of this place. So we'll start by just putting what I can fit on the platform as is. Okay, and that part's all fine. So basically our Caterium is not keeping up, which will be slowing our computer production and all that, which is the thing that we're worried about bottlenecking on anyways. So this is probably a good thing to take a quick peek at. Quick wire. Quick wire. Quick wire. Where's your power pole? Okay. So the interesting concern here is I actually have you in the way here. So I'm gonna want to move that. Alright, so this whole thing's gonna have to shut down for a minute. Let's grab that pole. We can huck it down there. Connect that there. Disconnect that. Grab you. And you're reconnected. Alright. Alright, I missed that again. Okay, because I just want to get all of this connected and expanded. Because we have the potential of producing so much more quick wire, and we're running out of it. But we just aren't. That's part of the reason I put all these in their own platforms, because that way it's really easy to scale this up. I just go up here and go, I want more, and as long as the drill down there can support it, we do that. And because it can handle, it's a pure node, so it can handle 600 ingots coming out per minute. That's going to be pretty much, like, we'll hit a limit where it won't be enough anymore, but that's going to be a ways down the road. We're going to deal with a lot of other bottlenecks before that happens. All right. Five and 6. And now we need a new pole. Alright, so that's a massive improvement there. And we'll go ahead and get these other two in here as well. Giving me a little bit of trouble because it wants to bend at the end. Alright. Quick wire, drop off the ingots we've accidentally picked up. Quick wire. You're already connected. And you need a new power pole. Okay, and just like that, we've probably tripled, if not more, our production of quick wire. So, like, you can see we're nearly hitting saturation on that belt, and that's with it coming right out of there. So that should help us catch up our quick wire production in a good way. Because we had noticed that when I was trying to use the quick wire for stuff back on the base for milestones or whatever, that I did find myself unable to grab it, because there was just so little coming in. Alright, so I need 1,000 of that. Need 1,000 rubber. You've already got the heavy frames in here, I believe. So we could throw those heavy modular frames into the hub to get that sorted out. Okay. Hey, Lizard Doggo, how's it going, buddy? Okay, that's curious. I didn't know that the Lizard Doggo could bring you power slugs. Which does mean technically you can get unlimited power slugs, which is a bit of a curious one. That said, you can craft the power shards later in an unlimited capacity, not have to worry about it. Okay. Now I gotta remember. So this is making the rods and the sheets and all that, and this is going over here. This is our modular frames. Yeah, that's all. This is modular frames. Right. And those modular frames are being passed down here for the versatile frames, which are at capacity. Alright, there's the map. So geothermal. Okay, so that produces a decent amount of power. And they fluctuate. It will be worth doing that. They're not super expensive either. So it definitely is one of those things that, as we see geysers, plugging them in would not be a terrible idea. It's basically free power. Okay. Alternative turbo heavy fuel. Tempered caterium ingots. I'm going to re-roll that. Insulated cable. So that has a way higher throughput for cable. That's 100 per minute. But I gotta bring rubber in. The good news is, in the past, I've not had, rubber's as well as things I've had a surplus. This one I'm less worried about. So I may not use that in the short term, but that does look like a good pattern to grab. It might be worth at some point taking where we're producing our cable and converting that over if I can get the rubber in that area without too much of a headache. So over here should be where we're making like the twin engine things, I think. I have no idea how handmade that is, but it looks pretty close to being done. Oh, you know what? You have somber sloops in there. Give me those back. I don't think you need to have them anymore. No, you don't. Where did I put the somber sloops? There was somewhere in here I put some somber sloops. Because, like, oh no, that's going to take literally all day. What was it? I don't know, it's fine. Oh, it wasn't somber sloops. I put slugs in there. Yeah, so for those, I should probably take the slugs back. We are producing those, but that's probably enough in my inventory to complete this phase. And more importantly, I'm probably gonna need a lot of that stuff for the adaptive cores, because I've very admittedly been putting off actually finishing them. Yeah, so you got all these, and you're running out of motors, so it doesn't matter anyways. Going really fast for a supply you don't have doesn't help anything. And let's check what's going on with the motors lagging behind. I suspect it'll be the copper. Rotors. Oh, I never flipped over the conveyor belts. Okay, because this was being shipped in from half across the map before, but we got a train set up, and I didn't want to just sit there with that, so you are probably my rotors? Yep. So yeah. There, problem solved. Meanwhile, this is one of our few exceptions that we had spaghetti because it was before I had trains. That I had to get the rotors over here, and there was no iron available anywhere nearby. So it's just like, you know what? It's fine. I'll just run it across the map. I wasn't happy about it, but I really didn't have a particularly great alternative. There's only like 3 or 4 lines I did like this, and all of them were intended to be temporary. We already had replaced this one, I just didn't actually tear down the conveyors. Alright. Okay. Just trying to be careful because there's cable behind that and all that. Okay, so we officially hit the point where my inventory is so full it's dumping stuff out. Let's get that tiny bit of leaves out of here, because that should give us a little bit more, and we're almost back. And really I need to get rid of a bunch of this stuff. Alright. And with that, that spaghetti is removed. So no more spaghetti. Okay, meanwhile, bam, bam, and bam. We can go here, and the plastic is still restocking, and the rubber is still restocking. We do have all the heavy frames already knocked out. Okay, I don't need more of the things from the slugs right now. So I can grab the slugs and chuck them in there. I have a whole bunch of stuff to put in my biometric processing, whatever you want to call it, box. So you can chuck all this in here. It'll make it into alien protein or whatever we need. Is there any wood in there or anything else that needs to go through? Looks okay here. We can drop off all the stacks of the twin engine things, the dual engine, whatever they're called. I do see that the rotor line there is mostly empty, which is somewhat alarming. Okay, so that didn't go as far as I was hoping, but that's okay. Alright. Hard drive. Hear me out. Steel screws. Make it happen. Still got 4 minutes. Yeah, so we got those are almost done. That's not even a priority. Is there anything else here I need to do? We want to get the SAM fluctuator. I got to keep that topped off for making my containers and all that for the device to teleport stuff around. I also will want to get a whole bunch of that when it comes to being able to process things into them faster. I think the upload speed to me is way more important than the quantity stored. Both are good. But the upload speed seems like it's the one that lets me respond to stuff. Oh, we have, alien protein already in our inventory? Huh? Well, there's something to unlock for 10 of these. So let's go ahead and get that unlocked. What is your favorite game of all time? I don't have one. Asking me what my favorite game is like which way is the wind blowing. There's a lot of games I super duper enjoy, but like my favorite game has changed so many times that I wouldn't say there's one game that's like the standard, like that's the one. Alright, so we can do the scannable enemies. I don't really care about that research, but we could do it anyways. What else do we have? We've got we got these. Take that out. Top 3. It's the same thing, but conflated by 3. I mean, some games that I've really enjoyed over the years, I really enjoyed Factorio. I used to play tons of Elite Dangerous. Path of Exile is a game I'm a huge fan of, that I've played that to unreasonably high amounts. Rollo's Pretty Pretty Princess. Don't lie, it's your favorite. Hey, man. There's nothing wrong with liking Pretty Pretty Princess. I actually don't know of a game by that title, but sure. We can slide you over. Man, I played a ton of different games over the years. But yeah, no, I'm not someone who sits there and is like, that's the one, that's the game. Alright, so we've got all that stuff. It's being put into my cloud storage. We got all that. It's a board game? Gotcha. Make more of the things to heal ourselves. Put those in the stack. Alright. I'm basically trying to wait out that hard drive real fast. We can grab more rebar while we're here. Let that get back into production. Yeah, we've got a ton of stuff that's really advanced materials we found that I can't make yet. Wifey.
I'm heading to bed, T-Bone.
Okay, you sleep well.
You sleep well.
Never.
Don't front. I know Pretty Pretty Princess is your favorite.
I'm sure. Is that like one of those games that like you had to get your crown and you had to get like your shoes or your dress or whatever?
Your jewelry.
your jewelry.
Your princess.
Yeah. No, I think I've played that again. You know, when you're like, you've got like the 2 or 3-year-old with you and all that, and you're like, oh, you want to play this? Okay. You know, you're humoring the kid.
Yes.
Isn't that one of those ones that like it's very predetermined or like very no? It's like the dice rolls.
Predetermined. This is random. Yeah.
Yeah, it's dice rolls. There's no strategy or anything. It's just you roll the dice and you win or you lose.
Hi, Claria Star. Hi, Rangor.
Oh yeah, no, I've definitely played a number of games that were like Barbie, whatever, from Well, no, but I'm saying like those slice of games because like, you know, I've got a niece. I've got multiple cousins with, you know, who had they're now upper teenage girls. But once upon a time, they were very young girls and all that.
You have to get your crown and your earrings and your necklace and your ring and your bracelet. But you can't get the black ring because that negates all of your other jewelry.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's how it works. That's the
Yep. So I know the molded steel pipe is a good one. I'm gonna skip it because I want the better screws. Oh, so that's the heavy frames. That's what we're actually trying to make. Also, interestingly, I can make a better output copper with the water mixture.
That's cool. But I'm heading to Betty Pies. Remember to love me.
I will.
Okay.
I feel like this one... I wish... Oh, here, we can go look at this. So... This makes slightly more. We get rid of the steel tubing, and in place we take rubber. And we have a slightly reduced cost. So that's probably a better one for us. So I'll grab that. We can get the megafauna unlock. Oh, I need to grab the oscillators back out. And the control circuit, well, the high speed whatever circuits. You're here somewhere. The good news is those high speed circuits do seem like they're being made fast enough that I'm not having to worry about. And with this, all the alien megafauna research is done.
Hostile organisms added to the object scanner. Note, it cannot detect the species, only aggression. There are many creatures that dislike you, Pioneer, but I am your true friend.
Thanks, Ada. I'm glad to have a true friend. Okay, so these are, after the milestone, the smokeless powder. I'm not going to touch the smokeless powder because I will, like, not right now. And the reason I'm not going to do it right now is because I will absolutely go down that can of worms and just genuinely not make any progress in these other things I need to be doing. What else do we want to get in here? I think the rest is all fine. Okay, we already have the... Okay, cool. And I've already got the next hard drive going. That's fine. Okay, so I am going to begin setting up the heavy modular frames on the assumption I am going to get the better screw pattern. Because if I don't get the better screw pattern, I'm just going to have to deal with that, and it's going to be sad, and it's going to fill my heart with eternal sadness, and I will just have to live with that. But here's hoping RNG is kind, and we get the thing that I can turn steel ingots into screws, because the steel ingot into screw pattern is extremely effective at making screws. The alternative is, I either ship over ingots or the screws themselves, because there's no more iron up by where my steel is that I'm not already tapping and utilizing pretty fully. Because I definitely don't want to split my iron on my steel production. Better than iron ingot to screws? Oh yeah, no, it's something like 120 or 100 screws per minute for like just a couple of steel ingots. Like, don't get me wrong, you're using steel, which is a higher value item, whatever you want to call it. So there's definitely considerations to be made. Alright, so let's see. If we go here to production, I've been putting this off, and I've been putting it off, and I've been putting it off, and I'm gonna deal with it. I'm not planning on building it here, I'm just trying to stop put this down real quick. Okay, so we need to make the adaptive core. I've been making... Oh, no, we mean to make this. So, we can get the rubber over here. If we get the rubber over here, then the only thing I'm missing is the screws. And I want to do the rubber pattern because rubber is not too hard for me to get a hold of right now. It reduces my cost on my steel and the cost on my screw and has a higher yield. So this will be hands down better. Oh wait, no. I'm wrong. It'll go through the screws faster because it's got a faster time. I still think that's worth doing. So we need the rubber, encased, modular frames, and that. So that should be okay, because that's my modular frames right there. This is our encased right here. We've got a train station here. I think we're bringing rubber in here. I believe rubber's already coming through this. It is. Perfect. So I literally have everything I need here, except the screws. So we're hoping for the best with that. I think for this particular one, the answer is going to be to build more area for, probably up here in this open area, that we're going to make a spot for making these. I'm just trying to figure out how I want to orient this. Okay, so that's supposedly with the world grid, so it's not quite lined up with that. Or that. Thanks, I hate it. Alright, well that's not my favorite. We could also just put it down here on the ground level. I've got room for it. Just like ground level, like right here. It'd be right in between the two of them. Because then what I'd do is I'd drop down the industrial, drop down the, like, bring the rubber and the industrial, drop them down here, bring that over here. Put those out. I think that's fine. Just expand this out this way. Because I'm not going to need to produce that high of capacity of heavy modular frames. We'll definitely need a decent amount. Like I said, my intention for the moment, just get it set up, and just have like a blank, you know, screws go in here kind of situation. And then we can kind of see where we go from there. Alright, so if we go here to the manufacturer, we can drop you over here. That give us plenty of room to run the belts behind you. For right now, I won't encroach on that much farther. And this as well as ones I don't need a giant chest for, or the dimensional storage. Okay, so set you to the advanced. You're going to need power over here. I've got power like right here in the area, so you just go plop and plop. This one I can run right now without having to worry about anything. So do I want to piggyback on that rail? It's pretty far back here, but I think I do. Because at least that'll be like this nice... Oh, and literally I have that going already. I don't even need to put that up here. I already have it right there. Well, actually, I'll probably want to bring the industrial bar here. I literally already have the modular frames running through here. So we can go here to logistics and splitters. Alright, we're at that situation where it's so far back it's not picking up. So what? I haven't looked at the programmable splitter. So that has that. I don't really know what's going on with that. That's fine. Whatever. I was just momentarily curious, but... Nope, that's the wrong one. Just splitter. Stop fighting me on this. just snap into place. It's fine. Okay, so it's farther to the left. That's the issue. So I can go here to splitter. You know what? New plan. If it's gonna fight me that hard, we're just gonna goosh this up here. And hopefully it's not too much of a problem. Alright, so let's go here to this. I need to leave enough space for it to drop down when we get to like 2 or 3 high. There we go. So now not the adaptive frame, the heavy frame. Okay, so we've got the heavy frame. So there's our module frames popping in here. And same like I just mentioned before. This one, because I put the wrong thing down. This one I actually do want the container here and a dimensional storage. I was getting ahead of myself that I need this first. Then we're gonna make the adaptive frame. Okay, so we've got those going in here. So next up is to get the encased steel, the rubber, and all that. How much longer do I have on the man? I'm really hoping for that screw recipe. 1 minute. Okay. So that's where the encased steel is. And I want to drop it down onto these as well. Let's get the brackets on here. Cool, so I could run a conveyor along there. And where does all the rubber go? We got the rubber goes through here. Okay, so rubber goes through there and immediately veers over. So in this case, instead of going up and over, we're going to go under. We're going to run along here where the steel pipe is. And have it follow the steel pipe's path. I feel like that one should be on the 3rd rung. Okay, there's this research. Come on, steel screws. Come on, steel screws. Rubber, concrete, and alternative crystal computer, get out of here. Alternative bolted frame and alternative adhered plate. Well, that's not steel screws. We still got 3 attempts as I wire all this up. Okay. So, with this, what I'm thinking we'll do is I'll grab this port, near the rubber. Yeah. Grab this port, drop it down here. Not a huge fan of that angle. I know that's unnecessary extra. I really didn't like the angle on the other one. Oh, come on. Okay, so that's too long for it to reach all in one go. We can pop over here and do 1, 2, and 3. And go that way. I'd rather go like this. And you're not needed. And we can just run this through now. That'll be the rubber connected. Hey, Cavalier, thank you so much for the raid. I really do appreciate that. I do hope you had yourself a good stream and all that. What were you streaming today, and how did it go? Well, welcome in, Raiders. Good to have you. Okay, so this is the question mark, because that is way up there. My fear is that I won't be able to get this down at this angle and make it work. No, it's too close. That's kind of what I was expecting. That's fine, we can make this work. Welcome, you did, it was good? Gotcha. And production, manufacture, before I forget. Okay, so we scooch it just about as much as I can and have it still detecting. The alternative modular frames, slap that in there. Alright, so now I've got the rubber connected. It was a pain in the butt. Gotcha. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. I'm assuming you're saying Satisfactory. Sorry, I missed what you were playing is all. Okay, so next thing up on our list... Gotcha, cool. So next thing up on our list is we've got the rubber moved over, which that's a little alarming that... Okay, there it goes. Oh, it wasn't dropping any off because the train was actively in the way. That's fine. So we've got all the rubber going down there. The next one will be the encased steel, and after which we might get to scan that hard drive. And then if we don't have it, I'm going to have to start solving the screw problem I'm trying to ignore. You had to do 3 times new saves. If you don't mind me asking, what was the reason for the new saves? I haven't personally had to change saves at any point. Mess up? Right, I guess I should rephrase that. What did you mess up that you couldn't just recover, fix? Oh, actually that'll be right about. That'll work. That'll work right there. It's probably not the right way of approaching this, but you know, it'll serve. I'm realizing this one has to go on the 5th line. Everything. Yeah, no. Generally speaking, this is one of those games when you mess up, you can always kind of take it back. There's no forever mess up, you know, oh, you bricked your save. Like, the worst thing I imagine could do is somehow losing Somber Sloops. Which still wouldn't be a game-breaking whatever, but like, you know, you lose an inventory off a cliff where you can't recover it or something with Somber Sloops in it. Because there's only ever so many of those on the map, and you will never ever see more. But all that said, I don't think I've ever seen a problem with those. So I just want to see if I put this 5th one up here. But I mean, if you want to start over because you're unhappy, by all means, don't let me ruin that for you. It's more trying to save you from restarting a whole bunch if you had no need to, is I guess what I'm trying to do. Okay, so I do got that. Cool. So, I'm still gonna hold out hope that we're gonna get the steel screw recipe. I know, statistically speaking, the chances of me randomly pulling it on the next hard drive, pretty close to 0. It's not actual 0, but you know, we're in that ballpark. So, if we pop down here, this is where we're doing our steel production. If we do get the recipe, then all I need to do is where I've got this container, we'll do a split off over this way, and we can put a couple of things for steel screws here, and we will just be golden. On the other hand, if we do not, I can branch off of this to add screw production over here. I really don't want to, because if I do that, I'm now cannibalizing the iron going into my stuff here. And I don't believe there's any more iron that I'm not already tapping nearby. Because I got the 2 over here we're using for our modular frames. No, actually, those might be the modular frames. What are you 2? Oh, these are for the steel. That's the modular frames. Those might as well be in a different country. And then we've got our coal up here. And I've got 4 coal nodes up here against my 2 iron nodes. You see the problem. Now, those are pure iron nodes. So temporarily, this could work. So I think I'm going to work on this as a temporary solution of let's just assume I don't get the pattern, because that's honestly being more realistic. And from there, try and make this work out. So let's make this pop up just a little ways here so it's not glitching all through the terrain and all that when I set this up. And I'm going to put just a couple constructors here for screws, just to have it actually working a little bit. That'll probably be okay. All right. You know what? Can I hot swap that with a smart splitter? No. I'm not gonna tear it apart. I was gonna make it a smart splitter and I was going to have it go that way, and then this would be the overflow. So we only make screws with spare iron. But I think that's fine, because it'll only take the half iron, like it'll be taking all the iron after all of those splits. So it shouldn't be able to actually take that much. So go production, constructor. Surprisingly, it actually looks like it's set onto the grid still. That one's gonna sit on top. Oh no, it's fine. We'll tear that up. If I need more, I can put them on the other side. Let's change this pattern a little bit. How do I want to do this, actually? I'm being indecisive for a number of reasons. Because I could definitely split it once it gets up here, which is probably what I need to do. Oh, your new save doesn't mess you up? Yeah, like I said, it's one of those things, like, unless you're having something like your saves getting corrupted or something like that, you shouldn't need to worry about it. Now, if your save's getting corrupted, I haven't heard of people having that issue. That would be a real big problem, though. But yeah, no, this, like, I could see someone wanting to change settings and stuff like that. But, yeah, it's one of those games that, like, there's just not a need to restart. Like, you can restart if you want a fresh factory start and all that, but, like, it just doesn't want to work with you. Yeah, my comment is more like, when you're doing these games, you're always going to have things that you'll have problems. Oh, are you running into, like, really bad frame rate issues? I do know... These are all turned the wrong way. I do know there's an issue with one part of the map that for some people have, like, horrendous frame rate. No? Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I could see some world set... Like some world setting kind of things that you decide, oh, I'd change my mind, I don't want that. That's the one that pops in my head as like the only big standout that I'm like, that'd be a reason to restart. You know, you've changed something that disabled achievements, stuff like that. I don't like if I'm gonna do that for now. Okay, so this is going to be an alternative cast screw. Because even like if you're just unlocking recipes that you're not happy with, you just get more hard drives. You know, because every recipe you unlock that is something that you don't want is one less you have to worry about. Okay, so I think we'll say this is the farthest this way will go. They've seen it red when you see your Streamlabs. Been trying to fix for 3 days. You've been seeing it red. Oh, like the color's wrong, or like red, like it's your frame rate's bad or whatever. Because that could just be a performance issue with OBS. Because I know there's some places that people are having performance issues when streaming. Yeah, no, it's like I'm not trying to jump in. I'm trying to understand because I like to try to help if possible. But I also understand some people are like, nah, man, I just don't want to deal with it right now, which is totally fair and valid. It's just one of those things that there's definitely games that like restarting is just something you do, and then there's stuff there. Bit rating's good? Huh. Don't know. Wish you could be more help, but genuinely don't know. Okay, so we've got all these. They need power. So we can go ahead and put down a power pole right there just for them. And this is where things are going to get real messy with our steel, which is really why I didn't want to go this route. But I'm accepting the fact that the odds of getting the one recipe out of all the recipes in the game that will basically let me straightforward fix this problem, probably minimum. Oh, you need to be upgraded and upgraded and upgraded. There's also more than likely the point where I'm going to have to improve the throughput of my encased steel. And thank you, Polzak, for gifting a sub to Juffy. I really do appreciate that. And for those who are like, where did the alert go? We're having a problem right now on Twitch where when people gift groups of subs, it's not picking up as a group, so it's only picking up as all of the individual subs. And right now with September going on, the notifications we're getting real disruptive. You know, like half an hour to an hour of just each and every one going. So they're turned off at the moment while I try and get that sorted off. Alright. So with that, we are now making screws. So let's check where I need to fit that on the conveyor line. Alright. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Kicking off a hype train. Probably the last hype train of September. I don't... Yeah, no, if it's by California time, there's 30 more minutes till, you know, it's midnight California time. Now, granted, I don't know what time the September ends, but we're getting down to that home stretch no matter what it is. All that. So that's definitely a thing. But it's been wonderful. I really do appreciate everyone's support. Like, genuinely, September has been extremely good for the channel and everything, which really helps a lot. Streamer doesn't exactly make particularly great money. You may have heard about that before. So when we do have these promotions that do go a long way, it does a whole lot for us.
Yay. Choo choo. Choo choo. More
okay, snuck right over the top, so it doesn't look cursed. What have we been lied to? What do you mean you've been lied to? Yeah, like I don't know if the September promotion is still going. The promotion is basically if people streaming not making good money. So it's one of those things, you can make good money streaming if you happen to be one of the people in like the top like 0.05, well actually even probably what are they, like 0.002% of content creators. Like there are people who make decent money doing it, but when you start sitting there getting into it saying, okay, of the people streaming, 1 out of like 10,000 is making legitimately good money, you kind of scratch your head and go, oh, that's not good. Yep. 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 I'm gonna re-roll it because I want the other one. Quick wire cable's interesting. I should have taken the other one, but that's alright. Keep scanning the hard drives. We got 2 more. So, the good news is, with all that, at least we are now making the heavy modular frames. Now comes the last one, which I'm worried about what's going to be necessary to set this up. The adaptive core. So that's going to require the automated wiring, the circuit boards, the heavy adapted frame, and the computers. Now, I believe, if I remember correctly, I want to say the adaptive cores are up here. That box right there, maybe? So I want to say the adaptive cores are right here. Nope, that's definitely not the adaptive cores. I want to say they're over here somewhere, right? It's not there, because maybe that box? Yeah, there we go. So we got these. So automated wirings, I'm sorry, which we put into adaptive cores. So we got the automated wirings up here, and we've got the heavy modular frames here. So that's convenient for these to be in the same basic spot. Are you getting enough screws? Please tell me you are. Yeah, you are. Dear goodness. This thing is going through 390 screws per minute. Good grief. Alright, well, and we're making 11 point something or other encased steel, because I'm going to need to make sure I'm making enough for that to still get stuff for there. No, we're not making enough of that. So we're going to go ahead and grab one of you and plunk you down here. I need to check my power again. Okay. Alright. So we've doubled our production of the plates. So that'll give us the teeniest, tiniest little extra over top of what we're consuming right now for the heavy modular frames. The good news is we're very soon to likely scale up what our plates are requiring to being aluminum or whatever. And when that happens, I can stop worrying about that being such a big deal. But that's going to be a problem. We are putting the heavy modular frames there. This is working fine, but yeah. No, that rate of consuming screws is not a minor thing. Just as fast as they roll in. You know, honestly, how much power will you take to put the... So you're consuming 55. If I drop in 3 of those, that'll almost double your modular frame production. Your heavy modular frame. That would make my screws go much farther. Oh man, that jumps into 168. Let's not do that. Also, let's check on our power. So right now we're only consuming about 2,000 megawatts, and we can technically consume a considerable amount more than we're producing, but like the way we've been building this factory for scaling, it's going to take a lot before we start seeing that scale up properly. What I can do in the meantime is let's grab the 2 stacks of plastic and the stack of rubber, and drop that off at the pipeline down there. Let's also grab the, we had up here. Let's grab the dual engine, whatever these things are. Grab those out of there so we can drop it at the space elevator. But yeah, so what I'm going to need to do is get those adaptive frames producing. More than likely, I will put the somber sloops in there, because then that means for every material we consume, I'll get twice as much out kind of thing. So it'll definitely be worth it. But the big thing I'm going to run into with all that is I am going to need to run another train, because I got 2 of the goods over here where the copper is, and I got 2 of the goods back there where the steel is. I think we will be bringing the steel stuff copper side. I was debating if I want to try and add 2 more stops onto the existing railway. And I'm kind of going back and forth on that, because the good news about that is I could just have it follow the same path and it would just work. I just have to, you know, extend the platforms and adjust the rails. The bad news about it is that while I'm doing that, I'm going to be shutting down the train, and those stops aren't going to line up correctly, so I'm going to have to reroute, you know, goods.
Milestone reached. Pipelines and pipeline pumps can now be upgraded to Mark II. They are like Mark I, but better. Pipes seem to be objects of fascination to humans. In fact, there are recorded instances of humans doing nothing but thinking about pipes for hours.
Okay, so yeah, we go up here, we've got the computers in that one. We've got the control, you know, we got the control circuits here, the high-speed control circuits. We've got over here. Oh, wait, what? So literally we are burning through these faster. Ah, we don't have enough plastic. Oh, don't do that to me, please. Because I have need of that material. Okay, that's a problem. Hey, train. I need to go look at your plastic situation. So, it's looking like it's time for us to expand our oil, because I need those control circuits, whatever you want to call them, to be able to make the adaptive pores. And it's looking like the rubber truck up there. This is the right train, right? I'm on the right train? I don't know anymore. It's looking like for this one, I might be producing enough rubber, but I might be producing too little plastic. So, more than likely the way I will approach this is I will go down to where we have the oil. I've got 3 other oil areas I'm not yet exploiting. We'll probably set up the next one to start being exploited. And I might literally take the next one that's to be exploited and just massively make it say, like, this is the plastic production one. And just let it go full tilt on plastic for an entire oil node. And then take all the, you know, heavy oil and we bring that over, we turn that into petroleum or whatever else. And, you know, kick it over to the next spot. Like, probably pipe it into the existing infrastructure as well. Well, no, because I still need the blue stuff for making fabric. But I don't want to make a whole bunch more petroleum because we're already... Well, I mean, we do want to get more power. So I can actually put over 2 more power plants that run on oil on the existing infrastructure without changing anything. So probably build those. And then I do feel like I want to... Like, I need to get the plastic output increased and probably the rubber output increased. So I'm just trying to decide how I want to approach that. Because my options are, I make a bunch more petroleum and get a little bit extra plastic and rubber from it, but now I'm making petroleum for power plants, and more of the blue stuff to make fabric with, which I don't have unlocked yet, because we're gobbling that up as fast as I'm making it. But that would let me massively increase our power stuff. Even if I don't make it all the way into turbo fuel, like even if I just leave it as petroleum, that would be fine too. Okay. So let's just double check, make sure everything's running here. Yeah, so this is the rubber train. No, that's a quick wire. Okay, that is our plastic. So our plastic comes in here. We've got that there. We're going over here. You are running at only half capacity. So that's our first problem. Is I'm not getting nearly enough through there to keep that running. Alright, so we have the alternative steel screws. Oh, that was steel bars to it? It's still fine, we're taking that. So that's actually the one I wanted now that I've got it all wired up. But we can adjust it later. I can make it way more efficient. So yeah, so we've got these running. You're idle. Because the pipeline is full. So that explains why our production is ground to a halt here. So that's the oil in, that's the turbo fuel out. And then we've got this here. I wonder if there's a good way to control which way... Like, I want there to be a smart valve. So the exact same idea as the smart pipe. But I want a valve that does the same thing. I want to just check what the valve settings are. Because I believe it's literally just pressure, yeah. Okay. So what I might be able to do is I might be able to squeeze a power plant in here. And have that bleed off, because right now we're producing so much petroleum, that's a problem. So we make 60 per minute, so 60, 120, 240, 300. So we're making 300 meters cubed worth of petroleum. And that's consuming 22.5. So that's 22.5, 45, so that's 90. That's not even close to similar. So it's not actually, so 180 because I've got that's the other side. So we still have 120 petroleum surplus. Now granted, I do have... Oh no, I had a packager. So literally I've got 120 meters cubed surplus on my petroleum line. So we need to be consuming way more petroleum. So let me try and get a power plant in here. Tell me you fit. Alright, fine. Line that up where there's a pipe. So I need you to be consuming 120. Alright, that's not nearly enough. Can I fit another one? No. Hey, you see that reservoir there, buddy? You're fired. Alright, drop it another set. That's another 50. So then that still leaves me with 20 surplus petroleum per cycle, or whatever you want to say. Which honestly, I think will be okay. Because it's absolutely, it's really close, and it just means that'll, like every once in a while one will turn off, and then that'll, kick back in. The other thing I could do is I don't have a reservoir attached to the petroleum anymore, and I really, really should. It's not going to be in a good spot. You kind of want it normally in between. But that means at least a surplus. Because what I could do with this is a surplus will end up in here. And then when it gets too full, I can just slap that lever and just flush the system. So it gives me a little bit of a buffer. So we still are at a surplus here. Now the other concern though is that's if all of that's running. Is our turbo fuel in surplus? Do I have the giant tank here for this? I should, right? Oh no, it's over there. That's right. There's my giant turbo fuel tank. Are you full? Don't be full. Okay, so that's another problem. So I need to consume more turbo fuel. Okay, so technically, I could put one more of these on here and not even have to, like, add any more production. Like, literally one more of these, I can just shove it on here, and it should just work. I can't put it there because the railway's too close. And this is going to have all sorts of weird effects. Because if I do that, it's technically higher. Hey, Undead Baron, thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream? And what were you streaming today and how did it go and all that? But welcome in, Raiders. I'm just dealing with not sure how I want to deal with this problem. Are the art power plants slugged? Yeah, all of them are. But for those that don't know, Undead Baron, absolutely a fantastic content creator. Definitely someone I recommend checking out. Plays a whole lot of good stuff. Project Zomboid, played plenty of The Forest. Likes to do a lot of the Survival Crafter and that kind of stuff. So if any of that's your jam, you can definitely find it over here. No, we're going to want a new power pole. Gonna drop you. Yeah. Good stream, no problem, man. If you gotta get to sleep, by all means, do your self-care. Did I literally skip that? No, we're good. Do your self-care, but thank you again for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. Why are you not running? No, oh, we didn't plug it in. Okay, so now I should be consuming our turbo fuel at about the same rate we're producing it, which should get our plastic production back online. But yeah, but no, thank you again so much for the raid. Again, if we can get a shout out for Undead Baron, if we didn't already get one, absolutely a fantastic content creator on the platform. Definitely recommend. I'm gonna double check just to make sure it happens. But friend of the channel and all that stuff, always doing good times. I'm literally trying to type in a thing. It's not rating. That's definitely not what I'm doing right now. Shout out at Undead. That's not Undead Baron's name. That's not how it works. Undead Baron. Okay, so we did get the shout out. I just wanted to make sure. I trust my mods to get on it, but I didn't notice it just because I was distracted because of power things. So just wanted to make extra sure. But yeah, so definitely we're checking out and all that good stuff. For everyone popping in, I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I have played Project Zomboid in the past, as well as a number of things that Undead Baron has played. Used to actually hold a world record in Project Zomboid for the highest kill count run ever streamed at 135,121 zombies killed on one character in one life with no mods to change itemization or vehicles on harder than apocalypse settings. That said, that record has been beaten. But I am a variety streamer and I play a whole bunch of different games, and lately we've been playing a lot of Satisfactory, where we are definitely not completely destroying the environment deliberately and maliciously because trees are the enemy for just Project Zomboid memes. But that said, I am putting myself into all sorts of awful woes with dealing with all this. Because, you know what, let's focus on this thing. Hey, big doggo thing. Ah, it opened up. It's fine. It's just hornets. But yeah, so it's just one of those things that, it's a fun game. If you've ever played Factorio, same general idea, but where Factorio, you know, exploration kind of really doesn't matter. This one, it really does. This one's also 3D, so there's like, you know, doing stuff vertically. Alright, there we go. So there's like a lot to do in this game. Okay, so we've got another oil node here that we have a need for more plastic. And that's been a real problem suddenly. So I need to up the plastic production, which means I need more oil. Because even if the stuff I did just change fixed my plastic problem temporarily, I already know we're going to need more. And it's something I work on right now. Oh, is that too high? Alright, well that's fine. You can actually extract from nodes with foundations between you. It's just the tolerances it allows is not super... That's weird. It's hovering slightly over. Let's see what happens. I feel like I just put ramps on the edge. But yeah, so we're doing pretty good. This is actually my second run since 1.0 dropped. We actually already took a win. But the other win got to Extreme Spaghetti. And so I kind of wanted to do one where we didn't do a lot of spaghetti. And so that's what we're working now, is trying to get that going. So instead of having conveyor belts go everywhere, instead this one we have, that's an interesting recipe. Actually, those are both interesting recipes. But instead of using the spaghetti, we've got railways going everywhere. I'm gonna grab that. I might actually make that later. Is that our last hard drive finally? Yep, okay. Okay, so with that we can start pumping more oil. And we can drop the slugs in there, because this is an extractor. We always... Ooh! Okay. That... Yeah, Quicksilver Stators. Yeah, no, both of them looked good. I grabbed the other one, but the Quicksilver Stators was definitely one worth considering, because the Stators are copper hogs. Okay, so that's going to require a tier 2 pipe. Let's get the Caterium out of the way. So we're going to get 600 meters cubed worth of oil out of that. So let's try and navigate that whole business. Alright. So, this time instead of making the petroleum like we did in the last one, let's start working on setting this up to just make plastic. Since that's the bottleneck right now. I keep going back and forth where I want to make it just plastic or make it plastic and rubber, like we did for like we have before, with the intent of over time we would be able to go and take the existing infrastructure and switch it off of plastic and rubber, and instead getting it to make our cloth. Well, I was trying to avoid aggroing them, but that's fine. Go. Okay. So we're going to be getting 800 meters cubed worth of oil out of this thing, which is an absolutely ridiculous amount of oil. That's the highest end pipe you can get in there. It's a full pipe. Like literally. Oh, I need to have Mark II pipes. The Mark I is not going to cut it here. Which, of course, uses plastic, that thing I'm trying to get more of. Yay, I always love using the thing that I need in making the thing that makes more of the thing that I need more of. It's always great when you're like, I need more steel. I just need to use a bunch of steel to get my more steel. Oh, right. Alright, so what I need to do here is start getting this platform built up and get a bunch of refineries over here to start consuming an obnoxious amount of oil. So let's see here. We can go production, refinery. turn it this way. We can try plunking that right there. So if I choose plastic production... Oh, that's not the right one. The plastic production. So crude oil in. Oh man, I'm going to be able to power 20 of these off of this? Okay. That's more than I was anticipating. Alright, so yeah, that'll be a whole thing. That's a lot I'm going to be able to power off of that. So let's just build the platform. Because it is time to grow. So how far can I go with these? Alright, not far before the railway's in the way. Okay, so we're going to change the positioning on this a little bit. Because that railway, you know, it bisects this area. And I don't want everything to clip through everything because that's just obnoxious. We can't move the oil pump because it has to be on the actual oil. So what I could do is instead put the refineries on this side. So go over here. Put a little bit of space just in case I end up needing it for any reason later. We can go 1, 2, 3. And go over here. Because I want those pipes to line up. 1. 2. 3. And also you can go 4. 5. Still got room we can work with on this one. This is gonna be cursed. It's gonna run for about 30 seconds, and I'm gonna fill up with the heavy residue, whatever it is, and then the whole thing's gonna shut down again. Because then I'm gonna have to convert the heavy residue into petroleum, and I'm gonna have to do something to burn the petroleum. Which, you know, isn't a bad problem to have. It's not a bad problem to be like, hey, what if I could have, like, a whole bunch more power plants? It's just that middle setup phase, because I'm still not making my adaptive cores, because those I needed more plastic for, and we noticed our plastic was not doing well. Alright, so let's go ahead and run this over here. Oh, you're facing the wrong way. Okay, so let's do some figuring out. So if I set you to produce plastic, since there's more on that side than this side, if I set you to produce plastic, you're going to consume 30 crude oil per minute. So that's 60, 90, 120, 150, 180, 210, 240. Now if we go to the rubber, it's the same amount. 200, it's like 270, 300. It's not going to be the 600. That's, like, we did the numbers, it was something like 20 of these is what it could support. Okay, so we've got all that. And we can grab our fancy pipe here, because we need the really good pipe for this. We can pipe it straight across like this. And then I need to get a splitter here. And run all the way down. So I can't go all the way to the end in one go. All the way to the end here. And I'm going to need a ton of splitters. I guess you're upgrading your power? Actually, no. I should rephrase that. That's not why I'm doing this. We needed plastic, actually. Our power is great. but I didn't realize how good of a oil node this is. And so I'm suddenly going, holy crap, I have so much oil that putting this one thing with the slugs on it, we're gonna get more power. Even if I don't want it, we're getting more power. And we still have room to expand here too. That's the chaotic part. Like, we're not even using up all this. So I need a power pole here. We can run that over here. Okay. So the oil well is officially online. Yep, so you're officially pumping out oil in absurd amounts. And then for this, I'm going to need to put a good power pole here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Means I need a new power pole. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and that means I need a new power pole. All right, so all of those have power now and are going to start kicking up. Now the problem is they produce their plastic and that, as well as they produce heavy residual or heavy oil residue. And the heavy oil residue is one of those byproducts that can be good. How much are you producing? They're producing only 10 per minute. So 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80. It's nowhere near enough that I need to get the big fancy pipe. So that's some minor good news for me. So I can go here, because I don't really know where I'm taking that pipe yet. Other than I need to take it somewhere. So we're going to bring the pipe over here. I'm going to get a giant reservoir over here. And we're going to try and get all that set up as soon as we can. Because I can use the giant reservoir. Well, I'm sorry, I can use the heavy residue to produce petroleum to run generators. I believe there's other stuff I can use it for. I actually don't remember. Let's check our refineries, because that's the only one that uses the liquids or anything right now. So that's water and biofuel. And that's the residual. I think that might be literally the... Oh no, I can actually make petroleum coke with that. Which has an interesting consideration that I could use the petroleum or the heavy residue to make petroleum coke, and then I could use a petroleum coke to, you know, use in other things. Right now I'm just going to make it into petroleum. So, is there a good way I can get those pipes around here? Yes. So we're going to go and get another one of these. Because I'm just going to snake this pipe around here. And there. Where's your port? There you are. And smack it in on that thing. Okay. So the idea is this is going to start building up on the heavy residue once it's all connected. And so when we get all that set up, we can start taking that heavy residue and turning that into petroleum. Which I'm just going to... It's not even going to be because I want power, I think. I'm just going to take the petroleum and just shove it into power plants. To just burn it off. Okay. And these extra lengths of pipe will probably go away in time, but for right now, I just need to hook everything up as best we can. Well, there's no question that we're going to be making some serious plastic and rubber here in a minute. I'm pretty sure this is more than we ever had in our previous save, so far as the production. Okay, so now we're getting the heavy residue in there. This thing should probably be getting a lot of capacity pretty quickly, because all of that crap is running. So that'll take a little bit. So the next step I need to do is I need to get, first of all of these, putting out their plastic and rubber where we can actually get to it. Alright, so I think we go up this way because the plastic is going onto the train over there. And the rubber, I think, is going onto a train on the other side. So I should be able to just throw a conveyor, put some stilts up, and just take it across the way. It'll be fine. Is there a gap in between here? Not wide enough. Yeah, I don't want to go way up and over. So I'll just do one of these. Put it like that. Grab a couple more platform. I can go here. In there. Okay, and these are going to need to be 2 stilts once we get past this row. Alright, and same deal as I'm going to go over here, put some stilts on this side. Because what I'm trying to do is we're making all sorts of oil products to make ourselves some rubber and plastic. I'm making some already, but I need way more. And this is us upscaling to way more. Alright, where's the next one? Okay. So that conveyor belt's hooked up to start dropping all that off from there. Let's get this one moved over. I'm getting a little bit worried also that our encased industrial steel, we've started using that for making goods that we weren't before. And there's a very good chance I'm going to find myself running out of it rapidly. I see. Okay. So let's figure out where I gotta go with these things to get them where they need to be. So, you are not the train I'm looking for is what you are. That's my sodium... That's my, sorry, not sodium, sulfur. That's where I need to go with these. So that's actually pretty inconvenient. So what we're gonna need to do is, first of all, get the, get this over the railroad track such that it doesn't look terrible. Which isn't actually the worst thing in the world. So you can go here and say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's see if we can cut that across. Step 1, pave everything in foundations. Yes. So we need to get past this train first. It will not clip on that second port. That's good to know. Okay. It'll snake right over it. Alright, so with that, we have cleared the train. And for the record, it doesn't actually matter if you do it this way. And honestly, I could probably sneak it through this area and then bring it through there. Let's actually try and see where these come out. So this is where the plastic goes through. So that's not a terrible place to reach. And then the rubber I actually think is right here. No, that's the oil in. Oh, no, that's right, that's right. It's over here, because this is where we got the blue stuff coming through here. This is the plastic side, and that's the rubber side. So I can either cut past the entire railroad, or I can cut past all this and go over, or I can go through the middle there and try and go over. I'm going to try to go through the middle here, because I think we just put two extra stilts here. Yeah, I can sneak that right under. And then we'll do like a little shimmy here. I could drop down to 2. And then that puts us on this side. And you are like lined up around here. I could probably snake it through this side, bring it over there. I'm just really worried about running out of belts. Where's the next set of stilts? There they are. Okay, so we've got it over on this side. Alright, so you are plastic here, and you are rubber there. So plastic shouldn't be too hard to set up. It's relatively close. The rubber is going to be a little bit of pain because I just got to take it across everything. The good news is that's only going up 1. So I should be able to go here like this. Grab you. And you are which? Why am I not seeing any material on it? Did I not connect something right? Oh, they're not connected to the machines. Right, let's get that sorted out first. Because that'll at least let the machines continue running. No, it's one of these situations where I'm not going to be able to see it till it's lined up perfectly. Oh, wrong thing. I need a merger, not a splitter. And we can just keep doing that. I do wish the snap was more... like, if stuff was going to conflict, it would still let you snap. Because that's the reason I'm going to have to do this slowly versus just holding control and having it lock in instantly. The worst thing is I'm gonna get all this set up, and by the time I'm set up, it's already gonna be shut down because of the residue building up too much. But that's okay. One problem at a time. And that'll be the rubber on the line. Come on, where are you at? I'm gonna have to figure out just how much I'm gonna need to process the heavy residue into petroleum, and how many power plants I'm gonna need to make sure that we're at a net negative on the petroleum here. Because if I'm not, the plastic in that production will grind to a halt. Okay, so we've got all those hooked up, so everything's hooked up on this end. We got the plastic and the rubber on the line over here, having it snake under the railroad tracks and all that. I do like that this is building up more and more around these railroad tracks, so the railroad tracks are going to just, you know, go through the little hallway of, you know, industry and everything going on. Okay, so we've got you now. So this is the rubber. That is honestly inconvenient. It is workable, though. And the reason it's inconvenient is the plastic is the first one, and we don't want to drop down to the plastic. But that's fine. They've got you connected. Will you be able to snake right past? Yeah, that'll actually work fine. I was a little bit more concerned it was going to be more of a mess, but that's fine. Okay, so you need to get over to that port. That's fine, we can just have you bounce right back up. Actually, we want you up there. We can put 2 here. 2 here. Alright, so that fixes the plastic and the rubber for that part. Now the issue is I'm making way too much heavy oil residue because of all that increased output, and it's being used for nothing. So the thing I can do with that easily enough is to turn it into petroleum and then burn that petroleum in a power plant. So we look at this, it's already over 2/3 full, and we haven't gotten anywhere with any of it yet. So probably the best place for me to just quickly slap down some more things for converting that is just like right here. Alright, Luxray, you sleep well. Thank you again for hanging out. So I'm gonna go over here and just burn off as much of that as we can into petroleum and all that. Let's try and get a guess of how much of that are we making. So we have 20 per minute on this side and 10 per minute here. So 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 100, 120, 140, 160, 180, 200 meters cubed of the residue is what I'm mathing, if my math is right, which if you ask me if my math's right, I will swear to nothing. Okay, so making that into residual. Oh good, this consumes a lot. That consumes a lot. That should be okay. I think I can plunk down 3 of these. Because it was what, 200 we were up to? Yeah, 3 of these will basically put us right on the fence. Like, we'll ever so slightly be producing more residue than we're consuming. And that's honestly not the worst. And now where's your power pole? There we go. Okay, so now those are producing petroleum. Yeah, and that's what I was saying, is we're right now we're making 20 more residue than that. I do intend to putting a 4th one there. I'm just worried about running out of materials before I build the power plants and just creating the same problem. So I'm making room. I'm gonna put down another reservoir. Gonna chuck down some power plants and get that sorted. And then I'll probably just add the 1 more. Okay, can put you there. Okay, so you're spitting out 40 per minute. So we would be able to get up, well, we'll say it's 200. Well, no, so 40, so 40, 80, 120, We'd make 160 on the other side of this whole thing when this is all squared away. Which is not going to be too tough to manage. I think that's only like 1 or 2 power plants, too. I think it's 2, actually. So that shouldn't be a hard thing to manage. Do we have enough of the encased? Yeah, we got enough encased. That's my worry, is the encased. Alright. And we can just go and go smack. And you have power. And you've got that. Alright, so we're now converting the residue into petroleum. So you should see that starting to go up very slowly. Are you all configured right? Yeah. So it's just taking a while. That's fine. And then from here, are we gonna do diluted fuel shenanigans? Oh man, I forgot about diluted fuel. I don't remember what I make diluted fuel in. Okay. Oh, but I don't have the water jugs yet. It's fine. I'll probably do that later. Right now, I want to get this set up. Once I get this set up and we're like, okay, but now I want to scale, that would be an easy way to scale, because the diluted fuel does give me a little bit more bang for my buck. But for right now, I'm just trying to get the plastic online. Our power is good. We've got geothermal unlocked. Okay, so I need you to scooch a little bit over that way. We've got the geothermal unlocked as well, so I can get a pretty obnoxious amount of power from that if I take the time to set up, which I certainly will when I start running into power problems. I think on this run, I'm going to put off dealing with the nuclear until later on. Okay. And you need your power connection. So you're going to consume 50 meters cubed, and you're producing 40 meters cubed. So that is 40, 80, 160. So I need 4 power plants, and then 1 is going to keep turning on and off. You like to make diluted fuel with a plastic line, since you could use the plastic to make the jugs? That's not a bad idea. That said, I believe to set this up the way I want to, I am going to need to go back to base and make more of my power slugs into stuff using the somber sleep so I get extras. I'm curious how much our power grid has gone up. The thing we got to keep in mind, though, is about 600 and something of that power is not going to be reliable, sustainable, whatever you want to go with your word. Because we are going to have one of these that is not going to be getting enough fuel to continue running. Okay, so you're grabbing 50. You're grabbing 20. Well, now you're grabbing 50. And this will put us up to 150 and then 170. Okay, so actually it'll be perfect. We're using 10 meters cubed more than we're producing in petroleum. So like I said, that one over in the end there is probably just going to keep flipping on and off. That's fine. They're really only there to get rid of the petroleum. Alright, so with that, we're now producing just shy of 9,000 megawatt power as our cap, and we're only consuming about 3,000 megawatts. So we should be in absolutely amazing shape now. And now we can take the rubber and plastic train line. Oh, I'm sorry, those are 2 1s. I need to check on the plastic. That was the thing we ran out. So we've got our train on its way back here.
Take a sip.
It'll take the plastic
What's the
line
worst
home.
that could happen?
Yeah, so how much did we build up our Oh man. Yeah, so I would say we have increased the size of our oil operation a wee bit. In the meantime, let me go ahead and grab some more of that turbo fuel and chuck that in my inventory. All right, there's the rubber train. And there goes the sulfur and coal train. Okay, so that should fix our problems we were having back, so we could finally get the adaptive cores going. Because I have everything other than bringing those together. And so all I have to do to bring those together is... When do we get the soul train? Literally a bunch of people bringing up Soul Train. But what is producing more power at this point? Coal or petroleum? Oh, petroleum. Coal is barely on the radar here. Coal is maybe like 1,000 watts of my power, something like that. I mean, I think on this thing I've got what? 6 of those running on turbo fuel, another 4 running on just regular petroleum. Or no, we have 6 on turbo fuel, and then 2 on petroleum on the first section, and then we have 4 on petroleum on the second section, and there's one in the second section that is, you know, not really going to be running at full capacity. So this train should be back here any time now, right? Yeah, so we've got our sulfur coal train. Am I missing a train here? What's going on? Oh, there it is. I think this is the train I'm waiting on. This one here. So it'll go over here and so it's gonna go over there, it's gonna pop down and come down to here. Guys, you just unlocked oil, so looking forward to having the fun with that. Kind of a nerd with power setups. Too much pollution, the biters ate the train. No, the train eats the biters. I already know how this plays out. I played Factorio. The train eats the biters. Eventually the train destroys itself on the biters it's eating, but the train definitely eats the biters. I still love the ridiculous train setups people would get where the train would just like spin around, so you have like the train blender in Factorio. So the biters are just trying to cross, the train just zip through and just shred them. That said, the way later ones that get really tanky, they do some pretty bad damage to the trains. And when they're going that fast, they don't have time to repair. Alright, so that should be our train. Oh, okay. Alright, so to pick up the plastic, and then get that back to where we're going. The Factorio needs a train house that just puts a new one on the line if it breaks. Or has like a train assembly building that just, you know, you just have a way of like having the bots replace the train in the field. Train gets destroyed, the bot just plunks down a new engine and puts more fuel in it and just sends it on its way. It's getting all hazy around here for some reason. I don't understand. Why is it getting all hazy around my factory? Alright, sorry about that. Okay, so we want to go where the plastic's dropping off. Oh, right, I remember. I need to build one more train now. And the thing that was the catch is I could take one of these train lines that is already going to both spots, but it would have to add 2 more cars onto it. And the only reason that's a problem of adding those 2 cars onto it is because that makes all of these stops not line up correctly anymore, nor do I have the space to, you know, just extend them in both directions or whatever to make it work. Okay, so this is where the plastic's getting dropped off, and the good news is that plastic belt that wasn't saturated before, it's saturated now. So that's good news, because this wasn't producing fast enough anymore, the circuit boards, but now it's full up. So the downside is it's fallen behind a good ways, but now it should be catching up and getting us where we need to go. So let's double check on what I need to do for the adaptive cores. The adaptive control unit is the circuit boards, the heavy frames, the computers, and the automated wiring. So the problem is I have the computers are over there, the circuit boards are over there, and then if we go way out, the adaptive cores are way up there, and then the heavy frames are over there. So you get the idea. So I need to figure out how I want to run a train across here. You could run multiple trains on the same train with signals, maybe. I don't think I want to tackle that right now, because right now they are going forward and backward. I mean, they would only have to share one segment. Do we already have the train signals unlocked? How complicated are these things? Did I not unlock them already? Oh, no, we have them queued up and I haven't put the things in. Let's pop down there and we can get that going pretty good. So let's grab... We are making our copper sheet somewhere around here. So 1, that's way more than I wanted to grab. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then the others I can just pull out of my storage and shove in there. Yeah, no, I literally have it queued up, I just haven't bothered. The thing I gotta check is with the signals, because I haven't messed with them in this game, because in Factorio you break up your railway into different segments and say, hey, if there's a train here, don't do it. And then you can turn them on and off programmatically to, like, give your trains different routes they could take to avoid conflicts and get them going to different locations. Alright, so with this, I can now go here to the computers. There's a stack of computers. And the steel pipes. I need 2 stacks of steel pipes, not just 1. Steel pipes. And we can just go smash, smash, and button.
Milestone reached. Train signals placed on train rails can control and improve train behavior. This helps to avoid events where multiple trains attempt to occupy the same physical location. For information related to earlier train events, please refer to your employee non-disclosure agreement.
Okay, Harry, let's see. Signals are the same as Factorio, but instead of block plus chain for intersections, you could use pass-through instead. Yeah, so let's see. Directs the movement of the trains to avoid collisions and bottlenecks. Block can be placed on railways to create blocks between them. When a train is occupying one of these blocks, other trains are unable to enter it. Caution: signals are directional. Trains are unable to move against this direction. So be sure to set signals in both directions for bidirectional railways. Path signal. Directs the movement of trains to avoid collision. Path signals are advanced signals that are especially useful for bidirectional railways and complex intersection. They function similar to block signals, but rather than occupying an entire block, trains can reserve a specific path through it and will only enter the block if their path allows them to fully pass through. So my assumption of what I would want to do here is I would want path. So, So the issue I have is I still need to get the train to the other location. So I will need another train takeoff point. I haven't tried merging a track in any capacity. That's the thing. I'm not sure how it works. So if because I assume... Okay, so literally I could just branch off the path and then we have a split. I understand. And then I would need to have signals to accommodate to make sure whatever the mutual path is, we don't have problems. So you go over to the wrong place there. This could have some interesting and utterly cursed things, because what I could potentially do is have two trains on this route. Like put another train station over here, have it merge on with this rail, which then merges on with that rail. Sorry, it merges on this path that then merges onto that path to get us over there, and we have two stations over there. I have a real bad feeling I'm going to open up that can of worms, and it's going to be a can of worms I'm going to want to put it back away. But we haven't messed with it yet, so certainly we need to. What I could probably do also with this, since we are sending these circuit boards over here,
Take a sip.
I can definitely set the train over on this. You know what, actually? Can I just piggyback on that one easily? I mean, it's way up there. Probably not. I can put the train station here. So this would be the end of this line. Have it go up there, merge onto that, maybe. Well, no, I don't even need to merge onto that, because I'm going to want to bring it differently. It's just going to be a separate route. It's fine. But yeah, because I have both the circuit boards and the computer... Wait. Is that what I needed? I don't remember what I needed now. Okay, yeah. So circuit boards and the computers are what I need from this end. I haven't even decided which end we're doing this on, by the way. It honestly doesn't matter. Okay, so we can go here to transportation. Train station. And I'll move it just a little bit here. Okay, so that's the end of this one. It's going to need two freight platforms, which we will open out in that direction. Because regardless of which way it's going, we're picking up on one side and dropping off on the other. And we can put another empty platform here. So then the real question is, do I try... Well, we'll try and bring it up to where those ones are. Well, actually, do we even want to bring it up? I could just shoot this straight forward out there. It's easy to do. Just create a small parallel path consisting of 2 or 3 blocks, both lines of which you merge the path signals. Oh yeah, well no, it's more even just getting this up to that line when I'm not trying to go that direct path. It's like, oh, I could take this up there, but I'm gonna have to build a giant ramp up, get it to that point. I don't think I actually care enough to do that. So that's this train station here. Now let's go figure out where I'm putting the other train station. Because it's more the stops that are the problem. Okay, and over there is where I'm making the heavy modular frames. And I think up there is where I'm making the automated wires. It's either there or there. I'm not sure which one off the top of my head. We'll check here. If it's this one, that'd be super convenient because that means my... No, this is the industrial thing. That's going to be my my automated wiring. Because then what we can do is I can drop the automated wiring down there. Yeah, this is our automated wiring up here. No, it's not. I'm lying it. That's not the automated wiring. Why am I having such problems remembering where this automated wiring is every time? So it's not there. That's my modular frames. That is our industrial whatevers. That's our automated frames way over here. Okay. So, this might actually end up being a 3-stopper. Because then what we could do is I could take the train, bring it up here, it picks up the automated frames, it goes this way, drops down to wherever I can fit it down in this area, picks up this, and then runs all the way over there, or vice versa. The point is, 3 stops. Is what I'm thinking. It's also going to be tricky because it's got to get over that. Because either way, the alternative is one of the mess goes here. And I can run a conveyor belt nice and easy, but we're deliberately trying to not spaghetti conveyor belts all over the map, and instead use stuff like trains and trucks or whatever, and we just found the trucks to be incredibly disappointing. I spent forever getting 1 or 2 of them set up, and I'm like, these are just bad. Like, the conveyor beats them in every way. These are buggy, glitchy, and unreliable. I'm just gonna go and use something else. Because the only spaghetti conveyor belt I still have is that one, which is my gunpowder, which is on the list to be replaced. So then the real question is, do I bring those materials up here to make the cores up here? Or do I bring all of... I think it's either up here or all the way over there. One or the other is doing it. I'm tempted to bring it up here and then do the adaptive cores in this direction. I think I might do that. So we'll start that by making the spot go a little bit farther back here. Like two more tiles. Then go to train station, turn you around. Because what that would mean is... Oh, okay, hang on. So I've got the 2 cars. If I bring everything down there, I don't need another stop. But because these each have 1 good, I would need to bring all 3 goods here. Yeah, so we're doing it down there. So we'll go here and go to transportation, freight platform, turn you this way since we're not going to be doing this here. And we'll just put a empty platform and an empty platform to mark for the 4 segments of train. You don't actually need that second empty platform. I just do it to make it a little bit easier for me to see what's up. And then meanwhile, we can just take you and just smash you right in there. And that's already set up and ready to go. I don't need to touch any more about it. We can go here to foundations, downward ramp, do this. I could put an interesting one here. So have the train station over in this direction and have it go in and then go back out the other way, so it kind of comes into a ping pong kind of situation. I'm down to do that for just something different. Okay. Eventually I'm going to want to make a ramp down this hill. Oh, the only reason I don't want to do that is that means I need to make this middle stop a stop every time. That's not probably a good idea. Right, because it had to stop there every time, and there's a long delay when you go to the stop where it just sits there for a minute while it does its thing. Okay. So I think what we do is this one's going to be slightly raised. That way I can build the platform here. Try to get the other side. Well, actually, it probably won't be that raised, will it? That's fine, whatever. Okay. So I can put this down here. And unfortunately, these... When I set up these grids, I didn't set them up to match the global. And it's just one of those things is I'm not going back and replacing all of my grids that are off and trying to fix them. Okay. So let's get the train down here as best we can. I really do want to try and get this last little bit placed. I'm going to have to move that power pole, but that's fine. So you connect what? You're connecting that power pole, and that one. You've got spare connections, so we can move you there and get rid of you. We can move you too far. There. And get rid of you. Alright, so we should be able to go here and say transportation. We'll have the empty platform where our train will sit. I'm missing materials. I'm missing concrete. I'm missing lots of concrete. Which hasn't been a problem until recently, but we have been building a lot. And those things take something like 50 concrete each or whatever. Alright, and we're getting that all situated. Which will let me rip this up. Then we can go and get, you know, all this sorted out. Keep hitting the wrong button. I keep hitting middle mouse button to, you know, set the filter, which is not how that works. So I can pull all that up. That should give me a bit more space to try and do this. So you put the empty platform here. Oh, I see. I have to put more train here, so we'll have to do... Alright, so let's make sure I do this correctly. I need, I believe, the empty platform for the engine. I don't need it, but I'm going to put it. The empty platform for the engine. We'll have an empty spot for the freight we're not picking up. And then we'll have the freight we are picking up. Yes. So, empty freight station. Or actually, for the going up side, let's have the station. So let's put the train station like this, facing this way. So we drop off on the other side. Can you make that turn? Yep. Alright. So, now I need an empty spot. Because that's just where we're going to have no freight or anything. And then we'll have the freight. What's going on that my concrete is going so slow? I need to check on that. That's right down over that way. It's probably like literally I've just been building so aggressively that we're going through hundreds of concrete, and we finally have hit that point. Okay, let's go check on it. Because up there, I'm making more concrete just for the industrial stuff, but the stuff I'm putting my dimensional storage is down here. I could also just pop in and just steal it out of the box. But it is nice being able to run along the ground, and it's mostly clear of junk. Like, genuinely, if the terrain wasn't so all over the place, I could see just driving the vehicle casually along and not even having to worry about conflicting with stuff until you're, like, actually in the factory proper. Everything else is railways and all that. Okay, so just past here should be our concrete production, which is probably I've just neglected it and it just needs to be upscaled. Oh no, you're fine. It's literally just the bottleneck of that. That's fine. Ooh, but you're not making that much. So you're running at 100% capacity. You consume 45 per minute, and you're producing 60 per minute. I can upgrade you. You've been literally sitting here since the very beginning. That's 120 per minute. That's not even like literally. That's so far in the beginning that I made that. It's using tier 1 belts. It's not even actually on the foundation it's at because the foundations weren't available yet. Let's just fix that. It's still gonna be scuffed, but I want to be a little less scuffed than that is. So we can go here. But about halfway in between. Okay, it's just running the drill and nothing else, so you pick that up. And we can go put a splitter on here. Oh, I see what's happened here. Don't use straight, use that. Put a splitter there. And just like this, we have now massively upped the production rate that can go. You're making concrete, you're making concrete, and you're making concrete. And let's clean up our inventory. We probably have a bunch of limestone and crap I don't want. So have some limestone. Have some limestone. Have some limestone, and we're good here. Nothing else to just be burned. Cool. You like leaving, smart plate factories as is, the game, all game museum place, show how far I've come. Feels good, man? Yeah. Well, that's, like, for example, we have our smart plates. I literally left it there, and we just hooked into it when I needed them more. Like, it's still sitting there, still doing its thing. Alright, so we can go over there, because that should improve our concrete. We grabbed about 1,500 of it. And then, you know, I fixed the production before we get ahead of it too much. I'm not too worried about getting, like, that much going on, because that should handle itself. And all that. You do the same thing. Something like pump number 1. I could see that kind of thing, just, like, setting up. It is one of those things that can make sense. Like, if you're, for example, you've got your initial setup at your factory and you're making your screws, and it's really poorly made because you didn't have the recipes or the tech or whatever, you're just making do with what you had. Then later on, you know, you make, like, your really good, proper place for making screws. Instead of tearing down the old one, literally just leave it there. And just, you know, it's something to look at later kind of thing. Okay, so now I should need the freight. And that's already on the correct side. And then we have an empty platform. No, wait, yeah. Yeah, and an empty platform. Cool, cool. So then, do we already have that wired up with the adaptive circuits or whatever. No, automated circuits or electronics, whatever. Let's make sure you're plugged in here. Because we just plug that in down here. And then down over there we can plug in the next thing. Yeah, you're already hooked up. And full for that matter. No, wait, no, you're not. Hey, Tankard, thanks so much for the raid. I'm just struggling for a moment. I think we just don't have it plugged in. Yeah, that's what happened. We forgot to plug it in. Cool, cool. So we can run down here. And we need to plug you in. And then this box just needs to hook up over there. Should be easy enough. We can just grab you. Just run a straight line conveyor belt over this way. Add a splitter. And mash that in. And honestly, for right now... Of course, it's too far. We can just snake it over there. Too steep. Okay, so I've got that all going, so those should just start funneling in there, so that's good news. Which brings us on to the next thing. That's where we're going. So we're going to want to make a pretty hard right. Yeah, so we're going to want to make a pretty hard right to get over there. So let's sit here and grab you. So what I want to do is if I can get the angle about right here, I should be able to sit there and get it started. And then use control to lock it in on the angle I want. Probably about right. We'll find out. Okay. Alright, let's see how that goes. Oh, I didn't actually click it. Perfect. Pretty much how I was hoping it would go. Because that's part of the reason I'm doing it this way. Is if I zigzag it like that, I should, in theory, be able to get it about where I want it. Alright, so now's the point... Oh, wait, it's down there. No, wait, where's the stop? Which one's the stop I'm going to? That's the stop I'm going to down there. That's right. Pretty sure? I'm pretty sure that's the stop we're going for. Okay. So let's just grab this, and I'm just going to smack it right on over that way. And then I'm going to build a ramp up from this side, and we're just going to try and get that track to the top of the ramp, and then line it up from there. That should be close enough that I can figure it out. Yeah, because then we're going to bring it over here, and then over in this area, we'll assemble what we're looking at building. And we can go right here to the angled foundations, and just slap it the whole way up. Alright, that should be close enough to make this work. And then we'll fix it all up by pulling all this up later. Oh, are you that close to directly on target? Would you look at that? Almost perfect. Alright, so now we can go here. Start grabbing all this. Yeah, no, that one, it was like, the plan was there. It was the fact that instead of actually measuring it, just kind of eyeballing it. Usually you end up off by enough that's like, okay, can we make that work without making it awful? The answer is a very solid and unquestionable maybe. Cool. All right. So the good news is we are done with the second thing. We haven't started producing the third thing, which is kind of a mistake. But the other good news is that because we're making all these sections that are independent and being funded, like fueled with a whole bunch of stuff and getting these trains and all that set up, I do feel pretty good that when it comes time to scale, that the scale is actually going to be pretty easy to make happen. Because, for example, if I just needed way more of one of these goods, I could potentially make it someplace else, and then just smash it in on the train network. Alright, so we've got all that set up. I don't remember we plugged in the other side. Okay, so you two are unload. I'm gonna hit a button real fast, don't mind me. And electric train. Freight car, and electric train engine. And now I can go here and say, edit timetable. Alright, so, if I remember correctly, we want to go here, and then here, and then here, and save changes, turn on self-driving, and it should just work. It's almost like I'm getting good at trains, chat. It does make me wonder, like, for performance purposes, what's worse for the game? Would it be worse for the game to have, like, you know, 20, 30 conveyor belts crossing half the map, or to have, like, 4 trains cross half the map? Because I feel like the trains probably have more computation they have to do in regards to, okay, it's time to slow down, speed up, do all this stuff. I would anticipate there being a lot of load. It's probably one of those things as computationally, the trains are worse, but as far as frame rate, more than likely the stuff on the conveyor belts is worse. That'd be my guess. Which I suspect this game is CPU bottlenecked, not GPU bottlenecked. They've done a ton of belt optimization. Oh yeah, no, all these games have to. If you want the game to function at all, you have to do belt optimization. There's, between this game, Factorio, and other games in the genre, there is a bunch of different strategies on how they do it, but so many of them, they do, like, buffoonery and fudgery on the belts. So, like, I know some of the games, what they'll do is when the belt is full, instead of running it where it's like, okay, but there's 10 of this item on the belt, it literally just, the belt itself, it says, that is a belt of 10, like, of that item. So it's not, it's like no longer loading the individual objects, it's literally the belt has an animation of all the items going by when it's at saturation. I don't know about this game, but I've seen that in other games. So instead of having, you know, the 5 units of screws and a unit of belts as object, it's one belt of type full of screws. There's pretty interesting stuff they do. Or like you'll also have it when stuff isn't loaded in, it's not even processing the belt and what's there anymore. It's just saying, what is the throughput? Here's the calculation. You know, some stuff to make sure it doesn't teleport them and stuff like that. There's been some wild stuff. So we got the computers there. We've got the 2 inputs right here. So that means we have everything we need for the adaptive cores, all in this area. And it's all right over here. So we were to pop over here real fast. We can just go like this. Gonna try and set this up real fast. Then go to production. I will put a manufacturer. I'm gonna put it over facing this way. Make sure you leave enough room to sneak stuff behind it. And go to organize, storage, snap that in here. Plug the conveyor belts in there real fast. We just need to get some power in here somewhere, so as I could figure out where I've got some power I can get at. There we go. And then you're going to be adaptive cores. Okay, so we got the 4 different things to go in here. We've got all of that over here. So we check. We've got the modular frames. We got the automated wirings. We got the computers right here. And then the circuit boards are popping by right there. So we can go splitter right here. Put one of you here. This will be the point where they stack up. That's gonna have to be forward more. Just gonna snooze the ads one more time. It's going to be pretty close to my end time for stream, but I would like to get this set up before we wrap. So I'm quickly kicking down, kicking the ads forward. Alright, so let's start this process. So you're gonna pop in here, and I'm gonna have you stay on the 2nd rung. I can have you pop through here. And you pop through there. Get this all connected real fast. Get you in path, and put a splitter here to make sure we're still... Oh, I did that wrong. I've done that like every time because I keep treating the dimensional storage thing like I need to drop stuff off there. Okay, so let's try this again. So what I can probably do actually with this is... Okay, that's not going to be an angle I want. Alright, let's start by going that way. Okay, if we make it that style, it'll be this way, so we can go here. And then there. And then put the splitter here. Put the splitter here. Let me lock that in, please. I really wish those things would snap better. It's fine. I'm not gonna fight it. Hey, McBooty. Or Mr. Booty, how's it going? Alright. And we can go here. Get all this out of the way. And this should give me plenty of space to drop these down. So we go 1, 2, 3, 4. Needs to go just a little farther. Just a itty bitty little bit farther. There. Adaptive unit, drop all this in. And with that, we now have literally everything for phase 3 being produced. I am going to drop all of my somber sloops in there for the moment so that we get a little bit more out per minute. I actually don't have... Okay. So I've got all that hooked up, so that's good news. Let me pop over here real fast to drop off the phase 2 stuff into the space elevator. I'm gonna go ahead and use the thing real fast to try and make some of the shards, because we're gonna try and boost the production of that thing. Because that's now officially holding us up from finishing this phase because I kept putting it off. Because I didn't want to deal with it. And now I needed to. So we can go here and say production, constructor. I put all the sloops in there, didn't I? You know what? I'm just going to handcraft these ones. I know I'm not going to get the full value out of them, but we can just make them later. And I put 0 effort into looking for slugs so far. So I don't care. Unless I got a... Oh, wait. No, I do care. That's a lot of slugs to not care. Okay. Hang on. We're going to go up there. We're going to take one of those slugs real fast. We're going to chuck down a constructor on the ground. And we're going to make the... slugs and all that do their thing. I've already lost track of where I'm doing stuff. Where is this happening? You've got this railway here. It's not this one. It's up higher. It's this one? No, that's not right. Okay, I'm in the wrong spot. Okay, cool. So we go over here. So this is all of our roadie production. It's all the way over there. That's the issue. I'm on just the wrong platform entirely. I'm trying to get this done before the ad break will happen so that I can wrap stream before the ad break will happen. I've snoozed as long as it'll let me. And that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to go fast. Alright, so what we can do here is real fast, grab a constructor. We can plunk it down. No fanfare, do this. Grab one of you. Plop those 2 in to keep it going. Plop 1 in here. We'll start with the purples. Do this. Get those in there. So that's going to be 60 shards all the way like that. Because I just want to pop in here real fast. We can put the 3 slugs in there. I'm pretty sure our circuit boards aren't going to keep up, that it's going to run out very abruptly, which is a problem. But I would like to get that all sorted out as much as possible. If it comes down to I have to optimize a bunch of stuff, I will worry about the optimization later. Boom, there's the power shards. They pop over here, go power shards. Yep. And do it. Because right now we have such an obnoxious amount of extra power, I don't mind that thing just gobbling up like 500 power itself. While we're waiting real fast, where is our circuit boards being made? Because we can scale that up. I think they're being made over here. What is your short sight here? Literally it's just you need more assemblers. That is an easy problem to solve. Oh. We could fix this. I'm gonna keep trying to rush this. If we get down to the point where it's 5 minutes till the ads run no matter what I do, I'll wrap. I just don't want people to have to sit through ads literally to see me roll credits afterwards, because that's a feels bad, man. I've accidentally done that once or twice, but not often. And I know we're not finishing phase 3, like, for the record. I just want to get it so we've got that basic setup. Why aren't you... There we go. Something's not right here. No, I guess that's right. We only added 2. If we add too many, we'll just shut down again anyways. There's your power pole. Circuit board. Circuit board. That'll work for now. We can rush back over here. Yeah, so we got our train zipping around. That's pretty good stuff. We got all that working. We are burning through that Caterium wire. What are you short on? So you're short on circuit boards as well for the computers. The good news, I've already got such a backlog of computers that we should be good on that. So I've got that running at full tilt right now. Obviously, if we get another somber sloop or 2, that would help as well. But this is good. This does mean I am getting just shy of 4 per minute, which does mean to finish all of that would take 20-30 minutes to complete phase 3. Assuming, it is a big assumption, assuming the circuit boards keep up. The rest of that, I've got enough of a backlog, even if the circuit, like, even if I'm not producing enough, I will finish phase 3 before I run out of what I've got in the buffer. But yeah, so it looks like the circuit boards are going to be a big thing. With the circuit boards, we do have an alternative pattern. It's assembler, not that. We did unlock that after we got this set up, where it's silica and copper sheet. What is your throughput? So that's 12.5 versus 7.5. So I do think that is something worth doing the next stream, because we're gonna end up making just an absolute S-ton of computers. So I do think what we'll end up probably doing, because also silica is pretty readily available. Yeah, no, that's actually, we have 3 extremely good quartz nodes that we're not using yet. I'd have to have one heck of a train route to get it over here, because it's up here. Like, where are these 3? It's like up in this area underground, so it has to come all the way out this way, then drop down. So it'd be a real long train trip. But it's 3 really good quartz nodes and a SAM node over there. So that might be worth setting up next stream. I think... Oh, and I'm already making... That's right, I'm already making it into silica and the crushed stuff. I was going to process it onto its last stages and all that. But I guess we just bring that over. Anyways, with all that said, if I don't start wrapping up now, you're going to get hit with ads, and I don't want you to do that. So, with all that said, if you have enjoyed tonight's stream and you're not already following the channel, don't forget to follow the channel. That way you can find your way back here in the future. If you are watching on YouTube, it will be ending abruptly because there's no rating over there. But over here on Twitch... If you'll hang out for just a minute longer and all that good stuff, we'll go ahead and get a raid going on to someone else playing this game